Welcome to the OP Origins channel. Today, we're diving into a brand new story. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the main plot of this series. Mr. Kim was never a normal man. Known as the internationally wanted criminal pet shop, he possessed a terrifying talent, the ability to consume any creature and manifest its physical traits within his own body. After being betrayed and arrested by his partner in the wilds of Africa, a mysterious phenomenon transports him to a brutal fantasy world where monsters roam and skills dictate life and death. In this new realm, Kim realizes he is a biological anomaly. Immune to the world's magic but lethal in physical form, he begins a relentless hunt. From the regenerative flesh of trolls to the devastating breath of dragons, he devours everything in his path to achieve ultimate power. He isn't a hero, he is a predator who discards his humanity to survive. After surviving a desperate final stand against a saintess and gaining the forbidden powers of the Cthulhu mythos, Kim finally finds a way back home. But the Earth he returns to is no longer the one he left. It is a wasteland overrun by the very monsters he once hunted. Now, the world's most dangerous man has returned, and his hunger is only beginning. And now, let the story begin. Everybody has at least one talent. I also had a unique talent. And using this talent, I became a poacher in Africa. He is Hispanic, my poacher colleague. Isn't he acting a bit strange today? Is this really the right path? Is this, star? Yes, it's the right beeping way, star. Asterisk note: these bubbles were written in English originally. My name is Eddie Montoya, and I am from the Unspecial International Police Agency, Mr. Kim, or I should call you Internationally Wanted Criminal Pet Shop. You are under arrest for murder, poaching, smuggling, fraud, illegal organization activity, drug trafficking. Damn it, why are there so many? Anyways, you are under arrest for the stated reasons. I've finally caught you, you damn criminal. There's no way for you to escape now. What? What the beep are you talking about, 2 moons? What the hell? Why is the car acting up? The reason: I became a poacher. The ability to eat anything without upsetting my stomach. And the ability to use whatever I digest to modify my body. The teeth of a shark, the scales of a pangolin. Internationally wanted criminal, Mr. Kim. As a criminal born in South Korea, he has been involved with any and all kinds of crimes that could earn him money, such as murder, smuggling, fraud, and drug trafficking, and many others. He became infamous for using the money he earned to buy rare animals from across the globe to devour them, which earned him the nickname Pet Shop. What the hell are you doing? Stop it. Stop moving, or I will shoot you. Stop immediately, or else. Open fire. No one knew why he was doing what he was doing. But at this moment, the reason became clear. The reason why he devoured countless numbers of animals. And the reason why he became a poacher was to hunt the animals and eat them. What's this? There are 2 moons. Where I fell was nowhere on Earth. This place was filled to the brim with creatures called monsters, who were able to use skills. There were monsters that looked similar to animals on Earth. Trolls and ogres. And even dragons. Everyone has some sort of special skill. I also had a talent that set me apart from others. I had the ability to eat whatever I wanted. And as much as I wanted, without getting sick. And to make the most of my special talent, I've tried using it for a variety of things. Eventually, I made real good use of my special skill set. To become a poacher in Africa. Hey, Mr. Kim, I got a new job for us. General Lightning wants some gorillas. This man here is my partner in poaching, known as the Hunter. He brings in new jobs through a warlord known as General Lightning. Conversations among the poaching group are carried out in English. The whole body. No, just the head and hands. How many? At least 2. In other words, General Lightning wants a gorilla's head to hang on his wall and hands to use as ashtrays. We need at least 2, and we don't need the entire bodies. Not bad. We go tomorrow. Okay then. Gorilla poaching comes with a lot of risks. There are, of course, other poachers after the same game, but the real dangers are the local warlords' goons who scour the forest in profit-seeking ventures, and the armed rebel forces who fight them. They're unlike poachers, who carry hunting rifles at best. If we run into either one of them during our hunt, the only thing we can do is run. There are more armed soldiers out here today than I expected. I can't do my work having to sneak around like this. Hey, you sure this is the right way? Yeah, I know the way, just follow me. Is this even the right way? The forest is beginning to thin out. Is this? Yes, it's the freaking right way. I'm Eddie Montoya of the Unaffiliated Special International Police, Mr. Kim, or should I say, the most wanted criminal in the world, Mr. Pet Shop. You speak Korean. That's right, it's all thanks to tailing you for 10 whole years. Not just Korean. I can speak English, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and even Thai. Languages spoken in countries you've been in. I'm placing you under arrest for murder, poaching, smuggling, fraud, organized crime, drug dealing, damn, the list is endless. Anyway, you're under arrest for your various crimes. Police. The poaching, General Lightning. Was it all part of your plan? That's right. It was part of my plan all along. It took me 3 months to get you to let your guard down, and another 3 to gain your trust. You know how difficult it was for me to keep up the act for half a year. I should be nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actor. You got nowhere else to run now, what? What the hell are you talking about, 2 moons? What's going on? What's wrong with the van? You want to know the real reason why I became a poacher? I have the ability to eat anything without getting sick. And based on what I eat and digest, the ability to change my body. For example, the teeth of a shark. Or the scales of a pangolin. Mr. Kim, the most wanted criminal in the world. He's involved in anything that brings in money, murder, smuggling, fraud, drugs, you name it. He's the most wanted criminal in the world, hailing from Korea. And with all that money he's made, he buys exotic animals from all over the world. And the nickname he got for infamously eating all those animals. Pet Shop. What are you doing? Stop. Stop, or I'll shoot. Stop right now or fire. No one knew why he did what he did. But at this very moment, Eddie Montoya finally realized why he kept eating countless animals of all sorts of species. And when that wasn't enough, why he became a poacher himself to hunt and eat even more. Any last words? Ha! You're a beeping monster. What's going on back? What the? Even when I went to the North Pole to eat a polar bear. Or to the South Pole to eat penguins. Never did I see anything like this on Earth. I was being arrested and escorted by a trusted partner in crime who turned out to be an international police officer. But what I saw when I ripped open the van was a sky with two moons. I was not on Earth anymore. Betrayed by my partner, arrested by the authorities, and now alone in a strange, new world. This was a situation where any normal person would be in despair. This might be for the best. But I was not a normal person. As the hunter said, I had committed a number of crimes all over the world. With such a glowing track record, I was always on the run from the UN or the police. Besides, think about it. Can I really be classified as human when I have this power? I'd already given up on my humanity ever since that day. Forget it, let's not get into this story. At least here, I won't have to keep looking over my shoulder. They say wild animals are supposed to know who to avoid by instinct. Or maybe not. You must be the alpha. It's been a while since my last meal. I guess you're gonna be my first taste of this godforsaken place. I can't tear it with my tiger jaws. Well then. Strange. It was a simple wolf hide, but I had to use the jaws of a hippo to be able to bite through it. And the teeth of a shark just to barely rip it apart. The abnormally tough wolf hide isn't the only thing that's odd here. Why didn't these wolves have some kind of resistance to my roar? It's scientifically possible for a roar to vibrate the muscles enough for them to weaken. But for a whole pack of wolves to freeze. For wolves of that size, they should have just faltered for a second. At least that's common knowledge. Common knowledge. I guess common knowledge goes out the window here. It's been a week since my first meal. Since then, I've hunted and eaten all sorts of animals in this forest. A bear with abnormally large front paws. A snake that may or may not have been venomous. And a deer with antlers as sharp as spears. Aside from some distinct features, these creatures were not so different from those back on Earth. There must be some sort of common knowledge unique to this world. That could explain everything. In order to find out what that is, I ventured out. A human. There are humans on this world too, I see. I might be able to gain more information from him. Hey. I have the ability to apply any body part I've eaten directly to my body. But I can't use this ability whenever I feel like it. In fact, it has a lot of limitations. It must be the same body part in order to change that part of my body. For example, I can change my hands into bear paws, but I can't change them into crocodile jaws. Furthermore, I can't apply body parts from creatures like lobsters or centipedes that have vastly different body structures. Lastly, I can't apply overlapping skills. Like right now, with the head of a hawk. I can't speak like a human. Diav, El Diav Bosk. Lorem ipsum. Muspelin roll. As I suspected, they speak a different language. As heartless as it may seem, I lack both the means and the motive to help this man. I do need information about this world, but even if he's alive, we won't be able to communicate, rather. Some might say I'm heartless. But I feel nothing when I consider myself a completely different species from this man. In situations like these, it'd be faster to get information from him once he's dead. My skills allow me transform a portion of my brain to that of the creatures I've eaten, granting access to their memories. Thanks to my ability and the man's cooperation, I was able to learn the language they speak on this world. And an even bigger score was this guide to monsters. It was what the dead guy had in his possession. Name: hard wolf size, average 6 feet 5 inches weight, average 265 pounds. Skills: biting, roaring. Using this guide, I was able to find out what sort of monsters and systems existed on this world. And through these systems, I might be able to achieve my ultimate dream, the one I had to give up back on Earth. 2 months later. Is this the regenerative power of a troll? It was able to regenerate within a month even with its brain smashed. This is beyond what the guide was able to tell me. You're awake. Good. I need to know how long I have to burn you for your skin to peel off. At what temperature your skin burns. If you have any tolerance to acids or poisons. And to what extent you can regenerate your body. There's still so much I need to test. Let's see. What sort of experiment shall we do on you? Here, I will become the most powerful creature ever. The Onyx Oaks clan of the Great Northern Forest. A warrior, you say? There's a prophecy that a monster will be born in this great forest. A monster that eats every creature it comes across and absorbs and uses their skills. A most powerful monster. The Great Forest. Troll habitat. Human footprints. I was wondering where our patrol went. How dare they go snack on humans without telling us? Track them down before we're left with nothing but scraps. Yes, right away, boss. This way. Oh good, I was just about to go looking for new test subjects. Looks like you spared me the trouble. I'm picking up the scent of a human in this cave. Boss, something ain't right. Those punks on patrol must have set it up so they can hog the humans all to themselves. But wait. That smells like troll blood. Boss, look. Troll muscles combined with the paw of a big hand bear. Not bad. Ah, crap. I accidentally killed my test subject. Boss. You monster. Hug. What the fangs of a fatal bite snake. For a troll with advanced regenerative skills. Paralysis should do the trick. I can't move. Run. You wanna join your friends too? Ah. Over the months that followed, I ran several experiments based on the monster manual. Help me. No. Please kill me. The part of the guide that felt most foreign to me was the part about skills. At first I thought the book was a guide to some video game, as I was only familiar with the concept in that context. However, every creature I consumed in this world used unique skills that fit the criteria. That's right, skills do exist. And my experiments taught me several key pieces of information. 1. Skills don't work on creatures that have no skills. For example, the venomous fatal bite viper paralyzes its prey with venom. But it only left physical wounds on me, with no effect from the venom whatsoever. 2. Abilities from my world that are not skills work on creatures with skills. When I tested the effects of snake bites from both worlds on the leg of a big hand bear, they both were able to paralyze the bear. This is also probably why the hard wolves were frozen by my tiger roar, even though they possess the status change immunity skill. To sum up, I'm from Earth, so I'm immune to the skills from this world. But on the flip side, my attacks are lethal to the creatures here. In other words, I can become the most powerful creature here. Earth is dominated by humanity. I can't best humanity, no matter what creatures I consume and absorb. Humanity's work in science and weaponry is far too advanced for any living creature to overcome. But not here. There are countless powerful creatures that threaten the lives of humans. And there aren't any weapons like nuclear missiles that can obliterate any and all life. Everyone has dreamed about becoming the most powerful creature in the world at least once in their childhood. As they grow up, this yearning merely shifts towards power, money, or fame. I suppose this human instinct is not that different from mine. Anyway, all there's left to do is eat everything in this world, and make my dream a reality. Trolls with endless regeneration. Ogres with great strength. And creatures that breathe fire hot enough to melt metal. Dragons. Whoa, what was that? A dragon. I really am in a fantasy world, the kind you only read about in comics. Plus I've been reborn as a slime that can eat anything. This is God telling me to become the most powerful creature here. Wait, I wonder if this will work. Open status and skills. Name, Slime. Level, 1, Strength, 1 Agility, 1 Intelligence, 0. Consume, the ability to consume and absorb anything at the expense of your soul. Whoa, it's just like what I've seen in anime. Consume. You have absorbed a fatal bite. Your agility has increased by 1. You have gained the skill, Fatal Venom. Your soul has decreased as a cost of using, consume. My soul has decreased. Whatever. I'll figure out how to gain it back later. I'm the hero here. All those years I suffered, treated like a loser, with parents pathetic as mine. It's all been leading up to this moment. This is a slime fated to be a great rival in the monster world. He will grow and threaten monsters at the expense of his own soul, and one day, his foolishness will lead to his demise. The goddess of the Elmwood continent chose him. Not to be the hero, but to be a disposable character. The Elmwood continent exists under the blessings of the goddess. Along with her hand-picked warrior. One who defends humanity and abides by a sacred code. With the goddess's blessing, the warrior becomes stronger whenever humanity is in danger. But even as a warrior blessed by the goddess, I wasn't enough to stop the monster of destruction. With its overwhelming power, the monster rained chaos and destruction upon the world. And I met a violent end at its hands. But when I opened my eyes again, I was 10 years in the past. This had to be my last chance, a gift from the goddess. I must stop the monster, whatever it takes. I come bearing a prophecy. HRG. Is it because I lied? This must be my punishment for going against the sacred code, but they won't believe me if I say I'm from the future. A prophecy, you say, care to elaborate? Of course, Elder Orc. A monster will be born, one that eats the creatures of the great forest and absorbs their skills. I have come to ensure the prophecy does not come to pass. If what you say is true, I'm afraid it's too late. Too late? What do you mean? You see, the past couple months the trolls in the area have disappeared without a trace. If this prophesied monster of yours is going after their regenerative skills, their super regen and weakness to fire, they were all distinct characteristics the monster of destruction possessed. So you're saying if I look for the missing trolls, you just might find the monster you seek. I won't let you get your way this time. That should be enough. None of the others survived the experiments. That leaves just one. Just kill me. All right. I'll let you go now. We spent some quality time together here. But I suppose you'll have to be disposed of if I want to bring in other experiments. As you wish, troll. Finally. Hold on just a minute. The reduction of troll blood can be used to make healing potions. I guess you'll have to hang around a little longer. You son of a just kill me already. Name: Great Forest Lizard. Man size: average 5 feet 9 inches. Weight: average 187 pounds. Skills: immunity to venom, underwater breathing, high-speed swimming, mitigation of physical attacks. Lizardmen live independently in the Great Forest. Lizardmen are classified as humans and not monsters. However, the lizardmen of the Great Forest are extremely hostile to outsiders and try to kill any intruders, which is why they're included in this guide. Lizardmen, a creature that's a cross between a mammal and a reptile. They could be of great use to me. Swamp area of the Great Forest. Hiss, a troll. I haven't seen them in quite some time. What cave did they crawl out of? You filthy troll, you dare come into our territory. What the? Monster. What the hell are you? What nature of beast? An overwhelming feeling of disgust and an overpowering fear. I have no clue what this monstrosity is, but one thing's for sure. The future of our entire species is at risk if we let this thing live. Die. Super Regan, that's impossible. Only trolls have that skill. Urk. What is this? It can't be venom. There's no way. Us lizardmen are immune to venom. What's happening? Orcs are not all they're cracked up to be. I've only gone up one level. I smell blood. Hard wolf skill, life detection. There's a bunch of stuff in there. I can't just pass by a perfectly good feast. Whoa. No way. Holy moly. There's a ton of EXP just sitting here. Whoever you are. Thanks for the free grub. Consume. 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 I got underwater breathing, immunity to venom, and Super Regan. I really hit the jackpot. Who are you supposed to be? I followed the troll tracks here, sensing an evil presence. Only to find this little slime. No, this isn't an ordinary slime. The hell you staring at? Who the hell are you? I sense evil within. Hey, I asked you a question. Who the hell are you? This creature is the embodiment of pure evil. I'm a warrior. My sacred code states that I must not hide myself. A warrior, Isn't that the typical role that gets completely obliterated by the hero in this type of story? Oh, am I supposed to eat you to make up for my slow level progression in the early stages? In anime it usually starts with a dragon. I can't believe they sent me some washed up warrior. I have no idea what this creature is saying, but one thing is for sure, this slime is insulting me. Don't they say a warrior is chosen by the goddess or something? Makes sense, a washed-up warrior chosen by a washed-up goddess. I'm sure a goddess from this pathetic world is completely useless. I guess I can spare a spot in my harem later on. I've had countless insults thrown at me. Many have insulted my parents. But I had to forgive every single of them, because that's the duty of a warrior. However, there has never been anyone who dared to insult the creator of the Elmwood continent, the divine goddess. And there never must be. Did I strike a nerve? The truth hurts, well. Shut your mouth. What is this? You think you're all that? No way, I'm the hero of this story. You wanna fight? Good. I was wondering what kind of title I'd get for killing a warrior. Regardless of whatever title I get, I'll gladly devour your skills. Devour my skills, could it be? HRGHH. Ung. Even if it's a slime, if you datary the mucus, it can't regenerate the parts it's lost. You bastard. But joke's on you. Super Reagan. Whoa, a troll's Super Reagan skill. This is totally broken. As I figured, you were the source of the future calamity. Be gone, monster of destruction. What are you saying? Final judgment. Ugh. What the hell is this? I can't speak human language with the head of an animal. But after consuming a lizard man, I was able to speak like a human. Even with the head of a reptile. Testing. There's a new compatibility between the body parts of a mammal and a reptile. This is quite fascinating. I need more subjects for further experimentation. What? Lizard. Man. Get a grip, that's not a lizard man. Attack him. HRK. Come on. All together now. Ah. Great scarlet blaze. Please. Save us. It's dead. Systems critical. My Reagan is too slow. I need something, anything to eat, that damn warrior. One day, I'll have my revenge. What, where did all my test subjects go? What kind of bastard did this? Food. I used to be human. People would point their fingers at me, telling me I was a slob. I was just following my instincts. Following one's instincts is the duty of all living creatures. I don't try to do anything well. I don't do anything that's difficult. Why the hell am I supposed to do something I don't want to do? My parents didn't do their job either. How could they give up on their own child, just because he gained a bit of weight and hasn't gotten a job despite being nearly 40? It's not like I asked for dirt poor parents like them. Oh, whatever will be, will be. And whatever did really happen. I somehow ended up in this world. And I was reborn as the most powerful slime at that. I was absolutely sure. I was chosen, I am the hero of this world. Although I'm completely messed up, thanks to that damned warrior. But it's okay, this is nothing but a trial that a hero must overcome. I'll consume all the skills in this world and seek revenge. What did I say? I really am the hero. My food was delivered right to me. What kind of bastard did this? Well, bon appetit. I'll eat my way out from the inside. Let's think about what's happened over the past 2 weeks. First, the bad news. I can no longer use this cave as a lab for my experiments. While I was out hunting for lizardmen, the slime entered the cave and contaminated everything inside. The stench. Now, moving on to the good news. The slime jumped and attacked me. No, the slime jumped into my mouth, and I absorbed its skills. The new skill I acquired from the slime was quite fascinating. The book explained that slimes transform and evolve depending on what they primarily eat. The range of things a slime can eat is vast, from creatures like rats and insects to poisonous plants, dirt, and even ores. Slimes that primarily consume ores turn out like this. Name, metal slime size, varies weight, varies skills, metallization, metal detection. This slime is usually found in mines and primarily eats metal. Originally, I wasn't able to consume minerals. Well, I can eat them, but I can't absorb them with my skill. They'll just come out the other end. But a slime's diet isn't limited to living creatures. Now that I've consumed and absorbed a slime, I, too, can eat metals. And I can transform into metal too. Dragon territory of the Great Forest. I do not have a name. As a noble dragon who lives in solitude, I do not require one. Although I do have a title given by the lowly creatures that serve me. Mom. The one who lights up the sky, scarlet blaze. Child. In this great forest, the lizardmen worship me. I receive precious treasures regularly in return for the protection I grant them. Although I have to admit that I've been neglecting my duties ever since my baby was born. My precious little baby. I'm sure nothing will happen today, but I suppose I'll have a look around. Traces of a battle. Was there an intruder? Who would dare harm the creatures protected by the great scarlet blaze? They will pay for their insolence. The bodies of lizardmen are covered with hard scales. If we're comparing defensive skills, a hard wolf's hide is much better, but that's not the point. Look at this mucus layer covering the scales. A lizardman's mucus works as an antibiotic, disinfectant, and even as a salve. But that's not the point I'm trying to make here either. It's the fact that the mucus covers the scales, and slime is made up of the same kind of mucus. If I eat a sturdy metal and turn the mucus into metal slime, there's no doubt I'll become even more powerful. But there's one problem, that is where to find a sturdy metal here. Hawk eyes. That might be a little difficult to get. Is that orc territory? Name, Onyx orc size, average 6 feet 9 inches weight, average 330 pounds skills, enhanced strength, enhanced vitality, all-around skills. Onyx orcs that reside in the Great Forest are the strongest tribe of orcs on the continent. These creatures value honor and pride. Occasionally there are evil onyx orcs, and they are classified as monsters. I see around 40 orcs. Quite a tall order. Even for me, 40 orcs is too much to handle. If the orcs were to leave the mines for even a week. A dragon. I learned from the lizardman's memories that the dragon was raising a baby. My skills allow me to change my brain into any of those that I've consumed, granting me access to their memories. But if I changed the entirety of my brain, my mind would collapse. I should only change a small area. The guide said dragons are very protective of their young. Yes. I suppose I don't really need to step in. Mom. Listen to me, child. You stay safe here in the cave until I return. What about hunting practice? Or going out for a walk? When can I go outside? Never, don't even think about going out when I'm not here. The barrier spell is strong as ever. "30 minutes earlier. Is this the dragon's lair?" Using the memories of the lizardmen, I figured out where the dragon lives. That was easier than I thought. Yep. Just as the lizardmen remembered. A magical barrier. But for a creature from Earth, the barrier doesn't work. Damn. Why is this place so damn high up? I used the lower teeth of a troll and the red scales of a fatal bite, as well as a mixture of various earth creatures. This should be enough to trick the eye. Who are you? This is an unexpected turn of events. Get out, this is my home. Incredible. You can't even compare these to the minerals in the mines. I said get out. So annoying. Mom. A week later. I couldn't find out anything about the intruder. And I've been away for 7 nights. My child should have come out and greeted me by now. Child. 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 What in the? Heal. Recovery. Cure. HNG. Mom. Child. It's okay, everything is alright now. What happened here? A creature with red skin and big lower teeth hurt me. It took your shiny things and the food you got for me. All of it. Developed lower teeth and red skin. There's only one species in the Great Forest that matches the description, filthy orcs. They dare harm my baby. I will show them hell. There's the response I've been waiting for. Elder Orc. We found something suspicious on patrol. We found this in the bushes near the village. What's a precious artifact like this doing in a bush? And the smell of this blood is dragon's blood. Time to pay the price, filthy orcs. That's the smell of my baby's blood. I knew it was you, orcs. It's a trap, run. The horn called for all the orcs that resided in the Great Forest. The orcs and the dragon battled for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the orcs emerged victorious. But at the cost of countless lives. Only about 15 orcs survived. The remaining orcs left the Great Forest, leaving me with a great feast. Mom. I don't feel her anymore. Mom. Let's go. Let's see what I've eaten so far in this world. Hard wolves. Trolls. Lizardmen. Orcs. A dragon. And a mishmash of other monsters. I've eaten all the creatures shown in this guide. There's no reason to stay in the forest anymore. Memory loss, pretty common in a place as dangerous as the forest. People come searching for herbs that restore youth, materials only found on rare monsters, treasures of the ancient empire. The forest is full of rare and precious treasures that can make a person rich. No wonder everyone ventures out here, blinded by greed. Most end up dead, or if they're lucky, just with memory loss like you. Please don't go in the forest again. Yes, of course. I pretended to have been lost in the forest with memory loss. And I was able to learn a few things about this world from a peddler headed to the village. Thanks to him, I had a good grasp on the kind of place I now found myself in. But one mystery remained unsolved. Status window. People from this world use it to check their current status. I guess it's a type of ID. Open status window. But for some reason, I couldn't use it. Perhaps it's because I'm not from this world. This is as far as I can take you. Good luck with everything. So this is the city, Santo Canargo. It's pretty big. And it's much cleaner than I thought. Campaign for washing hands to prevent infectious diseases. Infectious diseases and personal hygiene. I suppose civilization is somewhat advanced here. I noticed the city is particularly clean. Only the capital could claim to be as clean as Santo Canargo. Oh, that's because the second eldest prince grew up here in the city. He's the first ever to discover the correlation between hygiene and disease. They say he figured it out before he was even 10 years old, a prodigy for sure. Wow, I knew he was great. I heard he's visiting here next month for his coming-of-age ceremony. I wish I could meet him just once. The concept of hygiene on Earth wasn't even established until the 20th century. Civilization here seems to be around the medieval era. And you're telling me a little kid discovered this? Who knows? Perhaps somewhere in this world, someone other than me is living here with the memories of Earth. And before too long, I got to meet him. How? Well. Nice to see a familiar face. How are you here? Pet shop. My real name, my name before I was reborn, was Eddie Montoya. A second-generation Latino, born in the U.S. to immigrant parents. I was working as an investigator for the unaffiliated Special International Police Force, and as a secret agent for the CIA. I was living the life of an elite. However, my life met its end after meeting that monster. Just like that, my life was over. What I didn't know was the existence of a new world after death. When I opened my eyes, I was a child again. My new name was Edward. I was the second eldest prince of the Kingdom of Grand Contine. My second life was a breeze. Hygiene, science, astronomy and more. My knowledge back on Earth was an almost godlike power in this medieval world. And with the training I received back in my elite life, anything was possible, from political maneuvering to shaping public opinion. No one would have taken me seriously if I had been reborn as a peasant. But I was none other than royalty. And even better, the eldest prince does not succeed to the throne. Correction, he cannot. Therefore, it's only a matter of time until I become king. It's Prince Edward, the second eldest prince. I'm gonna be a king in this world. The Lord of Santo Canargo's manor. Damn, what an exhausting day. Forcing fake smiles is harder than I thought. Is that a lizard? Who the hell are you? How did a lizard man get inside the manor? How did he break through the barrier spell? Long time no see. What? Remember me? No. There's no way. You're a beeping monster. Pet shop. This must be a nightmare. A nightmare. Well, that was more dramatic than I expected. Excuse me, Your Highness. Sorry to bother you at such a late hour. Are you sleeping, Your Highness? A stuffed animal, didn't know we had this in the manor. A bear. Well, it's not important right now. Your Highness. Are you asleep? In that case. Die, Prince Edward. You, who? It is not his time yet. You can die instead. What was that sound? What's going on? It came from the prince's chambers. Here. Oh no. This is getting out of hand. What is this monster? Looks like we'll have to go with plan B. Kill the prince and the monster both. Is he one of yours? I can easily deal with him, but things will get more complicated if he calls for more guards. I'll let you live for now. My lord, there's an emergency. What's all the commotion? A monster. A monster has kidnapped the prince. What? How dare they kidnap the prince? Here, in Santo Carnargo. Gather all the troops. Do whatever it takes to save the prince. Understood. That was a lot of people coming after us. They chased us all the way out of the city. Oh, you're awake. Ugh. It wasn't a dream. Ha! How in the world are you here? That's what I want to know. What exactly happened? Why are you here in this world? What is this bastard planning? Is he looking to kill me once he finds out the secrets of my revival, or? Don't worry, I don't plan on killing you. Really, is that a promise? I don't know if I can promise anything, but you've already paid the price for your betrayal. So, you're trying to kill the others like me who betrayed you. You must be deluded if you think I'll help. Don't you think it's unfair? I only killed you and your squad. General Lightning and the others that were part of the operation must still be alive. Now that you're dead and I'm gone, who do you think took the credit? Everyone, but you must be living the good life right now, don't you think? Promotion. Reward money. I worked my ass off to catch Pet Shop. Yet I'm the only one stuck in this barbaric world. Camaraderie, who cares about that? I'm not Eddie Montoya anymore, I'm Prince Edward Grand Contine of the Elmwood Continent. Fine, we'll work together, bro. His goal is probably to return to Earth and kill those who betrayed him, right? If we can find a way to send him back, he'll kill those bastards for me and this world will be safe. I'll allow you to play a supporting role in my grand plan till then. He's now the prince of a kingdom, it'll definitely be helpful to have him around, the quality and quantity of information should be much improved. And it won't hurt to find a way back to Earth. I'll use this bastard. Now then, bro, care to explain what happened? An assassination, could it be that old man? You're taking this better than I thought. Well, I'm used to it, we should get moving. Won't my status be important if you want me to help? We have a coming-of-age ceremony to attend. 300 years ago, the first king, Edward the Great, stayed in an inn on the outskirts of Carnargo during a hunting trip. Profoundly impressed with the innkeeper's services, King Edward granted him the title of Baron. That was the beginning of the Santo Carnargo Hotel and the source of power for the House of Baron Carnargo. With the backing of the royal family, the House of Baron Carnargo grew to be one of the 5 most powerful families on the continent. As long as the royal authority existed, the House of Baron Carnargo would flourish. Similarly, the day the royal family falls, the House of Baron Carnargo would follow. It was inevitable that the Baron would devote everything for the throne. The moment I find where the prince is, I will hide in the army and assassinate the prince. My lord, we have located the prince. Already? What, go and bring him back to the manor. I'm not ready yet. But the thing is, the prince came to us himself. Your Highness. Are you all right, Your Highness? Oh, there you are. We'll save you in no time. No need, withdraw your troops. Excuse me. I was attacked last night by an assassin. Luckily, I was saved by my secret guardian knight, Sir Kim. But we had to flee as we were outnumbered by my attackers. An assassination attempt, are you certain, Your Highness? Do not be fooled, my lord. It's obvious that kidnapper has threatened the prince. Kidnap, threaten. Are you seriously suggesting? I'm making all of this up because I was threatened. My name is Edward Grand Contine, descendant of Edward the Great and heir to his name. Do you think I would be intimidated by some threat, that I wouldn't be able to hold my ground? Know that harboring such thoughts is treason on its own. The prince's attitude. And that man. His armor may look crude. But that color is a mystium alloy. Not to mention the red dragon scales underneath the armor. This man can't be some common kidnapper. I don't need to think twice about who to believe. Arrest this man and his men. Not bad. Oh, this is nothing. You know what? The House of Carnargo, one of the 5 most powerful families in the kingdom, knows all the secrets of the kingdom that the others don't. And they say torture is one of them. Don't even think about dying peacefully. How did it come to this? My plan was flawless. You ruined everything. Who the hell are you? You. See ya. You monster. I stole some old armor pieces from a nearby village and found a log. I coated the armor with slime mucus. I changed the mucus into the mystium I ate in the dragon's nest. Slime's more useful than I thought. Thanks to the slime, I was able to trick the Baron into thinking I'm a secret guardian knight. The traitors cracked under the torture and revealed their secret identity. They call themselves the Mort Massagers, meaning the messengers of death. To think that those scoundrels were pretending to be attendants of the prince. Sir Kim, is there anything you know about those men? I'll just tell him what the prince and I discussed while trying to get our story straight. The Mort Massagers, you say? I've heard of them from the former guardian knight. Is that so? Queen Everrose, the second queen. People think she died from an illness, when in reality, she was poisoned. She was poisoned, could the perpetrator be? How could this happen? I'll make those bastards pay if it's the last thing I. That's enough, Baron. How did he get behind me so fast? These are men who assassinate people in high ranks. They're not to be trifled with. What then, do you expect me to sit and do nothing when I know all the horrible crimes they've committed? This is not your responsibility. It is mine. Such strength. Perhaps he could be the one. The prince has a lead, so this will all be over soon. Really, if that's what the prince says, I believe you. The coming-of-age ceremony should be over soon, so I'll be going now. He trusts the prince without a shred of doubt. Sir Kim. Please protect the prince. You can count on me. I'll keep him alive until I get what I want, I don't care what happens to him after. About these Mort Massagers who are after you. You said you have a lead. Oh right, that. That was a lie. I already know who they really are. Then tell me. Don't worry, you'll meet the ringleader once we're back in the capital. It'll be much more exciting if I wait to tell you until then. I look forward to it. Now that we're done discussing the matter at hand. Didn't you say you had something to ask me? Yeah, it's about the status window. So your status window doesn't pop up. Maybe it's because I'm not from this world. That's strange. Name, Elmwood Continent. The blessed continent under the protection of the goddess, humans, magical creatures, and monsters all live here in harmony. It's not just humans who have access to status windows, all living creatures on this continent have one. And with the Identify skill, you can take a peek at someone else's status window. I have the Identify skill as well. I tried using it on you, and I definitely remember seeing a status window. I guess we'll see for ourselves. Identify. I don't see anything. Wait. Try transforming into another creature. Paws of a grizzly bear. I remember eating that furry bastard in Alaska. No, not a creature from Earth. I meant a creature from here. Could this work? Hand of an orc. Identify. See, there it is. I get it now. The identification didn't go through since you're not from here. But it seems to work when you change into a creature from this world. All good now. No, not yet. Hand of a lizard man. Skin of a troll. Scales of a fatal bite. Teeth of a hard wolf. A red dragon's hold on a sec there, take it slow. Following our discovery, we tested out the identify skill on every monster I had consumed. Some feast you had there. After repeating our experiments, the status window didn't change any further. Status name, null species, null level, null skills, muscle enhancement LV. 8 vitality enhancement LV. 10 eyesight enhancement LV. 2 super regeneration LV. 7 status resistance LV. 3 roar LV. 5 fatal venom LV. 10 dragon scales LV. 10 hardening LV. 10. Null, like I don't exist. I suppose my presence itself is like a bug in the status system. A few days later. We've arrived, Your Highness. Are you ready, my brother? We're about to meet the ringleader of the assassins. Don't be too surprised. Behind these doors is the ringleader of the Mort Massagers. Well, I have to say I am a little surprised. Welcome back, my son. The ringleader of the assassins is none other than the king himself. I, Prince Edward Grand Contine, have returned safely. I heard about what happened. I'm glad you made it back in one piece. The little rat managed to escape death. It's all thanks to the attendants you've assigned, father. Attendants, more like assassins. Tensions are running high, even I can feel it. You there, Sir Kim, was it? I've never heard of you before. Same goes for your title, Secret Guardian Knight. Is the king trying to intimidate me? Weak. I see you have the guts befitting a knight. Could you gift him to me, my son? Apologies, father, but I'll have to decline for 2 reasons. And they are. First of all, Sir Kim is not some object to be gifted, he is my friend. I do not possess him, therefore, I cannot gift him to you. And second, Sir Kim and I are best of friends. Although I am the second eldest prince, I do not have an older brother. So we've already sworn to be brothers, isn't that right, brother? Well said. Brother. Brothers, you say. Begone from my sight right this instant. Wahahaha. Thank you, brother, I really can't thank you enough. A mysterious knight of unknown origin comes strolling into the palace. Covered head to toe in the kingdom's secret resource, mystium. He must have been confused, no, terrified. Thanks to you, I gave it to the old man for once. Consider that my payment. An enchanted suit of armor. I'm guessing you never one-upped the old man before. That's right, he's been training orphans nationwide as soon as they reach 10 years old. From basic servant tasks to gathering intel and assassinations. He plants these trained orphans in the households of royal families and the nobility. Then he uses them to eliminate any obstacles in his path. Through such tactics, he was able to claim the throne even though he was only the 4th in line. That son of a bitch. I came up with that idea first. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Oh whatever, now that he knows I have you as a sworn brother. Underneath that calm facade, I bet he was about to shit his pants. I'll never forget that face he made. Brother. I heard what happened. How could you be so rude to father? Don't move. Do you know who I am? How dare you? These are the prince's private quarters. And you're trespassing without even knocking. You dare talk to. I won't ask a second time. Sir Kim, stop. Are you all right, Eleanor? Brother. Please forgive him, he's only trying to protect me. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Sob. Go back to your room for now. We can talk later. Despicable wench. Is that your little sister? Yes, like I told you on our ride here. My sister, bestowed with the power of the goddess. She will be the first to be eliminated when I'm king. Eleanor Grand Contine. The youngest of the 3 surviving children of the reigning king, Edward IV. As a side note, the other 3 children were eliminated from the selection process and are currently resting in the royal cemetery. A princess gifted at birth by the goddess with the power of going wherever she wishes. She's romantically in love with Edward Grand Contine, the reincarnation of Eddie Montoya. Brother. Technically, he's only her half-brother, but still. This whole situation is absurd. Just out of curiosity, you don't like her back. There's a time and place for your sick jokes, brother. I told you before, Queen Ever Rose, the second queen was poisoned. By none other than the first queen, who invited her to a deadly tea party. My sister's mother. And the second queen was my mother. The first queen had Eleanor after killing my mother and becoming the king's new favorite. A sister born out of the death of your mother, that's morbid. Wait, so it wasn't the king who killed the second queen? Then why are you fighting the king? That has to do with the firstborn son. I'm sorry, but I can only talk about the firstborn son if he is here with us or if I've been granted his permission. Why are you hiding their secrets after all this time? I have no choice. I made an oath to the goddess. Now, enough chit-chat, let's get moving, brother. Don't you need a plan for the assassins? They say killing his son in his own house will anger the gods. That's why the old man tried to kick me out of the palace. But with the coming-of-age ceremony finished, I've proven myself fit to be the next king. Meaning, the king can't just kick me out as he pleases. The palace is full of old buffoons loyal to the king. I need to take care of them first. For example, I can win over the prime minister who is in control of the kingdom's finances. Oof, what the hell? Whoever you are, I'll have you punished. How dare you stand in a prince's way? Are you all right? Brother. Brothers, he says. Thinking about it even now, my plan was truly remarkable. I assassinated my brothers one by one, each one an obstacle on my path to the throne. Yes, so-called brothers are not but competition and obstacles to be eliminated. But, this little rat has a sworn brother. He must be doing this to humiliate me. My plan to seize the crown was a success, but at the same time, I may have set a terrible precedent. No worries, the pattern can be broken if I create an even better one. My children who have passed the selection process were educated to fit their purpose. My eldest son, righteous and wise, so that he could rule the kingdom justly. My second eldest son, forged in my image so he can eliminate anything standing in the way of my firstborn's rule. My daughter, beautiful and smart, for whom I had plans for an arranged marriage. However, my son's talents were beyond what I needed for my plan. My second eldest was far too cunning for his own good and hated his own people. And my eldest son. He was too righteous, and the goddess selected him to be her warrior. And so, the firstborn of the Grand Contine royal family was gone. The only children remaining were my sly, cunning son, and my suitable daughter. I'd rather have my daughter succeed to the throne over that devious snake. He must never be king. Brother. Ah. Greetings, warrior. It's been a while, Prince Edward. I have some urgent matters to discuss with you. Come with me to the audience chamber. Warrior. the one chosen by the goddess herself. They say he's the most righteous, the most virtuous. He's none other than the firstborn son of the kingdom. He must be quite powerful if he's protected by the goddess. He better not get in my way. Why have you returned, you little rat? It's not like I wanted to come. Welcome, warrior, the kingdom welcomes you with open arms. He should have been king. Thank you for the warm welcome, your majesty. I heard you have some urgent matters to discuss, do tell. Yes, I'll get straight to the point. Yesterday, the goddess bestowed me with the power of holy light. The power of holy light, you say? I've already received a response from the church saying they'll send a saintess. I plan on leaving on an expedition in 1 week's time. I ask the kingdom to support our cause with its military. Of course we will, it is our duty. Damn it. The old man got me, he got me real good. Damn it, God damn it. How typical of the Demon King to ruin my plans. The Demon King, what are you talking about? Oh, right, you don't really know what things are like around here. Demons have been hostile to humans ever since the beginning. Their ruler is the Demon King. Through mediation with the goddess, the two races must maintain a balance even if we are hostile toward one another. If the scale tips to one side, the goddess creates a warrior on the opposite side. If the balance is not restored despite the warrior's efforts, she will bestow them with the power of holy light. The power of holy light gives the warrior the right to slay the other side's king with no reprisal from the gods. Like all creations of the goddess, the Demon King also has the right to be treated in a manner befitting his title. But a warrior with the power of holy light can slay the Demon King without fear of retaliation. And why is that a bad thing? Good Lord, you still don't get it. With the power of holy light bestowed upon the warrior, humanity is in danger. As a member of the royal family who is of age, it is my responsibility to fight in the war. The old bastard will make me fight on the front lines. Even if I manage to make it out alive, he'll have devised some scheme to cast me out of the kingdom. Damn it. The following day. I command you, Prince Edward, go defeat the Demon King with the warrior. I will do as the king demands. I will gladly give my life in service to the divine warrior. Whoa, I knew he was wise, but who knew he'd be so honorable and loyal? The second prince has king potential written all over him. Oh, brother. Please return to me. HRK. Hurry, brother, let's get the hell out of this dump. You're taking this better than I expected. Well, there's not much I can do anyway. I'll just have to defeat the Demon King and beat the old bastard dead. More importantly, how are things looking outside? Nothing unusual yet, but they are planning something. They're closing in on the carriage. Damn that old man, I knew he wouldn't just let me go this easily. Location. Right side, approaching from behind. He's gonna try to disable the protective barrier. Should I stop him? Nah, let him try. If the protective barrier is disabled, the driver's side will weaken as well. Phase 1 is a success. Proceed with Phase 2. Fireball. Good, that's my cue to jump off. What the hell? Wait, stop. Oh no. I'm sorry. Quite an entrance, it surprises me every time I see you, monster. A monster that's on your side now, get used to it. What is that monster? Ugh. Mind domination. General, that spell is. Priority number 1 is completing our mission, we can fix their minds later. Follow my lead. Attack. Dragon fire, it's more powerful than I expected. And I can use it again if I use my mana points. Good thing I used those orcs instead of facing the dragon head on. You killed our general, you bastard. Die. Run away. We must alert everyone at once. General, we promise to return for your body. What's happening? Quantum ray. What was that, magic? It's light magic for long-range shooting. You see, I was born with the attribute of light. Light, for someone who's been hiding in the dark, ironic. I agree, brother. After traveling for 2 days on horseback, the prince and I arrived in the village where we were supposed to meet with the warrior's men. If you had left the palace with the warrior, all this nonsense could have been avoided. If I was with him, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill me. I bet the old man arranged the schedule that way on purpose. We're supposed to meet them after lunch. I think we still have some time until then. Do you have any questions for me, brother? If the human side possesses the power of holy light, wouldn't that make the fight one-sided? Wouldn't it be a sin for the demons to harm the divine warrior? Good question. In short, it's okay to kill the warrior who's been granted the power of holy light. The goddess is fair, so everyone gets the same immunity that the power grants. She will not punish the demon king if he kills the warrior. But that has never happened in the course of history. If the demon king is successful in killing the human warrior, that'll mean the end of humanity's reign, since the superior race would have won. Like survival of the fittest. Not unlike what I've been doing for most of my life. Why are you smiling like this has nothing to do with you? Because it doesn't. You bastard. You wouldn't interfere with my plans though, would you, brother? Of course not, we still have our contract. Phew, thank God you're a monster with some morals. You know other monsters. Yeah, there's this monster called a saintess. Unlike her name, she's a real piece of work. Care to elaborate, Prince Edward? I'm a what? Oh, you must have misheard me, saintess. Are you suggesting my hearing is bad? Oh, never mind, a monster would have enhanced hearing. Me, a monster. Should I take that as an act of blasphemy against the goddess? It must be tiring for you to take every personal insult thrown at you and think that it extends to a whole group. Delusional people like you help keep me level-headed. You're not as perfect as you seem yourself, Your Highness. Why don't you come by the temple someday? We'll put you right back in your place. You should be familiar with knowing your place under my foot then, seeing as you live at the temple. We'll take this outside. Prepare your funeral arrangements. You mean yours? The so-called prince who's next in line for the crown and a saintess are gonna brawl in the streets. It's no surprise everyone's talking. Silence. You never saw or heard anything here, got it? Gold. Get out of the way, I got it first. Cleaning up your mess wasn't part of the contract. A saintess. A warrior created by humans. Just like how the goddess creates a warrior, the temple uses blessings and magic to create a saintess. However, unlike a goddess who can create a warrior in a heartbeat, the temple requires 10 long years for a single saintess. In addition to the long time it takes, the cost is equally high, therefore, they are only able to produce one. But a completed saintess shows what invincible truly means. Bones forged by blessed magical metals. Muscle mass condensed to its extreme. And superhuman physical abilities. Damn it, I laid eyes on her first. Edward, age 6. I saw potential in her first, I was gonna make her my royal guard. But the temple took her away from me. But the question is, can I beat her in combat? Are you two finished? No, this isn't over yet. That's enough, the warrior will be here soon. I have some preparations to be seeing to anyway. That little, I'll get her next time. Hey! What? I won't complain about my title as your secret guardian knight. But I remember agreeing to be your knight, not your nanny. Don't annoy me any further with your antics. You don't know what you're talking about. The warrior came on foot. He didn't soar through the skies. Or arrive on some horned white steed. You've all come. To all outward appearances he looked like an ordinary knight. It's been a while, Saintess. I hope you've been well, divine warrior. I have, thanks to you. And it's good to see you again, your highness. I'm glad you made it here safely. Well, the journey wasn't overly taxing. Aside for a few minor exceptions. I'm glad you made it. I haven't introduced myself yet, we met back at the palace. I'm the warrior. Kim. He's acting like a little kid. Still pouting about earlier. The situation hasn't changed, the goddess hasn't taken back the power of holy light. This demon king must be exceptionally powerful compared to his predecessors. There's no guarantee we'll all make it out alive if we go down this path. Are you still willing to follow me? How about you, Sir Kim? I will follow, as I am the prince's guardian knight. Well then. From this moment on, I declare the formation of the order to take down the demon king. Just what I've been waiting for. A demon. General arrogance of the 7 deadly generals. Francis de Freerode. Well, seeing how the human bigwigs have sought fit to declare war in demon territory, there's nothing left to do but fight. Ugh. HRRGH. How could you harm these innocent civilians? Innocent civilians, you say, someone hasn't been paying attention. I told you before, this village is our territory. There are no longer any civilians here. Only servants loyal to the demon king. Now, go kill. You coward. Werewolves, demons of the lowest class that increase their numbers by infecting humans who have turned, cannot go back to being human. They are forced to be puppets of high-class demons until their lives are bled dry. These lowly werewolves won't bring the order down. Consider this a warm-up. Now, on to my real task. First, the prince hailing from the kingdom. A sword and a shield made of light, he uses the shield to attack as well. Evasion tactics like an acrobat. Next is the Saintess. She's wreathed in all manner of spells. And her fighting style is brute strength. On to the warrior. His style is by the books. Rawr. It must have been just an innocent child. Forgive me. That should do it. Time to head back. Wait a second. Weren't there 4 of them? What just happened? How did he get behind me? Impossible, I would have sensed it, how could this be? Preposterous. I'm General Arrogance, of the 7 deadly generals. They got arrogance, there goes one of the 7. He seems so confident, I guess we should have called him General Reckless instead. At least now we know that those human vermin are skilled enough to take down one of the 7 generals. He didn't die in vain. Hey now, you're joking, right? Of course I am, mohahaha. He was the weakest one of us. The title of the 7 deadly generals is merely a cover for the 4 great kings anyway. Even a warrior is tied down by the goddess. The destruction of the human race is inevitable. They cannot defeat us, because we've exceeded the limits set by the goddess. I took care of this one. The werewolves have been handled as well. You really did a number on him. Recovery. A familiar face. That's one of the 7 deadly generals, Francis de Firod. He was in charge of gathering intel. Otherwise known as Arrogance, this is the first I've seen him in person. One of the 7 deadly generals, you say, sounds like he was pretty important if he was in charge of intel. But he attacked us with mere werewolves, doesn't feel like he was all that prepared. So taking him out here and now was a stroke of good luck. Perhaps he became expendable. If so, the real enemy must be lying low. Are these petty demons the best I can get? But when I ate those lizard men, my compatibility with reptiles went up. By the same logic, eating werewolves should raise my compatibility with mammals too. I can't wait to see the results. Hey, you gonna eat that? Bro, I mean, Sir Kim, could you please try being a bit more discreet around others? This is one of the Demon King's top generals, Arrogance. But he died without so much as a fight. My guess is that the king used him as a pawn once he was no longer of use. What's your take? Intel is crucial in all scenarios. But if the Demon King really did dispose of the general in charge of intel, I bet demon society now is far different from what humans knew it to be before. I knew you'd be of the same mind. It's hard to entertain the thought that the Demon King would simply dump his top intel man without a massive shift in their societal structure. What in Goddess's name has happened in the Demon Kingdom? There could be a third. A third? What do you mean? The first. The second. A third from Earth, there's no way. No, it's definitely possible, he's onto something here. If that's true. The warrior and saintess are busy taking care of the dead, there's no chance of them overhearing. Listen carefully, brother. If there really is a third one of us in the Demon Kingdom, it'll be a golden opportunity to take care of the warrior and the saintess. Today, I send these unfortunate souls to you, Divine Goddess. Even though their bodies are corrupted by evil, their souls remain pure as your loyal servants. We were lucky there was still a horse and carriage to be found in the temple of the goddess. So, who's gonna take the reins? Kim only knows how to drive vehicles with an engine. Warrior, the sacred code forbids him from driving as it interferes with his divine purpose. Saintess doesn't know how to drive a carriage as she never needed one. You know, I am a royal prince. Ha, this is kind of like Dragoon Quest, right, brother? What's that? What, you haven't heard of Dragoon Quest? Weren't you in Japan for a couple of years? You've really missed out on life then. And your life must have been incredibly boring if some video game gave meaning to it. I was just trying to make conversation, you jerk. He's talking in Russian, does he have something to say? What are you trying to say? Get to the point. Fine, I'll tell you. How to kill a warrior. Is there really a way to kill him? As someone who's encountered all sorts of living things, I knew in an instant. The warrior cannot be killed easily. No, I'm not even sure if he can be killed. I felt it when I first met him back in the village. And he slayed the most werewolves using only his sword, not once did he use his skills. His abilities are all fairly advanced. Which makes him my toughest opponent, since I have numerous specialized skills. It's possible. The qualifications of being chosen as a warrior are as follows. Only the most righteous, the most just, and the most good-hearted will be chosen. But should you lose any of these qualifications, you will be punished and weakened, enough for you, brother, to take him on. You got a plan. There's no need for a plan in the first place, everything will naturally fall into place. As soon as we enter the demon's territory. Excuse me, Your Highness, but what are you talking about with Sir Kim? Do you not know anything about talking in code, Saintess? Use your head for something else than fighting. It would appear you lack the proper etiquette when speaking to a holy servant of the goddess, Your Highness. They're going at it again, it's like I'm at daycare. Stop bickering, it's time to change seats. Oh good, you're here, I had something to ask you, Sir Kim. Sir Kim. If it's not too much to ask. Could you tell me how you became the prince's guardian knight? Why do you ask? That's because I want to know what your relationship is with my little brother. HRRGH. The sacred code dictates a warrior must not have favorites. This must be the sacred code the prince told of me earlier. You could have avoided that if you hadn't asked. It was a question worth the pain. An older brother that cares for his younger brother, and a younger brother who's trying to kill his older brother. Funny how things turn out. I'm under contract. I protect the prince. In return, the prince finds a way to grant my wish, that is all there is. I see, so, your goal is to receive the reward for slaying the Demon King, is it? Not an easy wish to see fulfilled. What's this reward you speak of? Could you tell me more? Fortress City. A fortress in a city located at the very edge of the Grand Canteen Kingdom. The Demon King is located within a mere 12 miles of the fortress city. A tavern. We'll stay here for the night. I'll go and see if anyone in the city needs my help. Then I'll go inform the temple that I've arrived safely. Sir Kim, please keep a close eye on His Highness, see that he doesn't cause any trouble for himself. Go to hell. I have information. The warrior told me about the reward for slaying the Demon King. I've never heard of anything about a reward. The goddess bestowed the power of holy light on the warrior as her divine charge to slay the Demon King. When that duty is fulfilled, the goddess will grant a wish for each individual who aided in the quest. Is this true? 100%, the warrior told me himself. A wish granted by the goddess herself, good. This is great news, drinks are on me, brother. Barkeep, another round. I may have drank too much, I don't feel so good. Gross, don't splatter me with your puke. What the? Thank you so much, how could I ever repay you? It's no problem at all. I'm just doing what needs to be done. Oh ho, a true warrior indeed. You're just as the rumors say. A spineless son of a bitch. Who are you? Answer me. No need to be so shocked, we already know everything about you, warrior. Who does he mean by we? Why don't we introduce ourselves? They're behind me. One of the 7 deadly generals. Ferris de Glutterod. Remember the name. He. You've possessed you have these people under your control. Quick-witted, as a warrior should be. I tainted the water supply with the eggs of parasites. Once ingested, the parasites grow inside the body and take over the host's mind. Those infected have no choice but to obey my every order. In other words, the people under my control are just helpless civilians. But you can't get to me without first killing them. How far are you willing to bend the sacred code to get to me? He. I await your decision, warrior. The sacred code of the warrior dictates, do not harm any innocents. Who would have known the demons knew about it? There's still a way. If I get up on the roof and gain the high ground, No way. You wouldn't leave your dear companions, would you? Predictable, did you really think I'd let you do that? I gave you a choice, and you chose to ignore it. Allow me to demonstrate the cost of your greed. A knight harming the one he's vowed to protect, a heinous act. That's just one arm, but the next. No, hold on a minute, that's going too far. Sir Kim, stop. That'll stop them from killing themselves. Protect these two, I'll take care of the demon bastard. Sir Kim. I see you were fortunate enough to avoid my parasites. Still, you're just a pathetic human. Sir Kim, what are you doing? They're innocent civilians. He's right, these civilians are under my control, you're killing innocent. Good, that means they won't remember what I'm about to do. The muscles of a troll. Stop it, you're out of control. Aren't you supposed to be a knight? You're slaughtering innocent civilians. Now, don't be such a hypocrite. Then you shouldn't have controlled them in the first place, you started this mess. Fine, I get it, I'll release them. I'll go back to the demon kingdom, so just stop. All right. Didn't you hear what I just said? I said I surrender. Oh, no, I heard you loud and clear. There are more people blocking my way in this direction. I see where you're hiding, demon. What the actual hell? The warrior isn't important now, I need to get out of here. You monster, stay away from me. I'm warning you. No can do, you see, I've never seen a creature as unique as you. There isn't a single one of your skills that overlaps with what I currently have. Do me a favor and just give in. Eons of suffering and chaos, and never have I once encountered anything like this. I poison the water supply with parasite eggs and gain control of everyone. No living creature can survive without water. Even if they resist, I just have to control their companions, then the fight is over before it even starts. That is what I, Ferris de Glutterod, have done for eons. But this bastard. He harms his companions even as a knight. And goes off on a rampage, killing his own kind with no hesitation whatsoever. Does he have no sense of morals? Since it's come to this, I've got nothing to lose. Resistance is futile, you won't be able to fight off my powers, I will have complete control, monster. I will have total control from within. Some might say it's suicide, but what the hell, he just killed himself. His tender flesh was easy to digest too. A parasite, I've eaten lots of things on Earth. But I wasn't able to gain any skills from a parasite that just controls insects and fish. But this demon has the ability to control humans at the least. I'm sure I'll be able to use a portion of his abilities. Shall I test them out now? The regenerative skills of a troll makes it easier to experiment. The finger. I can separate a part of my body and control it. But there are limits to its size and the length I can control it. I suppose if I consume other hybrid creatures, I might be able to develop the skill. I guess I could get started on the cleanup. The Demon King's Castle. Who knew gluttony would be defeated so easily? Can that parasitic Gramps even die? Is there any chance he survived? No, he is dead. All the parasite samples in Gluttony's lab have perished as well. Even though he was behind the times, he was a demon befitting the four great kings. How the hell did he die? Some monster killed the humans under Gluttony's control, then went for him afterwards. It's that knight who's tagging along with the prince. With Gluttony gone, and excluding the 4 great kings, that leaves Wrath. Wrath is far too valuable to send off to face the warrior. He specializes in dealing with bigger numbers, so it'll be more effective to use him against the allied human forces. I have some bad news. Wrath went after the monster as soon as he heard about what happened to Gluttony. There's no doubt about it, Sir Kim's method was the most effective way to kill the demon. However, Sir Kim, the people were merely being controlled by the demon. With your robust skill set, couldn't you have avoided the unnecessary slaughter of innocents? What are you on about? All the damage was the demon's fault. Not a single trace of guilt. I can't believe this knight is the prince's secret guardian. Sir Kim, you are not unlike a demon yourself. Seriously, what the hell? It's like he's trying to. Wait, what? What's the matter, Your Highness? What the hell is that? I am Dracus. Dracus de Lazroth. I am here to avenge my brother in arms. Ferris de Glutterod. Dracus de Lazroth. You know this beast? Yes, bro, I mean, Sir Kim. It's my first time seeing it in person, but I've read about it. 50 years ago, a demon warrior rode this beast into battle. I heard it's twice as big as a dragon. If it's twice the size of a dragon, then it's probably around 100 feet long. But it looks longer than that. It must have grown over the past 50 years. Since reptiles tend to keep growing all throughout their life. It's like a mountain. Is there no end to it? This is no time to marvel at the damn beast. We need to figure out how to kill. Puny insects. Was it you? Was it you who killed my comrade? That's no matter. Whether it was you, or some other pathetic being. If I continue killing insects like you, I'll have my revenge one day. Run. Your Highness, isn't shield defense your specialty? It's your turn to show us what you got. Don't be absurd, there's no way I can block that attack. Even my ultimate defense has its limits, you know. Warrior, can't you do anything with your parry skill? Asterisk parry skill is a countermove to deflect attacks. That won't work, his attacks are too powerful for me to parry. What if the Saintess absorbs the blow, then recovers later? Recovery is only possible if I'm alive to do it. I'll be blasted to bits if I get hit by that thing. All this beast has is its size, but there's nothing we can do. Do you really think I can take on that behemoth of a creature? Ha, fine. There is a way. I may be slow, but never a fool. Even if my brother in arms has been killed. I know from experience that letting anger get the best of you is dangerous. My scars from being ambushed by those insects still throb. My tactics are flawless, perfected through trial and error. 1. Determine the presence of the enemy with my detection skill. 2. Sweep the area so the enemy cannot hide. 3. Intercept when the enemy approaches. My long-distance attacks are more than enough with my impenetrable skin and defensive skills. There is no way to lose a single battle using my tactics. Even if it is against a warrior. Don't you think? That's being rather reckless. I'm all ears if you've got anything better. We could run away, but that'll put the other cities in danger. Even if there is no hope of winning, I must fight. Fight me, monster. Right then, time for me to get ready. The holy sword of the goddess reveals its ultimate power against evil creatures. If it isn't facing evil, it's just a regular sword. The beast's anger is fueled by revenge. I can't say revenge is righteous, but it isn't exactly evil either. The sword isn't showing its ultimate powers. He won't be able to swing his tail from this close. Foolish insect. Flexible tail. Awk. I avoided the full blow. But I can barely stand after getting hit by just the aftershock. Is that all you've got, warrior? I can't believe Ferris lost to a weakling like you. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. Ha, making quips before your doom. Or are you begging for your pathetic life, whichever it is? I can't believe it. Our plan worked to perfection. 5 minutes earlier. Isn't that rather reckless? This is the only way we can defeat the monster. The warrior will distract the beast while I approach it from underground. I noticed he has a scar on his underside. That's what we'll be aiming for. Are you certain this will work? I am, as long as you distract him long enough. The monster won't be able to detect me with his skills, but he might hear me digging underground. The warrior will act as bait. How long do you need? 3 minutes, 5 tops. Very well, we'll go with your plan. Why are you trusting me? I could be showing off or bluffing. That's highly unlikely. As a warrior, I have the lie detection skill. Well, technically I'm not lying, but since the skills from this world don't work on me, I could lie to the warrior if need be. This could come in handy someday. Come on then. Fight me, monster. I can't believe it. Our plan worked to perfection. The muscles of a troll. The body of a mole. The claws of a dragon. Digging underground is a piece of cake with abilities like these. I was using my life detection skill this whole time. How did you get so close? Do I really need to answer that? Arm of a dragon. Let's see how you hold up against my dragon claws, monster. No. Not this time, puny insect. I will crush you. A success. This place is too big for me to wander around aimlessly. Let's see how handy the parasite's skills are. The parasites are feeding all the information back to me. Its heart, lungs, brain, every blood vessel. The parasite's skills have proven to be useful. Didn't the monster say they were friends? Dying at the hands of its own friend. How cruel fate can be. I sense something here. Hold on, I'm nearly there. Nice. Very nice. Now's the time to attack, but my insides are burning. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Please do something, help me. This is just too cruel. Whoa, he really did it. Roarf. I can't believe I was bested by some puny humans. Everyone's quieter than usual, what's the matter? Yeah, they're probably still shocked by what you did back there. Not that it bothers me. I don't see the problem here. Well, whatever, at least I got a valuable skill out of it. The dinosaur monster wasn't all that valuable despite its size. It just had large muscles, and I'm better off using troll muscles since they're stronger. And I already had my dragon scales and skin that were far superior. That said, the hunt wasn't a complete loss. No, I guess you could say it was a win. First, I got a taste of the monster's lungs. Its lungs were a powerful mass of muscle. Probably because it requires such large amounts of oxygen to support its behemoth size. Since it's able to suck in large amounts of air, that also means it can blow it back out with the same power. And with those lungs, my dragon's breath is now more powerful. Second was its blood vessels. Since it was hard for the monster to pump blood throughout its humongous body, it had these small heart-like organs attached to its arteries and veins. Now I can keep pumping blood even if my heart is destroyed. And the biggest score was this. Thanks to this, now I can fly. Wrath has fallen as well. That leaves just the 4 great kings. So it is. Yes. All according to the Demon King's plan. The warrior will advance to the Demon King's castle. Since we wiped out the human villages, the warrior will try to destroy the source of the problem before there are any further casualties. We've succeeded in eliminating the relics of a bygone era without having to lift a finger, while simultaneously leading the warrior to believe that he's slayed the Demon King's best generals. Not a bad deal if I say so myself. And now that the deal is complete, it's time for humanity to perish. In this war, humanity will win if they behead the Demon King. However, the demon race must either destroy humanity or get them to surrender. But as long as the warrior stands, humanity will not surrender. The warrior is the ultimate being in this world, blessed by the goddess herself. Therefore, in order for us to win the war, we must destroy humanity. In other words, we just need to eradicate humanity before the warrior slays the Demon King. And those are the wise words of our new Demon King. Pledge allegiance to our Demon King. Glory to our new king, he who hails from another world. This must be where the monster passed through. Look at the mess it made. Stop right there, humans. Demon soldiers. Ugh, if only the city walls were intact. Is this? I have here a map of the Demon Kingdom. I found it on one of the soldiers. Their map-making skills are respectable. More importantly, look at this. Right over here. All the roads lead to this point on the map. And all roads here are connected to the main battlefields. Which means this map is used for supply routes. Excellent, now that we have a map, we can go slay the Demon King. Wait just a moment, warrior. This place here. It seems suspicious to me. This village is located in the mountains. Despite having no strategic value, it's connected to the main road. And that road ends at this village. Are you suggesting this village is where the Demon King's got his main base? I'm not sure, but I believe we have enough reason to pay it a visit. My warrior instincts are screaming at me. And they're saying this place is important. Very well, if this village really is important, we could slow down the Demon King's invasion as well. 1 week later. We're here. Just as I expected. The demons here are making weapons. No. What am I supposed to do? It's simple, really, all we have to do is fulfill our sworn duties. Wait, are you saying we kill innocent civilians? I see no innocent civilians here. What? Every villager here is involved in the war effort. I'm saying everyone is making weapons. Edward. What are you even thinking? Relax, don't break your sacred code. Let me just ask you 2 things. Is killing the villagers here considered an act of evil? Of course, massacring of civilians is not exactly a good deed. How about infiltrating the enemy's base to destroy their military facilities and kill their blacksmiths? Naturally, we need to cut off the enemy's supplies to reduce the number of casualties. The sacred code of the warrior, a warrior must always be just and righteous. We're wasting our breath here, I'm gonna get started. Leaving them be, killing them. What is evil, what is good? That's the last one. I'm the only one working my ass off here. The warrior refused to fight anyone who didn't attack first. And the saintess went into panic after seeing a young demon die. Edward has his hands full taking care of her. They're all useless, every single one of them. Look what they've been making here. Looks like a 7.92 caliber Mauser pistol. Looks like we got ourselves a German gun fanatic. Brother, do you realize what this means? There must be a third one of us, but on the Demon King's side. Exactly. Did you find out anything? Sure did. The Demon Kingdom is planning on drafting civilians into the war. But why? An ordinary civilian can use this weapon on the battlefield with the simplest of instructions. They were probably manufacturing these for that very purpose. I can't believe it. A job well done, brother. I'll reward you with a little vacation. Go feast to your heart's content. I've marked the garrisons on the map. This seems more like a business trip. But not bad at all. This will be the perfect opportunity to test that out. Things are going just as I planned. What am I supposed to do? Port city of the Demon Kingdom, Stuckfoot. A half-human, half-demon boy. Midden. Come on, Midden, you're falling behind. Pick up the pace. Yes, sir. You moved 20 sacks of gunpowder and 10 crates of coal. Here's your cut, Midden. Thank you. Yeah, next. That should cover the food and rent for me and Myron. And what's left is just this. Living day to day, barely making ends meet. But I have to work harder for Myron. This is so sweet, have one, Midden. I already had one on my way home, they're all yours, kiddo. Whoa, really? I'm lifting the same amount as yesterday, but it feels way lighter. I'm getting stronger every day. I may be just a dockhand for now. But one day, I'll be one of the 7 deadly generals. Everyone will know my name then. Scientists speculated the existence of a second brain in some larger dinosaurs. Their larger size meant a longer time for nerves to receive signals from the brain. That was why they hypothesized that another brain may have been located near the waist to assist the main brain. Otherwise known as the second brain. I was able to locate this second brain on the dinosaur monster. When I turn my brain into that of another creature, I can recreate its nervous system. Therefore, even if it's a body part unique to that creature, I am able to use it freely with zero prior practice. But I've never once used my brain to that extent. Because there's the danger of losing control of my body to the original owner of the brain. However, if I use this ability on my second brain, I can fully change it to another creature's brain without the repercussions. In other words, I am able to fly. I transformed the entirety of my body into that of a dragon's, with the exception of my main brain. I've merged the slimy scales of a lizardman with the scales of a dragon. I've exchanged the lizardman's slime with that of a mystium slime. I've enhanced my body with the lungs and blood vessels of the dinosaur monster, as well as a troll's blood and bone marrow for their regenerative abilities. Lastly, my body is stronger than ever with the powerful and dense muscles of an orc. With these improvements, I'm closer to becoming the most powerful creature ever. A dragon. It's a dragon. Run for your lives. This can't be happening, there's just no way. A dragon. Why the hell is there a dragon here? I need to get Myron and get out of here. Good thing our room is close to the port. I made sure to find a place close to work just in case something happened to Myron. No. Damn you, dragon. Die. Edward had marked all the places that manufacture and stockpile military supplies. I guess he wanted me to weaken the military capabilities of the Demon King. Not that it has anything to do with me. But thanks to the map, I was able to eat a variety of creatures. I'm especially looking forward to trying out the abilities of that fish creature. Now, back to business. 10 hours after the destruction of Stuckfit. Did you all hear what happened in Stuckfit? The damage is immeasurable with the loss of those supplies. I hear it was a dragon. What do you say, Sloth? You know, since you're one of them. Simply impossible. Sources say that during the 9 hours from dusk to dawn, the so-called dragon spewed fire no fewer than 50 times. A feat impossible, unless it's the legendary Dragon Road. And that very Dragon Road is here with us. What are you suggesting? Are you questioning me? The Dragon Road of legend exists here in our world. What's to say there can't be another legendary dragon? That's not what's important. It's how we're going to. Jealousy raises a valid point. Any ideas? The news of Stuckfit has spread through the kingdom. In a single day, the dragon of Stuckfit has become the ultimate object of fear. If the 4 great kings, the 7 deadly generals, were to eliminate this threat, it would raise morale in the kingdom. As usual, you raise a good point. I'll go. This dragon of Stuckfit may be the same species as me. But I'm ready to show it what a real dragon is like. The attack on the harbor city was the most rewarding thing I've done since joining up with the warrior and his group. I consumed hybrid species such as fish and insect demons. And I was able to optimize my new skills in dragon form. All this time, I thought my mammal form was compatible with my skills, when in reality, it was running at the bare minimum. Thanks to my recent feast, I am able to understand my new dragon form better. If I keep this up, I'm sure I'll reach my ultimate goal sooner or later. An apex predator. And that means a dragon. Is it one of the demon generals? No. That's the dragon of Stuckfit. Run for your. I can crush all living things. According to the reports, the dragon was spotted near the 6th Army post an hour ago. I don't know who you are, but I'll put you in your place. But how? The destruction it has wrought in just an hour. Eating the dead, how crude. More importantly, I was told it was a red dragon, but what the hell am I looking at? Dragons speak. The power of a dragon to sow terror and bend opponents to their will. Stop. Dragon speak doesn't work. Impossible, my dragon speak can even bring down other dragons. You seem to be stronger than these puny weaklings, I don't know who you are. But it'd be best to abandon any hopes of controlling me with your authority and power. Bear in mind that if you try to control me again, I'll have no choice but to take appropriate countermeasures. You insolent little. Do you know who you're talking to? I will see you thrown into the deepest depths of despair. You puny, foolish dragon. I will crush you with my might. Die. Die. 10 minutes later. This is impossible. He's holding his ground just by blocking my attacks. Never in my life have I seen a dragon this strong. Even a dragon can't penetrate mystium and ogre muscles. If a powerful dragon like her can't do anything, other creatures won't be able to leave as much as a scratch. Mystium plus ogre muscles equals extremely durable. Gotta remember that. Right then, on to the next experiment. Remove mystium slime. Fool. I see all, your defenses are down. How is that? My dragon teeth can rip through anything. A dragon with super regeneration. What in demon's name are you? That's much better. Alright, that concludes my experimentation with this form. I'll spare your life in return for your contribution. Go now, I won't come after you. You insolent little. You dare mock me. I will show you the true powers of the legendary Dragon Road. Condensed dragon breath, I will turn you into dust. Very well. You leave me no choice. Eat. What is this? What, in the hell? It's my flesh you decided to swallow. It turned into parasites and ate away at your insides. You really shouldn't eat everything you see. Be more careful next. Oh right, sorry, there is no next time for you. Now, danger, help. Telepathy magic. Hurry, help, help. I am warrior and a disciple of the goddess. As well as a time traveler from 10 years in the future. 10 years from now, the demon and human races joined forces to fight against the monster of destruction. In the future, the Demon King, the 7 deadly generals, and the 4 great kings are all devoured by the monster. I, too, was killed by the beast. Once I had traveled 10 years back to the past, I headed straight toward the Great Forest. There, I slayed the slime that would later evolve into the monster of destruction. Through this, Sir Kim, who was performing his duty in the Great Forest, was safe. Then Sir Kim was able to save the prince's life, who was originally killed in my timeline. By changing the future, I saved a life that was on the brink of death. But by doing so, I now do not know what this future holds. I don't have any regrets about giving up the future I knew and killing the monster of destruction. But if there's one thing I regret, it's not finding out more about the Demon King's army. If I had done more research, we wouldn't have been so powerless against him. No, at the very least. If I had just found out this demon's powers 30 minutes earlier. But Your Highness, where did you send Sir Kim off to? I sent him somewhere I think might be important. I know he can handle it on his own without any problems. I see. Anyway, according to the map, we'll be arriving at our next destination soon. Welcome, Party of the Warrior. I am one of the 7 deadly generals, Bacanio de Greedrod, otherwise known as Greed. This here is Grand Vegas, the city I rule over. How about we stop the slaughter and fight in a more peaceful way? What do you mean, what are you plotting? It's simple, let's decide who the winner will be by playing a game. What, a game? What sort of trick are you? Alright, I accept your proposal. Sir, I have taken way too many lives in coming here, I want it to stop. Very well. This is just too easy. Honored guests, for one night only. I present to you, the companions of the warrior versus Banshio de Greedrod, one of the 7 deadly generals. Which side will the goddess of Elmwood favor? Is this where we will witness the warrior's death? The hope of humanity will die tonight. I will go first. Very well, the game is poker. If you win, Your Highness, I will grant you safe passage. All right. I've already mastered poker, back from when I was undercover in the poaching group. Even that monster was no match for me in poker. However, if you lose, I will take your soul. No way, this is a scam. A scam, you say? Wasn't it you who said it's not a scam as long as you're not caught? Royal flush. No. This round doesn't count. When I find out what sort of trick you played on me, I'll. So, as promised, I will take your soul. What is this? Now, danger, help, hurry. Your Highness. A skill that carries out the agreement made beforehand, no matter what. This is my unique skill, absolute execution. You bastard, how dare you steal Eddie's soul? Oh, no, no. Such barbaric violence does not work here. Not while my second skill, complete zone of peace, is in effect. You. With these 2 skills, no one can ever beat me at the card table. I assumed the prince was someone important to you. I would never. I can see her emotions written on her face. She's what we here call an open book. If you want him back, play a game with me. I'll bet his soul. And you'll bet yours. Let's play. My lady. This is too reckless. Worry not, sir. They don't call me the ace of the convent for nothing. Wait, gambling in a convent. What do you think I did during those long winters as the only girl at the convent? Ahem, what will it be? Poker, blackjack, crazy eights. Forget the cards. We'll play dice. Very well. Phew, I hadn't met a match like her in a long while. Not the saintess too. What will it be, warrior? If you wish to get your companion's souls back, you just need to bet your soul and play. I've never gambled in my life. There must be some other way, some other. Sir Kim. I've never once gambled in my life, it's obvious how this will turn out. But abandoning a comrade in need goes against the sacred code. Even if it weren't for the code, I couldn't possibly leave these 2. Stop, where do you think you're? Awk. Sir Kim. Our new guest appears to be quite the hothead. Who the hell is that, resorting to violence? How barbaric. Another soul to add to Bacanio's collection, hee hee. He walked right into his own death, hee hee hee. He's already got them. Useless, the whole lot of them. I'll wrap this up quick then get back to my real mission. Oh my, are you planning on using brute force? I'm warning you, but it's pointless to try using violence around me. This is my unique skill. Complete zone of peace. Is that right? He speaks the truth. His skill neutralizes any acts of violence within these walls. Ah, a skill, I see. As you can see, well, I suppose I'll have to explain. The prince and the saintess have both lost their souls to me. Alright, is there a way to get them back? Of course, you just need to win a game against me. But you must wager something of equal value. If you wish to have their souls back, you must bet yours as well. You mean, I need to bet my life, and you'll accept your defeat? Correct. Fine. I'll bet 2 souls, mine and the warrior's. Excuse me. Well. Sir Kim, what are you doing? He took 2 souls. We'll have to wager 2 souls if we want to get 2 souls back. Right you are. You catch on fast. Don't worry, I can definitely beat him. That's what Prince Edward said. In any case, I have a better chance at winning than you. Alright, I trust you with this, Sir Kim. Got that, I'll bet the warrior's soul in mine. Very well, what is your game of choice? This. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock. According to the experiments I've done, skills do not work on me. To be exact, I'm not affected by skills that directly target me. For example, I receive damage from fireball, which creates a ball of fire and throws it at the target. The reason being that it's a skill that throws a fireball created with a skill. Likewise, I receive damage from rapid shot, a skill that speeds up arrows. On the other hand, skills such as guided shot, one that guides an arrow targeted at me, or incinerate, which burns the target, do not work on me. So, what about this demon's unique skill, complete zone of peace? Ultimately, it does not work. Because complete zone of peace is an area of effect skill that only applies to people using violence within the zone. Awk. For the first time in his life, Bacanio couldn't understand what this sensation was. When he finally realized the sensation was physical pain, he also realized the complete zone of peace was broken. And a sense of defeat was carved deep into his soul. Bacanio's other unique skill. Absolute execution was revoked, as the conditions of the agreement set beforehand were met. This doesn't count. A scam. This doesn't count, a scam. What was that? You didn't like the outcome of that game. Then on to the second game. I'll wager your life, and you'll bet everything you have left. Guess which hand I'll hit you with, my right or my left? The moment you answer, the wager is set. Right, no, left. Wrong. What just happened? Bacanio lost. Bacanio, as in one of the 7 deadly generals, no, one of the 4 great kings. Run. Nobody's getting out of here alive. Sir Kim, we don't need to kill for no reason. What are you talking about? These scumbags enjoy watching Bacanio take people's souls. Taking out the trash is an act of righteousness. But that isn't right. You just don't get it, do you? What are you doing, Sir Kim? The prince asked you before. Are you going to do what's good, or what's right? Now I'm asking you. Will you choose justice? Or will you choose goodness? If you're not gonna help, get those two out of here. Someone who doesn't even know where their heart lies will only get in my way. Help us. Let us out, open the door. Now then. Shall I start cleaning house? Help. Close it, don't let anybody out. What is this, damn it? Open up. There's a murderer in here. Damn it. I shouldn't have ever come here. Someone help us. After my wager with the pig, as the contract promised, his skills became mine. And the moment I got his skills, information flooded into my head. Some of it gave me control of this casino. This is this pig's personal fort. He was able to control everything in this casino. Now that his control is mine, I can do whatever I want in here. I'd love to test out some interesting hypotheses. But unfortunately, I don't have the time. Remove any fire extinguishing materials. Supply oxygen inside the building. Now add a little fire. I see no innocent civilians here. Will you choose justice? Or will you choose goodness? So, only two remain. Your Grace. What happened? We lost contact with Sloth. And Greed's domain, Grand Vegas, has fallen. Greed himself is nowhere to be found. Missing, what are the chances he's still alive? That's. My apologies, but that seems highly unlikely. We've lost two very talented demons. However, Your Majesty, the plan is proceeding without the intervention of the four great kings. You don't have to be so sad. Are you telling me I shouldn't be sad about the deaths of my dear colleagues? My humble apologies, Your Majesty, but they volunteered to stop the warrior. It is tragic, but if morning sets our plan back, wouldn't that be insulting to their sacrifices? Yes, I suppose it would be. Thanks to them, the warrior was delayed, and our plan is almost in its final stage. Sacrifice for the greater good, I see, still. Sorry, I'm feeling tired. Go rest, Your Majesty, we will proceed with the rest of the plan. Isn't that your cue to go comfort Her Majesty, Lust? You know that is not why I have my title, Jealousy. Really, you and I both have titles that don't fit. Whatever, the important thing is Her Majesty's plan, we're almost in the final stage. There won't be any setbacks if we do die. We just need to buy a little bit more time. Who should die first, you or me? That's. Obviously, I should. Jealousy. Heh, don't make that face. I'm just an old man wanting to go first. Setting the casino on fire was a risk to myself as well. My super regeneration skill comes from a troll, which happens to be weak to fire. I was able to shield myself using dragon scales and lizardman mucus. But if the regenerating area is exposed to fire, I will receive critical damage. Considering that, I was too careless fighting against the dragon. It would have been dangerous if the enemy breathed fire while I was regenerating my shoulder. What's this? Some pet the demons raised. It was able to withstand dragon fire, an interesting lizard. It must be at least 10 feet tall. Well then. Let's have a taste, shall we? Where do you think you're going? My head still hurts. Being inside the chip was the worst. But did something good happen to you, brother? You're smirking. Creepy bastard. Ah. You see. I overcame fire. Salamander. A rare lizard that is immune even to dragon fire. That strange lizard I just ate was a salamander. It secretes a fireproof mucus not only on the surface of its skin, but in its cells all throughout its body. Of course, I can now use it on my troll skin, which I previously couldn't cover in mucus. I've overcome my weakness. Oh, crap, star. What kind of reaction is that? Asterisk translated from English. Say there's someone who's mauled by a bear. But by the time he's healed and forgotten about it, the bear decides to live in his front yard. And now that bear can fly. What the hell? How do you think that person would feel? Well, that bear is going to go back to where he came from, when he knows how. There's nothing for you to worry about. It's been a while since we had a conversation in English. Knowing it in my head is one thing, feeling it in my heart is completely different. For now, we're working together. If he only sees me as an object of terror, it might lead to some unintended consequences. Well then, knowing that this bear is vicious, yet useful, might help ease your panic. What do you mean? While you were unconscious, I did your job for you. Really? Yes, the warrior turned his back on justice and chose goodness. Yes, very good. With this, it's strike number 2. Now if I just satisfy one more condition. The warrior is the most powerful being on the Elmwood continent. This does not mean only in physical strength. The warrior is protected from the grand scheme of life, otherwise known as destiny. It's those warrior scumbags. Attack. The warrior escapes a death blow, one that would have taken the life of an ordinary man 1,000 times over. Careful, it's the army of the Demon King. And in seemingly inescapable life-threatening situations, someone comes to his aid. If he happens to face an unbeatable opponent, chance intervenes, granting the warrior victory. When the warrior finds himself in a situation that requires 1 in a million chance, a miracle occurs without fail. Therefore, in order to kill the warrior, it requires a power far stronger to overthrow his destiny. But a being with such powers has never existed. Therefore, the Demon King was slain by the human warrior. And the human king by the demon warrior. However, protection by his destiny is only applicable when the warrior is a warrior. If the warrior is stripped of his qualifications, we have a long way ahead of us. I'm glad we found horses. Yes, we got lucky. All thanks to your having been blessed by the goddess herself. Destiny will no longer protect the warrior. The qualifications of a warrior are the most righteous, the most just, and the most virtuous. The warrior already defied the virtuous part at the demon village, and he decided against righteousness at the casino. Now, he only needs to give up on the just qualification, and he will no longer be a warrior. Star. Asterisk talking in Japanese. That's what I'm after. I don't get it, why are you so out to get him? This actually wasn't my original plan. I took the liberty of tweaking the old Coots plan. What do you mean? That damned bastard, the king planned on making his firstborn son his successor. And he wanted me, the second son, to be the advisor to the throne. So the king came up with a plan, how to make a warrior not a warrior anymore. I'm talking about disqualifying the warrior by forcing him to choose A or B. But the king merely drafted the plans, he didn't carry them out, as he feared the wrath of the goddess. Coincidentally, I happened to come across these plans. I have to admit I did struggle with unlocking the seal enchantments. I'm currently carrying out those plans, after making some revisions of my own. Alright, I get it. But I didn't ask, who made the plans? I want to know why you want to kill the warrior. You don't seem to harbor any particular animosity toward the warrior that would make you want to kill him. About that. If my brother, the warrior, were to die, The despair my old man would feel will far outweigh any sadness of my own. Flatfield Plains. That must be the Demon King's castle. How strange, as in there's no army station to defend it. No, not that. You know how in video games, the Demon King's castle is always surrounded by lava, or it's in the middle of a poisonous swamp. Now entering the Demon King's castle. But why is it in the middle of an ordinary plain? That's just odd. What sort of kingdom would build their capital in such a ridiculous area? I'd love to meet the one if they exist. However, I agree that something's off. What is? I don't see anything around us, not even an ant. No ants, not even a grasshopper. I saw a rabbit hole earlier, but there was nothing in it. What on earth happened here? No idea. But, one thing's for sure, there's something ahead of us. What the? What's wrong with the horse? Is it scared? Why, there's nothing around here. What's the matter, Your Highness? Oh, sir, the horse is refusing to move. Really? Perhaps it's just exhausted. This feeling. Is it because of that castle? Or, what's wrong? Do you sense something? No, I felt something strange, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. I might be able to find out, if we get closer to the castle. But with the horse like that. Once the horse stopped where it was, it refused to take another step. The prince tried to calm the horse and coax it with food, but it refused to eat. The saintess even used a healing spell in case it was injured, but there was nothing physically wrong with it. I tried scaring it, but it only began to tremble even harder. Finally, the warrior gave it a rousing speech about the significance of slaying the Demon King. But the horse didn't budge. There's nothing we can do, we'll spend the night out here. You've had a rough day, rest up. Ugh. What the? Shoot. Sir. We're already surrounded. Is this really who the warrior keeps company with? I'm terribly disappointed. Incredibly dense, with no sense of vigilance. Not to mention your miserable detection skills, worse than any creature. I have no idea how you made it this far alive. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Do I need to introduce myself? Well, I suppose it's no secret, so I'll tell you. The ground, is it an earthquake? The undead. I am Richmond, one of the 4 great kings, and the one who will stop you. Richmond de Envirid, otherwise known as Jealousy. He has served in the Demon Kingdom longer than anyone. 200 years to be exact. He has served 3 Demon Kings so far. Fought 2 warriors. And for half of his 200 years of service, he held the title of Chancellor directly under the king, a pivotal role that overlooked operations both in and out of the kingdom. Even for a demon with a lifespan twice as long as a human's, such a feat was impossible. However, he was undead. Not some lowly undead like a skeleton or a zombie. Not even an incomplete undead like a vampire, one that has to drink the blood of the living to survive. He was a lich. The highest-ranking undead, one who can never die, as long as the phylactery containing his soul and power remained intact. Richmond became more powerful than ever after experiencing death once. His arrogance knew no limits. The generals in the castle. Even the Demon King himself dare not oppose him. Not until what happened that day. The previous generation's warrior invaded the Demon King's castle. Richmond tried to stop the warrior by summoning an army of undead in Flatfield. But Richmond's undead were wiped out by the warrior's light magic. Ultimately, he himself was slain by the warrior. When Richmond's body was restored from his phylactery, the warrior had already left, having slain the Demon King. Look, who's that? Isn't that general jealousy? You mean the arrogant jealousy, who only cares about himself? How could he be standing there, alive, when the king is dead? Did he run away from the battlefield because he was afraid to die? Richmond's pride, once beyond reach, had hit rock bottom. Ordinarily, someone in the same situation would have silenced them with their powers and licked their wounded pride. However, Richmond was nothing like them. He was a genius sorcerer. He did not do anything so degrading as blame his failure on others. Instead, as a researcher, he investigated the cause of his defeat. The primary cause was the warrior's light attribute magic. It was inevitable for his undead army to be weak in the face of light magic. For years, Richmond tried to imbue his army of undead as well as his physical body with a tolerance to light. And as a result, how could this be happening? Why couldn't we detect the undead? I'm not sure myself. Undead will radiate hatred and resentment toward the living. But I never detected any such thing. I can't detect any evil from them, and I practice holy magic. Even so, they are still undead. Use your holy magic. All right. Holy. Attack. Completely fine. It healed them instead. No way, holy magic doesn't work on these undead. Ho ho, confused, I haven't even gotten to the fun part. This is preposterous, they're using holy magic. The undead are using holy magic, how? Curious, I'll tell you my secret, a special treat for you. That's the temple's holy scripture. How do you have that? Isn't it obvious? It's because I'm a disciple of the temple. All these undead on this plane, including me, are faithful disciples of the temple. Naturally, we don't harbor any hatred or resentment toward the living. This is absurd. An undead, a disciple of the temple. Absurd, you say? That's funny. Hasn't it only been 10 years or so since you started your journey as a saintess? I was a disciple of the temple long before you were born. I read the holy scriptures over and over again to build my tolerance to holy magic. I have also acted out the deeds of many saints and holy men. And you dare call my devotion to the temple absurd? 10 years of devotion is novice level among us. Yes, with your level of devotion. You'd be around his level. I'm the same level as that thing. An undead's hatred and resentment, these feelings stem from jealousy toward the living. The same level as that thing. But with faith, I was able to overcome this jealousy that had been carved deep into my bones. I conquered jealousy. I am the general of pure, unadulterated jealousy. Richmond de-environed. This is inconceivable. The undead don't fit the criteria set by the temple to be considered natural forms of life. There's no way a creature like you believes in the temple. There is nothing in this world the goddess hasn't touched, even an insect or a grain of sand. Everything holds the seeds of devotion. Technically, the undead are bodies created by the goddess, reanimated by magic regulated by the goddess. It's not entirely impossible for us to have faith. A saintess like you should know. That verse is from the Epistle of St. Alan, Book 6, Chapter 11, verse 22. But, even if you creatures have faith, the goddess couldn't possibly bestow the power of holy light upon such foul creatures. It is only right for the doubted ones to receive a greater reward for achieving something anyone could do. A verse from the Memoir of Essay. Alexis, Book 3, Chapter 21, Verse 7. Us so-called foul creatures have turned to the pure light. It's not surprising for the goddess to bestow the power of holy light upon us. Foul, evil undead, users of necromancy, a magic forbidden by the temple. But, he's not wrong. That bastard is clearly a devoted disciple of the temple. Then how about you get out of our way? We are carrying out the divine message, sent by the goddess herself. As there are laws bound to the heavens, there are laws bound to earth. You will not deny the laws of earth by using the laws of heaven as pretext. You spent your last days on earth and entered my territory. The laws of heaven are invalid here. Even if the goddess claims my actions are wrong, I have vowed to serve the demon king. It is clear who I must follow. Memoir of the Goddess, Chapter 1, Verse 15. Enough talk. My undead have waited long enough. Kill them. Holy Barrier. I couldn't be sure, but it's just as I expected. I can't block them with my holy barrier. Shield of light. Angela, snap out of it. Eddie. Wake up. Eddie. He's protecting me like before. No, stop. I must not have any personal feelings as a saintess. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I must have zoned out for a second there. Heh, glad you're back. Shut up. Sir Kim, you're all right. I'm relieved you're still in one piece. These undead. Light magic doesn't work on them. Sir Kim, hold on. Light magic does nothing to these creatures, careful not to. Who gives a damn? Excuse me. They break when you hit them. I see now. I was fixated on the idea. That undead must be fought with light magic. Even if holy magic doesn't work on them, that doesn't mean we can't take them down. I just need to swing my sword more. Even if they wield holy magic, they are nothing but the Demon King's henchmen. My holy sword will be a force to be reckoned with. I won't cut them down, I will destroy them. As long as they are immune to light magic, the undead will get back up again if I just cut them down. An ordinary sword would break, but my holy sword is indestructible. What will the farmers make their farming tools with? If we wield weapons made of steel, 2 fists are more than enough for humble priests to defend themselves. As said by the Pope of the Temple 1,000 years ago. It's a shame my specialty, light magic, doesn't work on them. But there's more than one way to wield magic. They're doing better than I thought. Take this, Super Beam. Power Punch. But there are way too many to deal with. We need to end this now. Wahaha, struggle all you want, even if you clear out 1,000 of them, that doesn't even amount to 1% of the entire army. You all will soon be joining my undead army. Mwahahaha. I thought we were surrounded by the undead for sure. Sir Kim transformed. We'll head straight for the Demon King's castle. Eddie doesn't look panicked at all. Did he know about this all along? Your Highness. So, Sir Kim is a dragon. No, he's not. But then, how do you explain this? My apologies, but I can't reveal his true identity, I'm bound by oath. Sir Kim's origins are unlike that of any other human. He is also dangerous enough to make the whole world his enemy. Therefore, I'll stop right there. He can transform into a dragon, and has a unique origin, that means he's a shapeshifter. Sir Kim is a shapeshifter. I can't say. A shapeshifter's metamorphosis is a unique skill of doppelgangers, a type of demon. Sir Kim must be a demon who's turned on his own race, or a half-breed born from a demon and a human. That would explain why Eddie said his origin is unlike that of any other human. But if that's not it, that only leaves. No, it can't be. Thanks to Sir Kim, we were able to defeat the demon generals. Not to mention he rescued us from the undead just now. More importantly, I already slayed the monster of destruction with my own 2 hands. I can't believe I doubted Sir Kim for a second there. There's no way that he could be the monster of destruction. Damn it. It only took us 30 minutes to cover this distance. It's all thanks to Sir Kim. So this is the Demon King's castle. It looks more ordinary than I'd imagined. This is no time to be taking in the sights, behind you. The undead, don't they ever get tired? From that distance, they'll catch up to us in 2 hours. 2 hours. Would it be possible for us to slay the Demon King, get out, and escape on Sir Kim's back in only 2 hours? That's not enough time. If we can't slay the Demon King before the undead swarm in, we'll just repeat what happened earlier. We need someone to buy us some time, and the person who can do that is Sir Kim. I have a request. Right then, Sir Kim, best of luck. Intruders, human soldiers. They're headed for the castle, stop them. Filthy humans, where do you think you're? What is this? Oil, poison. That's flammable fuel I had stored in my body, it'll explode at the slightest spark. Now there aren't any soldiers to open the gates, the undead won't be able to go in until the fire's out. That damn dragon. Damn it, it flew away. Could he be the dragon of Stuckfit? The dragon that can breathe fire multiple times a day. Was Sloth done in by him? No, it doesn't matter who he really is. What matters is that he's a dragon. Damn it, a dragon. The 3 weaknesses of the undead. 1. They are weak to light attribute magic. 2. They become weakened in sunlight. 3. They decay over time. I overcame their first weakness with piety. The second is irrelevant once the sun goes down. As for their third weakness, I removed the moisture from their bodies to prevent decay. However, it made them dry as firewood, which means they're vulnerable to fire. Of course I can mitigate damage using fire resistance magic. But that won't work against a dragon's fire breath. We won't be much help to our king if we try to enter the castle. We'll only be helping the dragon by becoming firewood. I'll leave the king's protection duty to Lust and do what I can here. Bring down that dragon. This way. Warrior. This is as far as you go. And he just so happens to be an incubus. Julius, 10 years ago. Incubi are mid-tier mage-type demons who seduce humans in order to siphon their vitality. As their talents lie in magic, they have no need to develop any true physical strength. Incubi are typically pretty boys and men to begin with, so they avoid building excessive muscle. Likewise, Julius avoided bulking up as well. But then how did he end up with this hulking, muscular body? And why did he attack with brute force instead of magic? It all started a decade ago, from his memories of parting and loss. 10 years ago, Julius was almost too confident in his appearance. Why you little? I was in the middle of my flashback sequence, you coward. An abrupt ending for the most powerful of the four great kings. But if you take his whole story into consideration, his end was inevitable. He did not take civilians as hostage like arrogance and gluttony would. Nor did he have the power that giant monsters like wrath and sloth did. He did not have the advantage in a fight like greed did either. He lacked a powerful army like the one jealousy had. Meaning, in a one fight, the warrior clearly had the upper hand. Your Highness, priestess, we must hurry, let's go. All right. I knew it, I couldn't beat the warrior, with my strength alone. Forgive me, Demon King, this is as far as I go. The Demon King is behind these doors. Julius. Is that the Demon King? Why isn't he breathing fire on us? Does he have something else up his sleeve? What if he can't breathe fire at all? Does that mean he's just stalling? Should I be sending some of the troops to the castle right now? I think I've got enough now. He's coming. Fire resistance. Fire resistance enhancement. Bring it on, dragon. What is this? Is it poison? Waha, do you really think poison is going to work on us undead? We're already dead. You're more of a fool than I thought, I was worried about nothing. You're right, poison won't work. No way, could that be his fire breath? Pwahaha, your little fire breath is adorable. I know my undead are susceptible to fire, but with my fire resistance spell, that won't even. What just happened? Sure, it's poisonous, but it's more of a flammable fuel. Roughly around the power of 30 fire breaths. It can't be. This can't be. This is. Richmond de-environed, phylactery destroyed, with that, he is completely obliterated. The remaining number of the 7 deadly generals. 0. The undead have stopped. Is their general dead? I can't even call this a proper fight. As for my next move, should I eat the remaining soldiers? Thanks to the salamander's skills, I can have my meal in the fire. But these are no more than corpses without any special skills. I'd be better off with the leftovers in the castle. That warrior bastard. My king. Well, look at the warrior, living up to his name. What did you just say? What did you just say, Your High, brother? We mustn't kill, we must coexist. That's what I said. Both of you, just calm down and lower your weapons. What's going on? Explain. Sir Kim. You're late. What happened to the Demon King? And who's the woman? That's. Telling Sir Kim the truth will be dangerous. If possible, That woman hiding behind the warrior is the Demon King. Eddie. He's abandoned his mission to kill the Demon King. Please listen to my side of the story, Sir Kim. Are you suggesting the prince is lying? No. He speaks the truth, however. This girl is not the Demon King. She is, but she didn't used to be. What's that supposed to mean? She's in the Demon King's body, but her soul is from another world. That's absurd. She's not lying. My lie detection skill proves that she is speaking the truth. The Demon King must be the third person from Earth. That means the warrior speaks the truth, which means Edward had died once and was reborn in this world in another human's body. Therefore, he was a transmigration, or a reincarnation of Eddie Montoya. Kim was transported to the Elmwood continent as himself, body and soul. In other words, Kim was transferred to this world. Then what is the Demon King? The Demon King of Elmwood had their body inhabited by someone from Earth. The king was possessed by an Earth human. She was an ordinary office worker. But she wasn't interested in socializing with others, she preferred hobbies like reading and collecting military memorabilia. Therefore, when she became the Demon King, she didn't take her new situation too seriously. Because being in possession of someone else's body was a trope commonly found in novels she used to read on Earth. Naturally, she assumed her new life as the Demon King was a dream, so she implemented her knowledge, systems, and concepts from Earth in this world. As a result, the Demon Kingdom became drastically overpowered. As the balance between the humans and demons shifted, the goddess sent a warrior. However, she still refused to believe that this was all real. Because as long as she was the Demon King, she knew she was going to encounter the warrior one day. Like a protagonist in a novel. But she was not the protagonist. Her trusted generals were annihilated without even accomplishing anything. And when her most trusted general, Julius, was bested by the warrior, she finally came to terms with reality, and was reawakened by a long-forgotten fear. Now all she could do was beg for mercy. She confessed everything to the warrior. So what you're saying is, you ordered your henchmen to wreak havoc. And you're now surrendering because you're scared. Sir Kim, that's not what she's. Don't tell me you actually believe this otherworld nonsense. I know it's hard to believe, but of course I believe it. But that doesn't matter anymore. I guarantee you, she speaks nothing but the truth. And too many lives have been lost already. I want to stop this endless slaughter. Sir. Right then. I see. It's time. What are you? A warrior must always be righteous. just, and good. These three qualities may seem similar, but there are times when they clash. A warrior must overcome these moral dilemmas and come up with the most ideal outcome. And that's what the warrior has been doing so far. However, the ill wills of the prince and Kim have trampled the warrior's good nature. In the village where they were manufacturing weapons, the warrior took part in slaughtering the helpless civilians. An act that was righteous, but not good. At the casino, the warrior did not punish the evildoers, but instead focused on saving his friends. An act that was good, but not just. Lastly, he abandoned his quest to protect the demon king. He had ultimately tossed aside the last quality that makes a warrior worthy, righteousness. The warrior was no longer righteous, just, or good. Therefore, the warrior was no longer a warrior. Eddie. You didn't feel any pain when you called my name just now, did you? You ceased to be a warrior the moment you decided to spare the demon king's life, dear brother. With you no longer a warrior, the unbreakable holy sword of the goddess is merely an ordinary sword. Eddie. I know what you're about to say. You resent me. But, this is the only way. That's not. Ed. Die. What's going on? Eddie, he was the warrior, how could you? The warrior, we need to heal him. Wait. Sir Kim. We must hurry. If we don't, the warrior will. Sir Kim. With just one more condition to go, we'll finally be able to kill the warrior. Before we go forth with the plan, we need to take care of the priestess. That's unexpected. What is? I thought you liked her. So, you noticed. I do, but we can't let a healer live, she might save the warrior's life. If my brother is no longer the warrior, he'll become the first prince, I'd kiss my throne goodbye. That also means I wouldn't be able to uphold my side of our contract. As far as I know, the priestess's healing powers are beyond what we can imagine. There was even an instance when a priestess from the previous generation healed what looked like minced meat. Might as well call her healing powers a miracle. Basically, she's immortal. If we want to kill her, we have to completely destroy her body. How? Remember, we have a monster that can transform into a dragon and swallow people whole. You seem to be mistaken. I can do that without turning into a dragon. Heh, gotta admit I'm glad you're on my side. I'm worried she might try to get out, even after you eat her. That won't happen. Speaking from experience, whatever I swallow doesn't end up in my stomach, but disappears somewhere else. I'm not exactly sure where that somewhere is. But it'd be impossible for her to claw her way out, unless it's physically connected to my body. How about it, wanna eat him? I'd rather not leave his body lying around, I wanna make sure he's dead. Forget it, his skills are useless to me. You said the goddess grants wishes to those who contribute to the quest of killing the demon king. If the goddess shows up, it'll be proof that the demon king is dead. You're right. But I wonder how she'll grant our wishes. Are you the goddess? I am. Is this your true form? Your statue didn't look like this. You can say so, or not. This interface is programmed to take the ideal form for the subject based on their subconscious. However, the current subject is outside the bounds of the system's management, therefore, I was unable to select an appropriate avatar. So, what is the goddess? GOTA stands for the Great Organizational Design and Developmental Ecosystem Supervisory System. It is in charge of the creation and maintenance of a world. Its key tasks are to manage skills and status, as well as create monsters and supervise the reincarnation of souls. So the goddess wasn't an actual being, but a system. Is this what the real goddess is supposed to be? I have a few questions. Why was I brought over to this world? Earth is adjacent to this world. Sometimes, errors in the system lead to people being brought over. The prince and demon king are similar examples. Why are the monsters in this world created to resemble legendary creatures or those from Earth? That is because they were created referencing those very creatures and monsters from your adjacent world. You don't have any issues with us killing the warrior? None at all. That means I can be granted a wish as a reward for slaying the demon king, right? Yes, you are correct. But the prince and I ended up killing the warrior and the priestess in the process. I am aware. You don't seem to be that angry for losing your chosen one. I am a system, therefore I do not possess feelings. It is the same principle as a video game not having a preference in its functions for saving or loading. However, if I had a personal say in the matter, I would say the following. Well done. How come? The implementation of the warrior system was supposed to create a balance between humans and demons. A system made for developing both societies through competition. However, the results went the complete opposite direction. After implementing the warrior system, both human and demon societies remained stagnant, with few to no changes. But thanks to this incident, I was able to discontinue the warrior system. From now on, there will be no warriors for either race. Does that mean one race will be able to completely destroy the other? What about competition? Humankind is not comprised of only one race. Humankind is comprised of multiple races, including humans, elves, dwarves, hybrids, and lizardmen. Up till now, these different races were in alliance, but with the demons gone, they will start fighting against one another. I see. Well, that's all I had to ask. Now on to the main order of business. You said you'd grant a wish to those who took part in the quest. Can you send me back to Earth? Not possible. It is forbidden to send a being that is already having a huge impact on this world. I'm impacting this world just by existing. Does that mean I can't wish to go back to Earth? So, what you're saying is, GODES, can't return me to Earth directly. That is correct. What if I asked for a way to go back to Earth on my own? Could you tell me how? The requested information is currently being browsed by Edward Grand Contine. Please wait a moment. Then cancel my request. I'm good as long as he knows. Seeing as he will uphold his end of our contract. So a way back to Earth is taken care of. The next matter at hand is becoming the most powerful creature in the world. I did consume a dragon, but that's just another creature among the millions of others. No matter how strong a dragon is, it can be slain by a more powerful monster or a large human army. With time, I can find any old monsters around the same power level as a dragon. What I want is a creature that transcends all. Are there any creatures that can transcend their physical form? And at the same time others are unable to make contact with it? Yes, they exist. A massive amount of information is flowing into my brain. Creatures with Earth's Cthulhu mythology as their motif. These creatures are currently in their development stages, as the cultural and technological capabilities of the Elmwood continent are unable to counter them. However, I am able to produce one of these creatures if you wish it. What will it be? What to choose? The ability to travel at 400 times the speed of light. The ability to teleport. The ability to create physical forms, transcending super regeneration skills. All these creatures with their extraordinary skills, how tempting. But I can only choose one. Which creature should I choose? I'm saving my wish. Are none to your liking? No, it's not that. None of these creatures have yet to be released in this world, because the Elmwood cannot counter them as it stands. Which means, the people of Elmwood will be able to fight off these creatures one day. I'll let my guard down if I reach the top too quickly. I'll become lazy and idle. Which means that one day, some other creature will catch up to me. Becoming the apex predator means that no other being, no creature, can catch up to me, ever. It means that I'll be at the top, invincible. Plus, there are countless other creatures in this world I have yet to devour. Gaining this extraordinary skill can come later, once I'm done consuming the existing creatures. My wish is to receive my reward for killing the Demon King at a later time. You won't say no to that, right? That will not be a problem, placing the reward payment for recipient, Sir Kim, on temporary hold. Once you request to continue at a later time, I will return to this point of the process. Alright then, when can I go back to my current state? You can return anytime you want. However, your companion is currently in the process of making his wish, and it will take some time. Do you wish to return before him? Or do you wish to wait for your companion? I will go ahead. Very well, ending the goddess audience process. May your ripple become a great big wave that will change the world. Have a good day. Welcome back. Well, what a surprise. Who knew the goddess would take her form? Her form. The goddess is supposed to look like the subject's ideal form from their subconscious. His ideal form would be. Do you regret it? Every second. But what's done is done. More importantly, aren't you curious to know what my wish was? What did you wish for? I asked for the knowledge needed for the future, and with that, I'm sure you possess knowledge on how to send me back to Earth. Of course. I can't just let a monster like you run rampant in the world I'm about to rule. And realistically, you've become too powerful for me to kill. So, how can I go back? About that, I'll tell you on our way. I have a feeling the Demon King's army is gonna be knocking on the castle gate any moment now. The Demon King's plan told by the four great kings. Was the Demon King's wholesale reform? The fusion of the army and administration, the re-establishment of the army's ranks. The distribution of command, the introduction of new weapons and war tactics, the education on the importance of supply. The reform of war rituals, when a higher-ranking leader dies, their subordinate takes over their command. All of her ideas came from reading books on military strategy. As a result of this large-scale reform of the demon army, their combat capability had dramatically improved. Enough to endanger the survival of the human race even without the Demon King or his generals. There are too many of them, General. Damn it. An army of this size. With strange weapons I've never seen before. What the hell is going on? Is this the end of the human race? Reinforcements. Yes, at this rate, we'll able to hold out for a week or more. Other castles will send more reinforcements for sure. What the hell? Who opened the front gate? Sir, it's the Knights of the Third Order. What? By the Third Order, you mean? The order famous for being comprised of the sons of aristocrats. They're completely useless. Wahaha, this is an opportunity like no other. Once I show everyone how brilliant I. Close the gate. Sir, what about those knights? God damn it, I said close the gate, now. Close the gate. Close it now. Close the gate's open. Kill the human scum. We're done for. This really is the end of humanity. General, look, up in the sky. What is that? Fear not. For I, Edward Grand Contine, am here. Is this true? Yes, Your Majesty, it is just as I've said. Prince Edward returned from his quest to slay the Demon King and fought off the entire demon army. Whoa! I knew Prince Edward could do it. Impossible, how was he able to destroy the entire demon army? His Highness arrived, riding a dragon, and it burned the entirety of the demon army to a crisp. A dragon, you mean to say the prince controls a dragon? That's preposterous. But he did, Your Majesty, it was incredible. You expect me to believe this nonsense? But I speak the truth, Your Majesty, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I can't say I don't believe him, as he claims he saw it in person. More importantly, controlling a dragon. I always thought Prince Edward had the qualities of a king, but this is on another level. He is truly the hero of humankind. If I continue doubting the prince's accomplishments, people will question my insight. I see, truly a remarkable feat. You may go now. Yes, Your Majesty. The hero of humankind, unlikely. He is no different from me. The prince delivered the final blow during the battle with the Demon King. That could be true, as his talents and skills are real. But the warrior and priestess died during the battle. Blasphemy. I assume they weren't slain by the Demon King, but by Prince Edward once the fight was over. Considering I would have done the same. Speaking of which, the plans to return the warrior to the first prince have gone missing. If that is his doing. It wouldn't be strange at all if he went through with the plan and killed the warrior himself. No, it would only be natural. However, one point in question is, how was he not punished for carrying out this plan? The authority of the royal family is a reward for devotion and loyalty to the goddess. Therefore, a prince of the royal family killing a warrior would be an unforgivable sin. But there were no traces of the prince receiving this supposed punishment. I've heard from the temple's oracles, but on the contrary. They praised the prince's accomplishments as contributing more to this world than any warrior that has come before. Glory! Thanks to that, the priests supporting the princess have shifted to the prince. The more I think about it, the more it doesn't make sense. This means I'll have to acknowledge his accomplishments. The prince has changed. And the rumors are all true. Yes, it's not impossible for him to change. I might have excluded him too much. I'll have to change my view on things in the castle. After his dramatic return, the prince did not return to Santo Almaruz. Instead of returning to the safety of the kingdom, he flew around the kingdom of Grand Contine and took out the remnants of the demon army. The image of him soaring through the sky, riding a dragon left quite an impression on the people. Even the aristocrats who were once hostile toward him now praised him as a hero. And a few days later, in Santo Almaruz, it's the prince. Huzzah! Cheers for His Royal Highness, the hero of humankind. All hail Prince Edward. I'm back, you old coot. Castle of Santo Almaruz. Hey, you, hurry up. The royal audience is about to start. Ah, wait, my skin got caught in my armor. Eric, where are you? Sir Robert is looking for you. Sir Javier, where are you? Everyone is busy preparing for the audience. We're the only ones without a care in the world. By the way, the old man is wary of you, he let you in last time. Too bad, it was your opportunity to earn glory and honor. I'm not interested. Are you sure about this seating plan? Positive. The goddess herself gave me this information. Hey, isn't it time for you to get going? I know. Good luck. I present to you the Grand Duke of Halcón Azul, Duke of Escudo Blanco and Lozo Espada. Regent of Fair Alta, Guardian of Santo Canargo. Great Warrior of the Order of the Holy Sword. Binder of the Wand of Light. And heir to the 7 crowns. His Royal Highness, Edward Grand Contine. Should I even have him in the castle? Am I right to believe that this quest has changed him? Your sword, Your Highness. If the prince goes for his sword, kill him immediately. Here you go. How do you fare, father? Fine, I'm glad to see you're doing well. All thanks to your concern, father. Well, what have you learned from your journey? I've learned of the sacrifice you've made for your people. And I've come to realize the weight of the crown you wear, father. And I did not give you leave to stand, Edward. I've come to realize what to do from this point forward. There's no need for you to sacrifice or withstand the weight of the crown anymore. What is the meaning of this? My son, what are you doing? I'm succeeding the throne, father. How dare you? Blade of light. Armor of light. Shield of light. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Stop where you. Treason, I was a fool for thinking that Bastard had changed. Once a traitor, always a traitor. But I already saw this coming. I've already stationed my elite assassins. What's going on? Why isn't anyone responding? What do you think you're doing? This is a treason. Call for reinforcements. He. What is the meaning of this? Of all the creatures I've consumed, Ferris de Glutterod was one of the most bizarre. Glutterod was a parasite that didn't require a host to live. And he was an amalgamation of multiple entities that made up a single consciousness. Even if one of his entities became separated from the rest, he had the power to control it. Considering the nature of my powers, I struggled to control his parasitic skills. However, once I consumed a whole city of demons in Stuckfit and made considerable progress with my skills, they became much easier to control. It's not perfect, but I can control individual pieces of my body to infect others. I can't control my hosts, but I can manipulate their emotions and erase their memories. Once I told the prince about my newfound skill, he came up with a plan. Let's brainwash them. I can do that, but you'll have to take into account that the king might notice. Don't fret, brother. The brainwashing won't be complicated. Stimulate their frontal lobes and amplify their ability to empathize, with me, of course. That way, every time I accomplish something, they'll derive satisfaction vicariously. Infecting the palace wasn't difficult. I just needed to contaminate the water supply with my eggs. The same method the demon used. Thank you for being of assistance, even when you're dead. Killing my mother. Sending assassins to kill me. Sending Angela to the temple. There are so many things I'd like to make you answer for. But perhaps another time. Now die. You little. How dare you? Ah. Ed. Ward. I sincerely hope there's a special seat reserved for you in hell, my son. Well, I'll see you at the reunion then, old man. Who the hell? It's finished. Good, with this, we've eliminated all the dregs of the palace. Now, there's nothing in my way. Yes, I know, brother. I know what you have to say to me. The wish I asked from the goddess was knowledge in its purest form. Using this, I was able to provide Sir Kim with the locations of the people he had to eliminate. And among the knowledge I was granted were the last words my brother was never able to finish. Don't cross the line, you say. Typical of you, dearest brother, to speak such words at a time like that. But it's too late. It's too late, brother. What use is it now? You should have told me before I joined hands with that monster. So please, be gone from my sight. The world you once knew is no more. There are no more fools that will hang on to the facade that is humankind. With our common foe gone, we now need to prepare for the dangers within. And since I made it here with the aid of that monster, I'll have to pay the price. In order to send him back to Earth, I'll need the king of the elves, the king of the dwarves, the king of the hybrids, and the king of the lizardmen. I'll have to make an offering of their heads at the shrine sealed inside the temple's dungeons. And with that, will come an age of war and chaos. And so, the prince drove out the evil king and took the throne. And he ruled the kingdom for a long, long time. The end of part 1 of Fantasy World Food Travels. And so, the prince drove out the evil king and took the throne, and he ruled the kingdom for a long, long time. The end of part 1 of Fantasy World Food Travel. Look, brother, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? What is this? Fantasy World Food Travels you're writing. Didn't I tell you, when I return to Earth, I will kill your former colleagues and live my life under a different name. But when I do that, I won't be able to make money like I used to. So, I decided to write and publish a book. Since it's a story about me eating things in a fantasy world, I'm titling it, Fantasy World Food Travels. Your book's not gonna sell with a title like that. How about something more intuitive? Since you're the protagonist. How about the more I eat, the stronger I get? The title doesn't matter, I'm planning on hiring a ghostwriter anyway. I'm good at eating, but not so much at writing. What are you gonna do if it flops? That won't happen, I experienced everything firsthand. The details of the story will be off the charts. No doubt it'll be a bestseller, not to mention a series of 3 epic blockbuster fantasy films. I get what you're trying to say, brother, you're planning this for after you return to Earth. Then let's discuss how we're gonna get you there. According to the goddess, in order to return, we need to make an offering of the king's heads from each race, correct? Is that possible? Not now, no. It won't be like going after the Demon King. It'll be possible to go after each king with an elite squad. But their heirs will claim the throne and come after the humans with the purpose of punishing our arrogance. They'll invade by allying with each other. The elves are skilled with the bow, and they wield magic. The dwarves' blacksmith skills have reached a level of magical greatness. The hybrids and lizardmen's physical abilities have surpassed the humans. Even if we do have the advantage in numbers, considering each species' special skills, we're no match for any of them. If they were to form an alliance, it'd be my neck on the chopping block. For now, I must establish stability from within. I must centralize my power in the kingdom and unite all the nations. To make it possible for us to fight the other species. That's for now. This is a hit list. Are you ordering me to do your dirty work? No. This is a proposal. Turn to the back. Griffin habitat. Port closed due to kraken sightings. Information on manticore sighting. Primary wyvern spawning grounds. Serpent Lake. Green Dragon Mountain. This is a treasure map. I'm glad you like my gift, brother. Right then, Sir Kim. As the rightful heir to the throne, I appoint you as the top secret royal investigator. Did this kingdom have a position like that? I just made it. I mean, Secret Guardian Knight didn't exist before either, right? The important difference is that unlike a knight, an investigator can travel freely. Plus, you'll still hold a position of power. Well then. So, I get the freedom to act outside of the kingdom, along with a treasure map. In return, I eliminate the prince's enemies. Not bad. I accept. Well, I'd better get going. Oh, I'll be holding my coronation ceremony around this time next year. Make sure you're back before then. I don't want people starting rumors that the two heroes who took down the Demon King are on bad terms. Don't worry. Well, then. Where do I go, and how am I getting there, using which route? What are my priorities, and what can I skip over? There's too much to think about, how to use this information most efficiently. One thing's for sure. Once I complete my journey, I'll be much stronger than before. Your Highness, are you sure it will be okay? What do you mean? Sir Kim is a powerful warrior. Without him at your side, I believe it may pose a security threat. Nonsense. Isn't that why I keep you around, to make sure things like that don't happen? My apologies, Your Highness. If you're so sorry, prove it by doing your job and doing it well. Understood. The Head Assassinator. The head of the Royal Assassins, an elite death squad under direct control of the king. How come Prince Edward has the Royal Assassins under his control, when he killed the former king? The former king, Edward IV, was planning on handing over the Royal Assassins to Edward. The eldest prince ascends to the throne and spreads the light of the royal family. The second prince acts as the chancellor and the head of the Royal Assassins, eliminating enemies from the darkness. That was the king's plan. However, due to the overly upright upbringing of the eldest, he became the warrior. With this, the king's plans failed. Anyhow, the plan proceeded part way. With certain conditions met, the Royal Assassins were brainwashed to serve not only the ruling king, but also Prince Edward. This condition was to be met when Prince Edward was bequeathed a possession kept on the king. Originally, the king had planned to bequeath the signet ring of the head of the Royal Assassins. But the prince seized the crown of the dead king instead. Technically, Prince Edward was bequeathed a possession of the king. And so, the Royal Assassins were now to serve a new master. With this, the prince had completely taken over one of the forces that could enter the kingdom. The other armed forces, the Royal Guard, was also under control. Thanks to the monster's brainwashing parasites. But with the monster gone from the kingdom, the parasite's effectiveness will fade as well. I need to turn everyone in the kingdom to my side before that happens. They say what binds humans are profit, pleasure, and guilt. Then, how about this? The full plate armor I received from the prince. It performs incredibly well, but it'll draw too much attention out there. Plus, it's become too recognizable as Sir Kim's signature look. Not befitting an investigator who has to work in the shadows. That's why I ordered a new set of armor. It's not as impressive as before, but it's still enchanted. Most importantly, it'll be perfect for posing as a mercenary and an adventurer. I can't believe it only took them 2 days to craft this. Is this what having power is like? It's certainly better than nothing. Well, that's just in the realm of politics, which doesn't concern me anymore. No more politics from here on. It's time for adventure. Now I'm known for being the prince's loyal servant as well as the slayer of the Demon King. But on Earth, I was nothing but a criminal. And a notorious, internationally wanted criminal at that. I was constantly on the run from the police, the Secret Service or some criminal organization. As such, I didn't have many hobbies to call my own. Sports were off the table. Interacting with others might lead to someone discovering my secrets. Video games were also a no-go. But still, I couldn't possibly let go of them, which led to me losing my second and third secret identities. The most ideal hobby was reading. I was most interested in reading fiction. Long series tend to just drag on, so I preferred stories that start and end with just one book. At first, I had no choice but to accept reading as my hobby. But later on, I grew to truly love it. Unfortunately, compared to Earth, this world is eons behind when it comes to the advancement of civilization and culture. Only the aristocrats can own books. I can acquire them through the prince. But compared to what I used to read back on Earth, the quality here is trash. However, there's still hope. Even if entertaining stories written by someone else don't exist, there are still entertaining stories told by someone else. Before humans discovered ways to write, they passed on their knowledge through story and song. There were millennia worth of precious knowledge. There were old folk tales passed down from parents to their children. There were songs taught by wise town elders to the children. Who will step up and preserve these invaluable stories? If you want to be one, come to the School of Bards. Be the hero to pass on humanity's greatest gift. An aspiring bard, Felina Greensmith. A wandering minstrel, Felina Greensmith. I'm the idiot for believing that fraud. People only want to hear exciting, glamorous tales of adventure. They don't want to hear about minor tales of the adventures of humble heroes. In the end, minstrels are nothing but clowns who entertain crowds with exaggerated stories. This isn't why I became a minstrel. The center of the county of Fabro, Santo Fabro. A small group of mercenaries. And an adventurer. And that one over there is just some drunkard. Or at least they seem to be one, but you can't fool me. Their armor looks well made, might be someone mixed up in some trouble. Best not get involved. Mercenaries and an adventurer. One fights people, the other, monsters. The two have a tendency to look down on one another. I suppose I can't sing about heroic mercenary feats, or about the bloody fight between the adventurer and the Hydra. One wrong song choice could lead to a fight, and I'll have to wave goodbye to my tips. Thankfully, I've recently acquired an ace up my sleeve. Listen up, everyone, turn your ears to my songs. I'll be singing the song, The Prince That Slayed the Demon King, and the Knight That Took on a Dragon. The Prince and the Knight. I know that one. That missy knows a thing or two about heroic tales. It's impossible not to know this one. I knew it, this song is a guaranteed moneymaker. People are still enjoying my song. But I've been playing the same song over and over for days, I'm getting sick of it. The highlight of the song is coming up, today's earnings depend on this. When the prince witnessed the death of his brother, the warrior, what he felt was sorrow, not despair. And his fury toward the evil demon king. When the prince's earnest feelings reached the goddess for a split second, and he was empowered with the warrior's strength. The prince's sword pierced the demon king's chest. What is this, you smug bastard? You laugh, hey, you think the prince's tale is funny. You're a filthy traitor to the kingdom. That brute turns real nasty after getting a few drinks in him. I guess today's not your day, adventurer. Serves him right for snickering like a creep. He interrupted my flow. Mercenaries versus adventurer, that's 4-1. The mercenaries will surely win. I guess I can pull out the one about heroic mercenary feats for my next song. I bet that'll lift their spirits and open their wallets. Wait, did I hear a crunch? My arm. Eh? You bastard. The hell you think you're doing? How dare you mess with us mercenaries? You freak. Die. Help. That was bonkers. I've got a bad feeling about this. This is gonna be big trouble. I need to hightail it before I get dragged into that debacle. Felina's actions were wiser than anyone else's in Santo Fabro. The warrior's strength empowered the prince. That asshole was in deep sorrow. I can't stop laughing. I was enjoying this rare moment, but you ruined it. Please, have mercy, HRRGH. That's enough. I don't know what's going on here. But using violence in such gruesome ways. You will cease tormenting the weak. I, Paladin Purecreed, will not allow it. A paladin, it's hard to see behind all that dirt and grime, but that's undoubtedly the insignia of the city of the goddess. Paladins are one of the city's asymmetric powers. Now that I think about it, the prince mentioned a few things about that place. The city of the goddess. It looks as if it had been modeled after Earth's Vatican City. This small city boasts a large number of superhuman beings. One of its major asymmetric powers is none other than the saintess who accompanied me on my last journey. Her skeleton was infused with magical steel blessed by the temple. She had extremely compact muscles. Her eyesight and reflexes surpassed those of ordinary humans. She was a certified human weapon. However, creating a saintess required a tremendous amount of time and resources. Even with donations and offerings from all over the world, they could only create one saintess every decade. It was a cost befitting a man-made weapon. One equivalent to a warrior. This is why the city of the goddess devised a more effective way to create superhumans, resulting in the paladins. A paladin. A modified human forged from magic and blessings, just like a saintess. The resources required to create a single paladin were 1 out of 200 those of a saintess, and they needed only 2 out of 5 the time a saintess does for deployment in battle. Plus, after establishing a system, the city can mass-produce around 15 paladins in one go. Of course, their performance is lacking compared to a saintess. It was as if a saintess was the latest tank model, and the paladins were a bunch of old mass-produced ones. Even if that were the case, humans can win a fight against a tank, whether it be new or old. A paladin, to be honest, she seems ridiculously weak compared to a warrior or a saintess. I'll be able to kill her easily with a simple body modification or two. But it wouldn't do me any good to get on the bad side of the city of the goddess so soon. Ah. Happy. Oh. What is it? Oh, I didn't expect that to go so smoothly. Those who torment the weak usually aren't so eager to listen to me. You've got the wrong idea. They came after me, I was merely responding to a threat. What? That means what I just did was pretty shoddy for a clown act, one I wouldn't pay to see. You. I need another beer here. Ahem. That's enough downtime. Time to head to my meeting. The county of Fabro was one of the territories that hadn't suffered greatly from the Demon King's invasion. That's because the county had zero strategic value. At the time, the Demon King formulated a strategy. He focused on attacking on key territories and immobilizing his enemies. The county of Fabro lacked technical skills and production and was sparsely populated. It was no surprise the Demon King deemed it non-threatening. However, the county of Fabro changed after the war. Refugees from neighboring territories flocked to the county, adding to the workforce. Mercenaries who survived the war also swarmed to the untouched land to rest. With demand skyrocketing, the economy flourished with new restaurants and lodgings. The county of Fabro entered their first ever period of prosperity. However, not every change was positive. Due to the sudden increase in outsiders, the county adopted a bizarre class system. The lowest was made up of the refugees who had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The middle was composed of the original residents of Fabro. The top was occupied by the mercenaries. The biggest problem right now are these mercenaries. They prowl the streets of Fabro as the ruling class. This is because they know they were responsible for the economic boom. They solved every problem through either money or violence. And as for the authorities who should stop the tyranny of the mercenaries, there weren't any. Count Fabro only cared about filling his own belly, he couldn't care less about public order and security. That's the current state of Santo Fabro. Got it. When will you take action? I could do it now. In 30 minutes then. Very well. I'll signal you when it's time. Which bastard was it? Who's the bastard who dares challenge the Crimson Gale mercenaries? Where is that freak? Oh. It's that rat from earlier. I see. Now I get what's going on here. I'll have to move up the plan. I hate dealing with nuisances like these. But, my men will look down on me if I don't deal with this. Only this dweeb managed to survive, even though it was 4-on-1, whoever it is, they must be dangerous. Show yourself, asshole, I'll kill you. Damn it, such a pain in my ass. The bastard won't be able to step up if I scare them with our numbers. I'll boost my men's morale by saying he was nothing but a coward, then finish it off with drinks. I'll yell one more time and head back. This is your final warning, if you don't show yourself now. Shut your mouth. This is Santo Fabro, this is our city. This isn't a place for an outsider like you to be strutting around. Man, that surprised me. Who's that drunkard? This'll work out great, I'll set an example with this fool and back away. Boys, teach him a lesson. Yes, boss. You bastard, we'll make sure you never use that big mouth of yours again. He. Whoa, hey, I never ordered you to kill. The mercenaries killed a man. They're going to take over Santo Fabro. We can't let these thugs run wild in our streets anymore. Citizens of Santo Fabro, rise up. Let us take back Santo Fabro from the mercenaries. Oh, shit. Prince Edward, the rightful heir of the great kingdom of Grand Contine, has assessed Count Fabro as such. A real hopeless son of a bitch. Fabro used to be one of the most renowned counties up till his grandfather's reign. But after only 2 generations, the place has turned to shit, geez. You know, if you lose your parents when you're that young, aren't you supposed to be more mature? That bastard turned 50 this year, but he still has the same capability and brains of a 12-year-old. He's just gotten old over the years, and still remains an ass. Count Fabro. He'll be the first to go. The prince was drunk when he told me this, so I thought he was exaggerating at the time. But seeing the county with my own eyes proved the prince was right. Only the center of the county, Santo Fabro, had developed rapidly. The outhankerts were basically nothing but slums. There was no army or walls to protect the residents, practically making it a hunting ground for wild animals and monsters. A goblin, run. In other words, it was the perfect place for someone like me. During the day, I hunt monsters by the rivers and in the forest and mountains. At night, I exchange monster remains at the Adventurers Guild. And with that money, I listen to the music of minstrels at the bar. For 2 weeks I lived like this. They were truly peaceful and idyllic days of slaughter. One might argue that I was wasting my time when I only had a year left until my return to the palace. But this process was necessary. After I left the Great Forest, I attained countless abilities. From time to time I'm still thankful for the 2 creatures who provided me excellent samples. Thanks to them, the utilization of my abilities grew extensively. But the problem was that unlike when I ate the troll and the dragon, I was completely unaware of what I could and couldn't do, since I had attained too many abilities in a very short period of time. I couldn't bear to face the 2 creatures who willingly provided the samples I needed. That is why I tested my abilities in the wild for 2 weeks. And today, after I left the bar, I headed over to the promised meeting spot. The prince's agent, royal assassin. And that concludes my report. I see, he's planning on completely replacing the lords as he sees fit. When there's chaos after the lords change, monsters will become more powerful. This is good news for me. When will you take action? A city-wide riot is a piece of cake. I could do it now. 30 minutes later. Cooperation from the majority is needed to stir things up. I already have a large number of cooperators with me. I'll just change my vocal cords a little. The mercenaries killed a man. I'll use the voice of the saintess to imitate a young woman. They're going to take over Santo Fabro. This time, the voice of a middle-aged man who saw something he shouldn't have back on Earth. We can't let these thugs run wild in our streets anymore. This one's the voice of the young LAPD investigator who chased me down like a dog. And for the last voice, a dragon's dragon speak. Citizens of Santo Fabro, rise up, let us take back Santo Fabro from the mercenaries. My, whoever orchestrated this is a genius. Not to mention, they amplified the people's fighting instincts by contaminating the water supply. Chase the mercs out. What's gotten into everyone? Get out, this is our city. A masterpiece. The rampage of Santo Fabro. The riot started in the city to drive out the mercenaries and ended up fueling the anger of the citizens began to reject any outsiders. They started to drive out the mercenaries, refugees too. This ultimately led to a frenzy among the citizens, the mercenaries, and the refugees. The Lord Count Fabro lost his life after being caught up in the riot. Perfection, he really knows how to finish a job. How could a tragedy like this happen in my kingdom? I will amend an additional clause to the territory management law. Even if one claims to be the rightful heir of a lord, they can be stripped of their territory inheritance if the Pope of the Temple and the King deem them unfit. Furthermore, the number of mercenaries staying in a territory for longer than a month must be fewer than half of the soldiers stationed there. Everything is going according to plan. Look at it burn. The more dead means the less there are to remember me. Just like back on Earth. So, your job here is done. It is. However, I still have not completed my mission to figure out your next destination. Cavalos. The territory with recent griffin sightings. There was information on the treasure map. A creature that's a cross between an eagle and a lion. Creatures that are a combination of different creatures are my favorite. Very well, I will see you again when the time calls for it. Safe travels, Sir Kim. I guess it's time to be on my way. What is it? You still haven't left? Sir Kim. Griffins, otherwise known as griffins. Average height of 7 to 10 feet, high-level monsters with the head and front legs of an eagle, and the body and the hind legs of a lion. When I look at these beasts, I realize how this world is truly magnificent, and yet so imperfect. These creatures have the most inefficient body structure. Their upper half, no, their entire body, I suppose. Anyway, their upper and lower bodies are completely mismatched. In the air, they fly awkwardly due to their lion half. On the ground, they hop around due to their eagle half. Creatures that are neither here nor there. Despite this, people still fear them, rank them highly, and call them the prince of the skies. Because despite all of their weaknesses, their strength is undisputed. However they look, they can still fly, and due to their lion-like behavior, they live in groups of around 10. Not to mention, their favorite prey are horses, explains why the attacks on humans are so frequent here. Cavalos. The Rocky Mountains of Griffins. Many men and horses journey on these paths, that is why the Adventurers Guild of Cavalos requested this. Our mission is either to completely exterminate the griffins, or clear them out, got it? Yes, Master. As I've said, the attacks are frequent, meaning that it may be unrealistic to exterminate every last one of them. Our goal is to hunt down the head griffin and curb their hunting activities, however. Yes, Master. The one whose feet tread the ground of reality of knightship, but gazes upon the ideal. He will face adversity head-on for the peace of the people, no matter the difficulty, right? What the hell is she on about? Yeah, that. How is this so-called paladin of the city of the goddess following me around and calling me master? It's a long story. This is our city. Chase the mercs out. A few days earlier. The night of the rampage of Santo Fabro. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you're? Mission complete. Wait, that's the Lord's castle. How fishy. I should follow him. That's the guy from the bar last night. Safe travels, Sir Kim. Did he just say? Sir Kim. I guess it's time to be on my way. Sir Kim. Destroy all evidence. Do I have to get rid of her? The Sir Kim who journeyed with the warrior party, you mean you're the knight of all knights, the living legend, Sir Kim. It'd be best if I just move on quietly. Ahem, yes, that is me, currently on a secret mission. Anyway, don't tell anyone I was here. I won't tell a soul if you take me in as your disciple. I had no choice. Paladins are the city's asymmetric power. Unlike a saintess who is indestructible, paladins are tracked by magic at all times to reduce wasting military strength. To make matters worse, when they are slain, the tracking spell transfers to the attacker. Or so the royal assassin told me. If he spoke the truth, eliminating a witness will turn me into a man wanted by the city of the goddess. Therefore, I try to make her leave on her own with grueling tasks. Digging a cave with my bare hands without making a sound, all done, master. She's just too damn stubborn. As their nature is to bring food back to their nests, we'll have to fight them on the Rocky Mountains. My master is so wise. We'll have the upper hand by waiting in ambush instead of chasing after them. She really dug a cave of this size with her bare hands. I underestimated the physical capabilities of a paladin. Over there, master. They're here. What should we do, master? You give it a try. You're testing my skills, right? I got this. Phew. Let go, you ugly beast, let me go. I said, let go. Good Lord. Master, I've completed your test. I saw your skills. A real crap show. You loosen your grip out of worry that your sword will break, which makes your swings weak. You habitually check the state of your sword after your attacks, which slows your judgment. Since all of your attention's on the sword, your magic is slow and inaccurate. These are all critiques I've gotten from my sergeant back in the city. But hearing the same words from my most admired master, it hurts. Throw your sword away, it will serve you better. Throw my sword away. Is he saying I'm unfit to be a knight? Am I really that useless? I can't believe it, I knew I wasn't good enough. Just like me. Pardon. You heard me, don't use your sword. Did I not make myself clear? I understand. By throw away my sword, he can't be telling me to actually use my bare fists instead of a sword, can he? There's another pack of griffins on the opposite ridge. Follow me. I will demonstrate. This is unbelievable. What kind of fighting is this? There was nothing special about the paladin's combat skills. She uses a sword as her main weapon, but her swordsmanship isn't exceptional like the warriors. She uses light magic in combination with her sword, but she lacks the firepower and technique of the prince. Her physical capability is remarkable due to her body modifications. But again, it is sorely lacking compared to that of the saintess. Overall, the paladin possesses the characteristics of the warrior party. However, she did not make any of these characteristics her strengths. Similar to this griffin, it has the characteristics of both an eagle and a lion, but combined, they are rendered entirely useless. She'd be invincible against an army of humans. But she would have died long before reaching the castle if she were on the quest with the warrior. But that is why she's worth teaching. A student I took in begrudgingly. Although seeing her fight earlier made me change my mind. Now I'm genuinely interested in teaching her. Because the paladin Lionhand's pure creed is the same type of monster as me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little over 10, I'd say. It'll be easier to fight all of them at once, I could provoke them. Let's see, where did I put it? Found it. A magic pouch, created by a high-level spatial sorcerer from the kingdom of Grand Cantine. It looks small on the outside, but it boasts tremendous capacity on the inside. Its owner can stash and remove their possessions at will. They say griffins love horse meat. I swiped it from the griffin the paladin slayed, good thing I brought it with me. You want it? Then come and get it, bird brains. There's something called Xiang Xing Quan, a Chinese martial art that imitates the forms and movements of animals. I had the chance to learn it when I was in China once. I thought that since I could shift into different animals, learning this would make me even stronger. But I quit not long into my training. Even if I could imitate other animals, in the end the martial art required using my human form. As someone who uses actual animal body parts, it did not help me at all. Focus. I'm sorry. It was the most useless time of my life. Martial arts were developed for the efficient use of limited power in the first place. It is nothing but a shackle to me, someone who has limitless power. I simply destroy my enemies with sheer power, requiring no such technique as martial arts. This is my style of fighting. Gotcha. Consider it an honor, you get to be the first large creature for my experiments. Among the demons I ate in Stuckfoot, not only were there fish people, but also synthetic creatures that were part arthropod. Thanks to them, the front claw of the mantis shrimp was now compatible with my body, an arthropod that can punch with a force 2,500 times more powerful than its body weight. It has the power to even kill the giant monsters. Well then, what shall I experiment with next? Now that I think about it, a horned lizard has the ability to shoot blood from its eyes. What if that blood was from a blowfish? This is a fight that is utterly brutal and barbaric. There's no technique, no flair, no knowledge required. Only crude violence. It is completely different from a paladin's way of fighting. But what is this feeling inside of me? My heart is racing. I feel like all those years of training in the city of the goddess were pointless. Why must he obey the fundamentals of martial arts when he has the brute strength to tear metal with his bare hands? Why must he dodge when he has supernatural regenerative abilities? The enemy has a strong defense, then he can just crush its body along with its pathetic defensive skills. What if I could fight like him? Throw away this weak sword, and follow my instincts to wield the power within me. No. I'm a paladin, a faithful servant to the goddess and the face of her holy city. As a knight, as a paladin, I cannot allow my impulses to get the better of me. Enjoy this show. Yes, master. Any thoughts? Oh, well. You're holding back, I see. You don't have to answer me right away, however. Yes, master. Do you mean the quote from you, Sir Kim, when worrying, the more cautious the better, when making decisions, the faster the better? Yeah, that. 3 days later. There, we've killed all the griffins in the locations written here. Let's climb down. Yes, master. The Adventurers Guild of Santo Cavallos. What did you just say? Rank C Adventurer, Jack, identification. Rank C Adventurer Jack, I know what you're about to say. But we cannot withdraw our request no matter how many times you complain. We received orders for you to cede the credit for exterminating the griffins to another party. Jack, age 27, rank C adventurer, a member of the Santo Cavallos Guild. A new identity I made in order to travel around freely. You want me to let someone else take credit for exterminating the griffins? How come? It's an order. From who? I am not allowed to tell you that. I see, very well. You mean to say that here at the Santo Cavallos Adventurers Guild, there's some bastard who steals the hard work of other adventurers. And on top of that, the guild employee is an accomplice. It would be rather amusing if rumors of this were to spread to the other regions. No, now I'm not saying I'd be the one to spread them, but my tongue does tend to loosen after a couple of drinks. Ha! Know your place, adventurer. Do you really think some small-time adventurer can threaten the guildmaster? The guildmaster, you say? Yes, a great and powerful man. But he won't have anything to do with you. There is absolutely no way a hero like him would meet with a mere C-ranked adventurer like yourself. Oh, I had no intention of going to see him. He'll be the one to come to me. What is the meaning of this? I already have a fiancé. Julio Aventuras. A legendary adventurer, the only one to ever reach rank. And the guildmaster of the Cavallos Guild. 25 years ago, this man was a member of the warrior party. The members of the warrior party produced countless heroic tales. And they succeeded in bringing down the Demon King. And just like what was granted to a monster and a villain, they were each granted a wish. Grant me the power to fight enemies I couldn't dare take on before. After he returned from his quest and became a guildmaster, he elevated the status of his 20-year-long occupation as an adventurer and wielded overwhelming influence. An adventurer today symbolizes not some mercenary who specializes in monsters, but freedom itself. All of this was made possible through the power he was granted from his wish. And that power was political power. An adventurer symbolizes freedom, therefore, controlling one would mean suppressing freedom itself. I was able to construct this narrative thanks to the enormous influence of the Adventurers Guild. However, there was no adventurer in the Warriors Party this time. The damned king must have taken measures before I could get my hands on the kingdom. Ultimately, the second prince became a hero, and now the people praise not the symbol of freedom, but the symbol of the crown. I must create a hero among the adventurers before it's too late. A hero who will elevate the status of adventurers once more. For example, a promising adventurer. Like my son, Jorge Aventuras. Father, stealing credit from another adventurer, what is the meaning of this? Even if I do become a hero, it'd be meaningless. Don't be so naive. Do you truly think I'm doing this out of love? Heroes aren't born, they are made. You are my son, the son of the adventurer who helped the warrior slay the Demon King 25 years ago. You need this story to add to your extraordinary background as a hero. Keep in mind, the future of all adventurers depends on whether you become a hero or not. I understand. What's the meaning of this? What the? Angela. Who the hell are you? How dare you attack my Angela? What? Ah. Yes. Jorge. Are you the guild master? I am, and you are. Jack, rank C adventurer. So it was you. I apologize for trying to steal credit for your work. Very well then. Wait, is that all? You beat up my guild's adventurers. You crushed the arm of my future daughter-in-law. And you took my son's life. She wouldn't go get you, so I made her. He attacked me, so I defended myself. He tried to kill me, so I killed him. I've heard your apology, so I'm gonna go. Is that all you've got to say? That's impossible. What are your other demands? Are you acting on your own, or did someone send? You're not getting it. I have zero interest in services and contributions and whatnot. I don't even care that much about getting credit for my work. However, once something is mine, I cannot allow someone else to steal it from me without my permission. Perhaps you should have let me know beforehand, then it wouldn't have turned out like this. Bye now. I guess I brought this on myself. Everything I did was for me, no, for all adventurers alike. But my method getting there was never right. I forced others to make sacrifices for future generations. I provided the cause for it, my greed. But what does that matter now? That bastard destroyed my family. He stole my future. The Kingbird Feathers, the Three Swords, the youths of Verdevil, and Cyclone Axe. Gather all the guilds. It's my turn to rip your future away from you. During my days of training in the city of the goddess before I was made a paladin, My instructor was always on my case. Candidate P12. Do you realize how many swords you have broken? Your physical capabilities are far superior to the others, but you fail to control them. You'd be the king of the jungle if you were a beast, but as a paladin, you're a failure. My master taught me to use my power without holding back at all, the opposite of my paladin training. Then whose word should I follow? Here it is, this is where that C-ranked adventurer, Jack, is staying. What's the matter? I already accepted your apology. Do you remember the young man you killed a short while ago? Sure. That young man was my son. Someone like you wouldn't know the feeling of losing your child as a father. I know it very well. What? After orphans and widows, I've made more childless fathers than anything else. Each and every one of them prattles on about getting revenge. So, what happened to them? I'm still alive, so isn't it pretty obvious? There's my chance to attack. You insolent fool. The aura I've developed and sharpened for decades. This power can slice through dragon scales as if they were paper. I, Julio Aventuras, may be old. But I am of the previous generation of the Warriors Party, and the world's only rank adventurer. Now, witness what I'm capable of. Die. Monster. Run. What the? Master. Want some? I'll be honest, griffin meat isn't that good. After all, it's a hybrid monster. How good could half bird, half beast meat taste anyway? This is something I've never told anyone before. People believe the goddess grants paladins their supernatural strength. But in reality, we are modified humans made from a simplified manufacturing process of the Saintus. This is no secret, all the higher-ups know this truth. I already knew this as well, since the prince told me before. And we are also test subjects for experimenting with abilities for the next generation's Saintus. Experimenting. I think this might be the result of those experiments. I'm sorry, I was overcome by this strange impulse. I felt an odd sense of familiarity when I first met her. Perhaps this was the reason why. I never once considered even my parents to be the same kind of lifeform as me. Same goes for my disgusting pig of a brother. That's why I kept my distance from everyone around me and kept my abilities a secret. But I showed her my abilities without hiding anything. Because she's one of my kind, the same type of monster as me. More importantly, we made quite a mess. Her and I, we completely obliterated the Adventurers Guild of Cavalos along with its guildmaster. We can no longer stay here, go and get us tickets for a carriage. What about you, master? I have some leftover business to tend to, it won't take long, so you go see to those tickets. Yes, master. You there? So you heard everything? Yes, Sir Kim. Where's my payment? Although the higher-ups speculated that paladins were used as test subjects for creating saintesses, there was no definite proof. However, the paladin's words confirmed that hypothesis. And I was the one who obtained that piece of information. Nothing in life is free. I've already got it ready for you. Some travel fair. And a new identity. Jack, age 26. Class 4 mercenary, a member of the Spurs mercenary clan of Almaruz. It is your next identity. So next is a mercenary. What is your next destination? Santo Carnargo. Come to think of it, I first met him in Santo Carnargo too. I'll be reuniting with some old acquaintances. How did I end up like this? And why are these two here with me? That adventurer. He's a dangerous thug who wreaked havoc in that bar. And then the rampage of Santo Fabro happened not long after. What if he had something to do with it? And this person here. What was that? I gotta get out of here. She's the one who slaughtered those people at the inn. These two are why I cancelled all my plans and fled the city. So why did we have to end up taking the same carriage? I should find another carriage the second I arrive in Santo Carnargo. Getting involved with the likes of them will surely result in my demise. We're almost there, I just need to hold on a little. It's a dungeon ahead. A dungeon, are you certain? Yes, my lord, a kilometer-wide area south of the basin has eroded into a dungeon. Ha, a dungeon. A dungeon of all things. Those damn adventurers must be thrilled. Those bastards don't pay even half their taxes, yet they enjoy all the benefits, and when they are actually needed, they don't do anything, they just reap all the profits. This is all because of that jerk. Julio Aventuras. He was the one who expanded the rights of those good-for-nothing opportunists. He founded the Adventurers Guild and passed that bullshit law, dungeons belong to adventurers. They're nothing but a bunch of thugs who go around doing whatever they please, under the pretext of freedom. And then there's the Adventurers Guild that protects their so-called rights. This is all that bastard's fault. What happened to my request to have the dungeon destroyed? Well, nobody responded, my lord. I think they are planning to try and make some easy money from the first few levels of the dungeon. Those money grubbers, what about the permit for the army to get in there? They only responded saying they'll consider it. Damn it. My lord. What is it? I'm in the middle of something important. My apologies, sir. But you ordered me to report this no matter the circumstances. That emblem. Julio Aventuras, the jackass is dead. I feel as if a weight's been lifted from my shoulders. Excellent job, Sir Kim. I expect nothing less from the extraordinary night of all nights. Lord Carnargo, my master no longer goes by that name. Oh, right, then forget what I just said. Sir Jack. As a mere mercenary, you can dispense with the sir. Very well, Mercenary Jack. Now then, let me fill you in on the current state of affairs in Santo Carnargo. Dungeons are giant creatures with the eeriest of forms on the Elmwood continent. They grow underground like a nautilus from Earth. They eat dirt and create a maze with their spiral-shaped shell. When they grow to a certain size, they open an entrance to the surface to attract monsters with their pheromones. Monsters that enter the dungeon become gruesomely altered due to the magic within. In other words, they become shields to protect the core of the dungeon located on the innermost level. When a dungeon is completely filled, the deformed monsters sometimes emerge and attack other creatures in the area. When this happens, people say the dungeon has overflowed. However, harm and danger is not all dungeons have to offer. When a dungeon grows by eating dirt, it collects debris as well. These are usually gemstones and minerals. Not to mention there are special powers and rare plants affected by the dungeon's magic. That's why countless adventurers seek out these dungeons, and there aren't many incidents where a dungeon overflows. This is where the trouble starts. Lords and their vassals want dungeons destroyed as soon as possible, as they could overflow at any moment. However, with the prospect of continual plunder, adventurers are not so quick to agree to kill dungeons. Therefore, the two sides have no choice but to confront each other. So, this is the situation Santo Carnargo finds itself in today. Understood. And that's why I wanted to ask something of you. Entrance to Santo Carnargo's dungeon. Stop right there, show me your adventurer identification badge. I'm a mercenary. What? Mercenaries aren't allowed in the dungeon. A mercenary dares come here. Get lost. Who said I'm here for the dungeon? What the hell are you? Shut it. I'm on a mission. Eat? Wait. You there, what is the meaning of this? Help me, that mercenary just assaulted an employee. Don't worry, I'll apprehend him straight away, stop right there. Hey! Master! You made it. Sure did, the Baron will block the entrance. So this is a dungeon, I've only heard about them from the tales. Didn't know you were interested in stories. I'm not, but I am interested in having my name appear on a page of your heroic tales. If you say so. This is very deep, Master. Yeah, it's getting darker. But with the eyes of a dragon, I can use mana to see. I see she changed her eyes as well. Master. Here we go. The Baron's request was dungeon eradication. Earlier. This is what I ask of you. But isn't that illegal? I thought territorial law forbids attacking anyone contracted by the aristocracy. You know your law, young paladin, but as non-citizens, adventurers are not subject to such law. They are merely outsiders who reap the same benefits as if they were. Well then, I expect things to go as planned. Oh, and I will have the paladin assigned as a temporary guard for the day. If the dungeon grows any bigger, it will contaminate the water supply and endanger the citizens. Please, handle this before it gets out of hand. Dungeon eradication, a win for both sides, seeing how I get to feast on the creatures in here. Why don't you give it a go first? Yes, Master. She can modify her body as I can, but our methods are different. Her modification is not a result of oral ingestion like mine is. If what she said about the experiments were true, it's highly likely that some sort of surgical transplant was involved. Shriek. Are other paladins like you? Excuse me. Oh, nah, it's just me. My paladin sisters only received minor muscle and bone tissue transplants. It must have cost them an arm and a leg. It did, I heard it was particularly difficult to secure an entire mimic. But thanks to that, I'm able to keep my human form, but the expense of it all has caused a bit of an uproar. A mimic, I read about those in the Guide to Monsters. Mimics have the ability to morph into other living creatures or objects. And they usually attack adventurers by posing as treasure chests. Sounds rough. Not really, having had my memory wiped, that's just what I've heard, it's no big deal to me. Forget it then. This is quite unusual. I didn't see anything like this in the guide. Did the magic in the dungeon mutate it? Let's have a taste and see. Black. What is this? This is no ordinary monster meat. It's the dungeon, it's gotta be because of the magic in here. These things aren't alive. They're nothing but biological weapons powered by the dungeon's magic. Magic is what moves them, not any sort of autonomous muscle control. Which means I can't replicate or absorb them. It's like chewing on a steel scrubber. Foreign entities like these are not compatible with my abilities. And now I have them to thank for my second ever upset stomach. I experienced a similar feeling when I devoured the Saintess, a being with magic flowing through her veins instead of blood. But the Saintess was human before the modifications, and her muscle implants and skeletal structure were organic-based. Even the magic flowing through her veins was closer to real blood, so my body didn't reject her this strongly. But these sorry excuses for monsters. This is no good. Master. We must hurry. Yes, Master, like what you said, Sir Kim, a knight does not swing their sword for pleasure, but to reduce the flow of tears. It'll be better for the citizens of Santo Carnargo if we can put an end to their troubles with the dungeon here and now. Yeah, that. Monsters in the dungeon have a greater variety of skills than those above ground. There could be monsters even more powerful than dragons, you say. I'm the fool for believing it. Time to destroy this useless dungeon and move on to a place that has actual food. Guide to Monsters, written by Julio Aventuras, a rank adventurer. The description of a dungeon by the renowned adventurer Julio Aventuras is as follows. Bizarre terrain. An abundance of magical power flowing everywhere. Monsters that have evolved in a unique environment. Riches hidden all over. Any adventurer confident in their skills will obtain great wealth and fame. Bullshit. Real funny. This isn't evolution, it's a deformity. The only thought running through my head is how I want to beat the book's author to death. But it's not like I can do that to someone I've already torn apart. The only thing I can do here is take my anger out on these monsters. Are you here to rescue us? Please help, my comrades are inside. You can die too. Master, why'd you kill him? Take a closer look, he was an undead. A friend, NWE weren't that close. We had more fights than conversations. But he didn't like it when someone used violence against the innocent. Stop it, you're out of control. Resistance is futile, you won't be able to fight off my powers, I will have complete control, monster. He was brave enough to throw his body into a fight, even when all odds were against him. Master. If you don't mind me asking, Master, is he? Yes, he's dead. Oh. You're right, there's a hole in his chest. I couldn't tell, since the body's still fresh. It may look like a cave, but in the end, a dungeon is a creature. This means I can use his abilities to find the dungeon's most vital parts. We're nearly there. Oh, we made it here a lot faster than I thought we would, Master. Adventurers say it takes at least 12 hours to clear the average quarter-mile dungeon. I can't believe it takes them even that long with how trivial this is. Adventurers really aren't good for anything, are they? Perhaps you're just too skilled, Master. You made it straight down here without getting lost. The fighting aside, most adventurers would have taken much longer. Lionhand's pure creed. Yes, Master. I understand you're trying to compliment me in every way possible. But there's no point comparing me to a bunch of incompetent fools. Besides, it's an insult to the one who gave me this power. My apologies, it wasn't my intent to insult you. But, about this person who gave you this wayfinding ability. Were they your friend? But what he left behind still lives on within me. The architecture looks fairly old, I'd say at least 150 years. The dungeon must have swallowed a village whole. Maybe that undead we ran into earlier was from this village. No, he was fresh enough to not realize he was already dead. He was probably from an adventurer guild. And since he had a hole in his chest, that means there's a monster here capable of piercing a body like that. Right you are. Is that a dragon? No. More like a wyvern. That thing is huge. Are you sure it's not a dragon? Look closely, its front legs are attached to its wings. That makes it a wyvern, not a dragon. Well, to be precise, it's similar to a wyvern, but like every other creature in here, it's not exactly normal. This thing. The body of a snake. The wings of a bat. The head of a horned lizard. The legs of a frog. It's one creature, but it's also more than that. Yeah. It's an amalgamation of numerous creatures, created by the dungeon. Did a chimera made by some jackass sorcerer find its way into the dungeon and grow into this giant? Or did a number of separate creatures fuse together because of all the magic in here? I wonder which it is. Well, whatever the case, there's only one thought going through my head. It makes me sick. It's almost like I'm looking into a warped mirror. I suppose we could be considered to be of the same species as we both collect parts from various creatures. However, even with the help of magic, this is all it could come up with. I can't believe this hideous creature reigns as the dungeon's boss monster. How repugnant. The only time I'd ever felt this disgusted was back when I saw that dude flaunting his video games in front of some school kids. He was old enough to have finished his military service. He didn't even have his own money to spend, he had to use his parents'. Come to think of it, there's no way he was even in the middle of his service, he was way too fat for that. What do we do, Master? Stand back, I'll deal with it. For a punching bag, it's the perfect size to take my anger out on. Let me level the playing field. The lungs and blood vessels of a huge dinosaur. The bone marrow of a troll. The muscles of an ogre and the skin of a fire lizard. Lastly, the mucus from a mystium slime, and put it all into a dragon. Damn, Merc's got us looking like fools. Once he gets out, I'll show him the power of the Adventurers Guild. Is that an earthquake? What's going on? Screech. Weakling, you are soft and careless. What is it you hope to achieve? Screech. Are those fatal bite fangs? Not bad, but futile nonetheless. It may have been effective had I the scales of an ordinary dragon. But we're talking about mystium-coated scales here. Get off, you disgust me. Blood, mixed with fatal bite venom. Trying to get your venom to soak into my skin, however. This venom is skill-based from the start. It also happens to be the very first venom I got to know. If you're done, can I end this already? I don't really like toying with my kills. What happened to me? I remember, a boss monster, in the dungeon. But why was it I came in here again? Why? Oh, right, I was. Master, what's wrong? It's nothing. Did I imagine that? That thing smiled right before it died. What does it mean? Nah, it's pointless anyway. Traveling with a companion of the same species is making me overthink everything. Let's go. Yes, Master. The world-renowned adventurer Julio Aventuras describes the primary body of the dungeon as so. The primary body of the dungeon, otherwise known as the dungeon core, is a spherical creature with a circumference of 6.5 feet. The entirety of its body is covered in soft fur, and it has two big, round eyes. It's meek yet gentle, and loyal to people once it warms up to them. Wait, this isn't at all what I expected, Master. Me neither. Perhaps it uses its pheromones to possess other creatures. You can't judge a book by its cover. Oh. Without resistance to its chemical and mental intrusion, you wouldn't be able to see its true form. The true form of the dungeon core seen by other adventurers must be its final defense mechanism. A mask to trigger people's protective instincts. Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's a quote from you, Master. Evil is like poison, it seduces people with its colorful facade, right? It's what you said when you fought Francis de Firode. Right, that. Who came up with these damn quotes? I'm practically itching to find out now. Well, more importantly, I didn't know you used weapons like that. Yeah. However, I'm not looking to kill it. I'm going to eat it. What? This thing. Of course. I should cut it into nice bite-sized pieces first. I don't need this dungeon core magic crap, however. What I'm interested in is its ability to turn dirt into hard shell and to combine pheromones. The dungeon is the dungeon core's shell, in other words, it is part of its body. When the core stops operating, the flow of mana in the dungeon ceases. The dungeon as well as the monsters within stop functioning, and so it falls. According to the Monster Guide, the average time for a dungeon to collapse is 48 hours. Meaning, if we don't get out in time, we will be buried alive. But 48 hours to get out of a monster-free dungeon is basically a walk in the park for me. I see the exit, Master. I think that only took around 3 hours. We got out faster than we came in. Do not move, you are the mercenary, Jack, correct? You are under arrest for assaulting a member of the Adventurers Guild. He, serves you right, you pathetic merc. Resistance is futile. Yeah, I'm Jack the mercenary. Yes, this takes me back. Nice to finally have some peace and quiet. This is all thanks to Prince Edward, he's the one who ended the war with those pesky demons. There's nothing but peace and prosperity ahead for our country. Hey, what if sea pirates attack us instead of demons now, or should I say river pirates, considering our current location? Good one, what sort of fool would attack a passenger ship with nothing valuable on board? River pirates, all hands on deck, battle stations. Is this for real? Get M, give no quarter. This ship is now under the command of the Straw Hat River Pirates. Ah. Avast ye, easy with the merchandise, they're worth less if they can't be put to work. Put to work. It can't be, as slaves. You scoundrels, slavery's been outlawed in the kingdom of Grand Cantine. Here, aye. But what of another land? Why, your clothes, your methods, what is your relation to Captain Philippe? Who would have known there's freshwater scum who knows me father, ye been in the seas before, have ye? You bastard, Philippe might have been a pirate, but he had morals. But his so-called son is in the slave trade. Me father got caught trying to uphold those damned morals of his. What's more important is money and my life. Tie M up and load M in the hold. Aye aye, Captain. I see. Selling them as slaves instead of holding them for ransom means less money, but relatively risk-free. And since river ships aren't as well armed as those at sea, it's safer too. Makes sense. Aye, you're a smart one. What are ye eatin'? This scallywag looks to be a mercenary on the outside. But he has the stink of a vicious villain. He must be one of us. I like your style. You, there, join our crew. Eh? Master. What are you doing? He's an evil river pirate. Why should I work for someone so far below me? Not long ago, I ate a dungeon core and gained a new skill. The skill to control my pheromones at will. A dungeon core creates pheromones by synthesizing chemicals inside its mutated liver. The pheromones flow through the core's veins, are stored in its sweat glands under the skin, and can be sprayed out through its pores. This is where I thought of something interesting. Dragons synthesize flammable material from within. But they can only breathe fire from their mouths since it comes from their lungs. Lizardman sweat glands excrete their mucus with great force in order to release their overly viscous mucus. The giant dinosaur beast's veins act as numerous auxiliary hearts, transporting blood to all corners of its body. Combining these features, I can create the dragon's flammable fuel inside the dungeon core's chemical synthesis organ, and then send it through my veins, transporting fuel to the heart of the giant beast and the various sweat glands on my body. Then, when I use the lizardman sweat glands to spray this fuel with great force, it will ignite mid-air due to the friction with the air. In other words, I can spray fire from my hands. Wasn't I dragged off to the carriage after escaping the dungeon? Unfortunately, the soldiers who came for me then were Baron Carnargo's men. The arrest of Mercenary Jack was merely a show to deceive those of the Adventurers Guild. If it wasn't that, why do you think I let myself be handcuffed? Not bad. Captain. Shiver me timbers, fire magic. Quickly, cast a spell that can block fire. Ye damned wench. What is this feeling? Holding my sword, it feels different from before. What is this sensation? It's so unfamiliar. Poison. Those bastards used poison. Over to their ship. There shouldn't be any poison on the enemy's ship. Fog. MMPH. My body. Depending on the mix of chemicals, I can spray a paralyzing gas. Or poison, or even put up a smokescreen. I can also propel myself by shooting fire from my legs. It seems as I can jump this high without having to alter my leg muscles. So who's it gonna be? My next experiment. Why are you? Why the hell are you here? Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. Yeah, can you tidy up and get the ship moving? Master. What is this feeling? It feels different from before. It felt as if the sword was a part of me. I've never felt it before. Even the body was cut clean through. Normally the cut would be all jagged. So that's what happened, but I don't know how I did it. Do you know why it was like that? You figured out how to control your body movements. Excuse me, but I've already received extensive training on how to methodically use my body. Training like that is for those who are human. But what are you? Oh. Your power was about 10% of a Saintus in the dungeon, but it grew to about 30 in this battle. Your skills are improving as your fighting style changes. Really? By the way, Master, how did you shoot fire from your hands? Do you think I can do that too if I train? Burning someone alive. Blinding them with poison. And drowning someone by paralysis. That's what she wants to learn. She's losing her humanity the stronger she grows. By the time she reaches full maturity, she might be like me. The largest trade and fishing port of Grand Contine. Genial Desierto. Whoa, I've never been anywhere like this before. A port city, Master, have you ever been to a place like? Fish people, why are there demons here? Look closer, he's no demon, he's a hybrid. His skin is made up of keratin layers, not fish scales. And his tail fin is horizontal, not vertical. Characteristics of a dolphin. Look around you. This is the city of marine mammal hybrids. Here's the lodging I made reservations for, Master. You go ahead. Yes, Master. Employees only. Welcome to Genial Desierto, what brings you here? Tourism. You'll be needing this then. This time around, you'll be Jack Clark, age 31, mid-tier knight. Even if it was the lowest tier, it'd be more convenient for you to pose as nobility. A knight, I'll need to change my outfit. Genial Desierto, a major trade port of the kingdom. This port city grew rapidly after the men of the Desierto clan saved Edward the Great, the first king of Grand Contine. Or so I've heard. Port closed due to Kraken sightings. And the reason I'm here. The Kraken. A giant squid, the stuff of legends. It's not that surprising to hear Krakens exist in this monster-ridden world. And I'm positive that a giant, legendary being is gonna be real tasty. I'm salivating already. I'm sure it'll improve my skills as well. But how strange. The city seems peaceful for having Kraken sightings. On the contrary. New special dish to celebrate the Kraken. To celebrate the Kraken. Welcome, sir, table for one. Yes, and about the banner hanging outside. Right, then, that'll be 5 silvers, the Kraken special for one. How was the meal, sir? At our current location, we are open to hearing our customers' comments about the new special. If you take part in our survey, we offer a free glass of juice or a cup of coffee. Just tick every box as very satisfied. More importantly. Yes, sir, our restaurant is a popular spot in Santo Carnargo. No, not that, I meant the Kraken. All of our franchises provide the highest quality customer service. A point reward system every time you visit. Our head chef specializes in squid dishes and is a well-known gourmet. Through 5 years of training. Forget the Kraken. We only serve fully grown squids. And we have a Chalin 3-star rating. Should I eat this moron instead? Only after 30 minutes of listening to him drone on and on was I able to get the information I needed. A natural disaster that lives in the great depths. A menace to freedom, a predator of all living creatures. The great doom of the ocean. It's none other than the Kraken. Meow. It's so cute. The Kraken is a tourist trap. Plus, it's not big as I imagined. That's my lil Kraken, good job. I came all this way to see this. I should have caught up on some sleep if this was all it was gonna be. Meow. We've come from the Adventurers Guild, I will have my answer this time. We've come from the Adventurers Guild, I will have my answer this time. What? What brings the Adventurers Guild here? Ow, my ears, can't y'all pipe down a smidge? We came to hear an answer. Cut the crap, and answer my question. What's it gonna be? Meow. What, as I keep telling you, the answer's no, why do you keep coming back in both arenas? You're impossible. That is not the answer we want to hear. It's 'cause you folks just hear what y'all wanna hear. Why were ya pretendin' to show mercy, when you never intended to have a proper conversation? Very well then, we'll settle this by proving who's stronger. Geez Louise. Everyone, prepare for battle. What is wrong with you folks? I'm fine with fighting, but you folks should be careful. If you wish for your ship to remain in one piece, that is. How about we break this tugboat apart, boss? When did you, damn it? Y'all land dwellers got some nerve entering our territory on a boat. I suggest getting your brain checked out when you get back. You water hog, I won't forget your insults. You haven't seen the last of us, you damned water hogs. What a pain in the fin. Sorry for interrupting your meal, cutie. Meow. Fresh. Who are you? Would you mind answering a few questions? The Kraken tour quickly came to a close. And I followed the killer whale hybrid to another location. Here we are. Is this your office? Interesting? So, what did you want to know? Oh, what did that lion hybrid mean when he said he came to hear an answer? Oh, about that. You've seen Cutie, right? Cutie. I'm talking about the baby Kraken. Oh. The Adventurers Guild is trying to kill that adorable creature. A few months ago, when the army of demons attacked the kingdom, The demon army's navy invaded Genial Desierto with a kraken at its head. Luckily, the city was left unscathed since the army pulled out immediately once the demon king died. Once they were gone, I was out destroying the eggs the kraken left behind. But the lil guy had already hatched. The lil guy imprinted on me as its parent, so it's been with me ever since. Meow. Those Adventurers Guild scumbags have been attacking the city, claiming Cutie's some kinda dangerous monster. When in reality, they have hidden intentions. I thought the hybrid allied nation calls all hybrids part of a unified community. That unlike humans and elves, hybrids don't discriminate, and they recognize the freedom of all individuals. It was one of the facts Hunter told me about Elmwood. Those land-dwellin' varmints are no brothers of ours. The history of the hybrid allied nation only goes back 50 years. Before that, the land dwellers mistreated and discriminated against us marine mammal folks. We settled in Genial Desierto to escape their clutches and became part of the Grand Contine Kingdom. But when our home became the kingdom's greatest trade port, they've been spewing this all hybrids are brothers nonsense. It all started when the land dwellers sent the lion to my grandfather 50 years ago. Why won't you return to our kingdom? You want us to go back when we've just settled in. We know you land-dwellin' filth are after our port, shameless scumbags. Then we'll just have to take you back by force. Boys, give him hell. Meow. Oh, for God's sake, get lost. Even after that, those lowlifes have been tormenting us on the legal side o' things using their adventurer status. Even after taking over the seat of Guildmaster in the Santo Anco Marina branch. That lion hybrid you saw earlier is the descendant of the lion sent by the hybrid allied nation 50 years ago. They just keep coming back. I see, so that lion hybrid is the descendant of the lion from 50 years ago. I supposed his father sent his son to continue his dirty work. So that's what went down. Have I answered all your questions? Sir Clark, Mid-Tier Knight. I should have known why you prattled on about your complicated history. What is it that you want? Right to the point, I like that. Well then, let's dive right in. So tell me. What do you want, and what can you give me? Boss, you alright? That knight, who just left. Yes, boss, we'll tail him right away. No. Do not go after him. Don't even think about it or try to. If some fool puts out a hit on that knight, kill them. That thing is no mid-tier knight, that is a monster. Meanwhile, the paladin. I'm starving. It's hard to have a proper meal with him since our tastes in food are so different. Where did he go off to this time? Excuse me, but, are you a paladin by any chance? I am. How can I help you? You really are a paladin. I can't believe you're here. The goddess must have blessed us. You must help us, paladin. The demons have hidden a terrible weapon here. I saw it with my own two eyes. The demons have hidden a terrible weapon here. Hold on a minute, sister. Let us continue this elsewhere. Here are your Kraken specials, ladies. Enjoy your meal. Kraken. Is this weapon you mentioned related to this? Yes, it is. The infamous Kraken still remains somewhere in Genial Desierto. I thought we'd finally have some peace and quiet, but I was clearly wrong. Master said we've come here for the Kraken, so I'm sure this monster exists. But the city's atmosphere is eerily peaceful. There's even a special dish to celebrate the Kraken. Have you talked to the temple? I'm sure there's a goddess temple here as well. I have, but no matter how many times I pled my case, no one will take me seriously. The temple is ignoring the request of a missionary seeking help. What, is something the matter, Paladin? Why aren't you eating? This is really good. No, it's nothing. Look, sister, behind you. There's nothing behind me. I have your drink here, ma'am. Ma'am. What about our customer service survey? The kingdom of Grand Contine is close to the land of demons. This is why the influence of the knights is enormous, as they're the state-approved symbol of power. Knowing this, Orca Deficial made the request to me. Of course, this isn't charity work, I've already received payment and all. I'll explain later what this payment is. Right now, let's talk about cheetahs are the fastest animals on land, but to me, they were nothing but creatures with a fatal flaw. Their endurance is crap, and their flesh burns from their body temperature if they push their limits. But things are different now. With the cheetah's physique as the building block. The endurance built from the lungs and blood vessels of the giant dinosaur. And the lizardman mucus converted from the dungeon core's chemical factory. I can vaporize the mucus on my skin to keep my body temperature cool. Add orc muscles and dragon bones, and I can run even faster. Santo Anco Marina. What is that? What did I just see? How baffling. According to the Adventurer Amendment, you cannot enter without permission of the Adventurers Guild. But things are different if it's for a criminal investigation. A mid-tier knight has that right. Use these forged documents to accuse the guildmaster of being a spy of the hybrid allied nation. That way, the guild won't be able to spread their influence any further. If that's the plan, does it have to be me? You're the only one who can pull this off. With the kingdom doing post-war cleanup and the examinations for high-tier knights and the renewals for mid-tier knights overlapping. You're the only mid-tier knight here in Genial Desierto. I don't want to miss out on this golden opportunity when the Adventurers Guild is in shambles after the death of Julio Aventuras. I accepted the request, but I'm still doing this my way. Adventurers Guild, Santo Anco Marina Branch. Orca Deficial. That water hog be damned. Calm down, sir, those flippered curs will have no choice but to bend to our rules soon. Who the hell? Awk. Help. Fire, there's a fire. It's coming from the guildmaster's office, hurry, put it out. Master. Who could have done such a thing? A murder, let me investigate. Who are you to decide whether you're gonna investigate or not? Jack Clark, mid-tier knight, move. A mid-tier knight. Why is a mid-tier knight here? You. It's coming from the voice recorder crystal. How dare you? I come bearing a message from him, you've done your part, your services are no longer required. What? No way, it can't be. Do you have any idea what I've done so far? These are the voices of our master and his secretary. Proof this absolute will need no further investigation. Since I recreated their voices by eating their vocal cords. And here, there's something else. I applied salamander mucus to just this area so it wouldn't burn. Are those documents? Suspicion of tax evasion, our master was a spy. And lastly, fabricate a motive for murder. Finally, the sins of the father have been visited upon the son. Perfection. HNGH. What just happened? Where am I? Where am I? Oh, you're awake. Paladin, what is the meaning of this? I checked the temple, and they said a missionary like you never visited them. So I went through your things, and lo and behold, my adventurer license. Thou shalt love thy neighbor, thou shalt love thy nemesis as thy neighbor, if anyone slaps thy right cheek, turn the other. Forgive those who have wronged you over and over. However, thou shalt not forgive those who impersonate followers of the goddess. The secret imperial orders of the first pope. I don't know what you had in mind, or what you were after, but... well, you'll be telling me soon enough. Wait a second, Paladin, listen to me. Senior staff reporter at Anko Marina's Daily Elmwood. Matteo Frenza. Regarding the murder of the Anko Marina Adventurers Guild Master, Investigator, and mid-tier knight Jack Clark said. They cut off their own tail. The Guild Master was acting as a spy for the hybrid allied nation. But a problem arose regarding some information and he was killed to keep things quiet. I'm sure the killer is the missing secretary. Even so, there are pieces of the puzzle that don't fit. There's the fact that the killer set the crime scene on fire to dispose of the evidence, but the key evidence was left intact. And one body part, the vocal cords, of the dead guild master were not found. There's also the fact that the glass shards indicated the window was broken from the outside. There are too many suspicious elements in this case. Although the guards closed the investigation with that final announcement. I will stop at nothing to track down the real culprit. For the honor of the press. I don't understand. Why did Julio Aventuras hide the fact that there was a foreign spy in his own organization even if he knew about it? For him, the guild was more important than the kingdom. You speak so conclusively on the matter. Do you know something about all this? No, I just sympathize with him. Just like how I set aside ethics and morals to reach my ultimate goal of becoming the apex predator of all living things. He also must have prioritized the continuation of the guild over the kingdom. But I can't understand it. Why you wasted his skill and time on such trivial things. Is that so? Whatever it is, I will pass your opinions on to His Majesty as well. Also, I took care of a reporter who was going around spreading senseless rumors. Very well, that's one less annoyance to have to deal with. Until next time. My business here is done, I should be getting back. Thanks to devouring the tiger hybrid, I now have a deeper understanding of felines. The wolf hybrid I ate last time was a canine, so it just helped out with running on 4 legs. Wait. The first hybrid-like creature I ate was a werewolf, the lowest-tiered demon created from tainting humans. Hybrids are a subspecies of humans, but werewolves are categorized as demons. However, its effects on my powers were the same. What I'm trying to say is that the effect werewolves had on my compatibility for canines was a perfect match to the effect tiger hybrids had on my compatibility for felines. That was not the case with other demons. How shall I compare it? Fish people are bananas and insect people are geraniums. They're both plants, but that's where the similarities end. On the other hand, werewolves are green peppers, while hybrids are red peppers. It's safe to say their species are basically the same. Is there some kind of connection between hybrids and demons? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out: eat and experiment. Back in front of the lodging in Genial Desierto. Oh, Master, you're back. Yeah. Is that blood? HNGHH, help me. She's an adventurer disguised as a missionary. She told me she tried to kill the Kraken by manipulating me using the authority of the temple. Before, I would have failed to control my strength and crushed her skull. But thanks to your teachings, I was able to hold back. So I kidnapped her without a scratch and tortured her. I did good, right, Master? Southeast region of Genial Deserto. No man's forest. I was looking forward to the spare time I had in my schedule, but I ended up having to rush out here. Master, I got some firewood. All because of this jackass. Sir Clark, I owe you a great deal, but wasn't that going a bit overboard? Knocking someone out in a restaurant in broad daylight, kidnapping them, torturing them in a public hotel where the walls aren't soundproof. And not to mention, the victim was an employee of the Adventurers Guild with some influence. My apologies, how long will it take for things to cool down? I'm truly sorry to say this, but probably the better part of a year. This sort of news is all too shocking for folks here. I'll try to delay the investigation as long as possible, give you time to escape. Who would have thought we'd be on the run? Let's check the payment from the client. A giant sea snake, a sea serpent. I thought I'd have to slave away for weeks in the waters to find this sucker. How convenient. It's pretty tough. And venomous too. Not that it matters. A sea serpent is merely a giant version of a sea snake on Earth, but there's value in eating a creature just for the fact that it's big. It'll help me since I don't have any skills fit for underwater combat. Master. I was just wondering, why don't you eat any cooked meat? You always seem to just eat everything raw. Cooking meat takes time, and enemies can spot the smoke from the fire. Besides, I don't get sick from eating raw meat, so there's no need to cook it. I see you don't care much for taste either. Well, cooked meat lowers skill absorbency is all. 5 minutes later. She zonked out the minute she finished eating. What an animal. Who's there? It is I, Sir Kim. Why'd you come here? Didn't I say we'd meet up after I left the forest? Circumstances have changed. There's an elf that has entered these woods. Elves. Even here on the Elmwood continent, elves possess the common characteristics we all know. There's one thing that sets them apart from other races, due to their long lifespans and innate magical abilities. People say elves are arrogant and that their confidence is sky high. So came the saying. A good elf is a dead one. That's right. However, this particular elf isn't one that the same can be said for. And why's that? They're one of the candidates to be the next heir of the Elven Kingdom. So what you're saying is, this elf is a big shot, probably some kind of prince or princess. To open a gateway to another world, make an offering of the heads of kings from 4 races at the shrine sealed inside the temple's dungeon. Elves were definitely included on that list. This particular elf's head might be of great use in the future. So, why has a high and mighty heir to the throne come to these woods? I assume they're here for the Hydra. The presence of venom grows stronger the deeper into the woods I go. Prince Lucian, I beg of you to reconsider this quest. Slaying a Hydra alone is much too dangerous. Nearby creatures addicted to the Hydra's venom become terribly aggressive. The Hydra itself is far too strong as well, only one has been slain in the past century. I'm talking about the adventurer clan led by Julio Aventuras, even that ended in the deaths of every member, save their leader. Chamberlain. Why are you repeating facts I already know? Almost as if you're explaining it to someone. What I'm trying to say is this is dangerous, Your Highness. You don't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. No, Your Highness, I know it all too well, that's why I've been. Fine, then, what do you think will happen if I give up here and return? Well, as heirs to the throne, Prince Lucius and Princess Elamia will also. Don't be ridiculous. Even if Lucius is contending for the throne as I am, he can wield rare temporal magic. And Elamia has already made great diplomatic accomplishments, and she's not even 200 years old yet, but what about me? I have nothing but my bloodline. And it's something those two share as well. I don't know who will become king. But it's painfully obvious who won't be. Even so, this is just too reckless, Your Highness. I'm begging you to turn back, you've reached your limit maintaining your mana. But if I return now, I'll be branded a failure. Please grow up, Your Highness, if you have never once triumphed in your life, just accept it as your fate. Alright, fine. You finally understand my wishes. I understand that you have no desire to continue this journey with me. Your Highness. Now, wait a second, Your Highness, this isn't funny. I didn't find your comments funny either, Chamberlain. Prince Lucian. Please, just listen to me, MMPH. MMPH. It's not just animals that turn vicious when addicted to hydra venom. Plants also hunt prey by wielding their branches and vines like weapons. However, these plants cease their movements when there is no water to absorb. Therefore, someone who wields water attribute magic can create a safe zone by eliminating any water in the area. This is precisely why I was going to fly over. The plants aren't attacking, Master. You're right, it's almost like they're parting to let us through. Let's see. They say there's an intruder on the other side of the forest. Did you just have a conversation with a tree? It was more like expressing my intentions. The venom-addicted trees move with a hive mind. Isn't that the same thing? And I too can use the skills of a creature with a hive mind. Ferris de Glutterod. I'm indebted to my squid-like friend. Anyway, these trees have a similar wavelength to the magnetic field frequency I use to control parasites. That seems to be why they perceive me as their own. Pointy ears, danger. Magic, roots. Drought, over there. Help! An intruder with pointy ears is drying out our roots with magic over there, help us. Pointy ears must mean an elf, magic, roots, drought, must be wielder of water attribute magic. Just what I thought, it's Prince Lucian of the Elf Phyllis Kingdom. Now then, how to approach our target? From the book, A Hero, a biography of Sir Kim. Even the trees corrupted by the Hydra's venom were influenced by Sir Kim's heroic vigor, and they gladly pointed the way. My life has been nothing but an endless cycle of failure. I was born as a high elf, the noblest of elven bloodlines, and showed great aptitude for water attribute magic from a young age. But my life fell into disarray after my twin brother and sister were born. My younger brother Lucius showed a gift for an extremely rare magic called temporal magic. My little sister Elamia solved the kingdom's headaches with her unique view on matters. With lesser skills and achievements than the twins, in the end, everyone around me left. The only person who remained by my side was that incompetent brown noser. But I've reached a point where I almost miss that clown. I was planning on achieving recognition by slaying the Hydra. But it seems I've reached my mana limit for maintaining my water attribute magic. A life cursed with this inferiority complex. I came all the way here to escape it. But I guess this is what I get. Please grow up, Your Highness. Isn't it about time you get used to defeat? If you have never once triumphed in your life, just accept it as your fate. Rather than struggle for whatever time I have left. Wouldn't it be better to just accept my death? Not one person comes to mind in these last moments of my life. Do you require assistance? Who are you? Budget for reducing government subsidies for the Adventurers Guild and revision of the Adventurers Act. Those pea-brained aristocrats voiced their complaints for tighter restrictions. But back a dog into a corner and it's gonna bite. It'll be a major headache if the Adventurers Guild revolts. Don't they know you must take your time to tame and shackle a wild animal, those imbeciles? I have your tea, Your Highness. Thanks. So, what happened with the job? Sir Kim safely made contact with Prince Lucian, wearing the kingdom's knight armor, as per your request. Good. Do you really think Prince Lucian can slay the Hydra and become the next king of Elphilis? Of course not. However things turn out, there's simply no way he's going to be king. Forget the Hydra, even if he slayed a dragon, he still wouldn't be king. I'm just helping as it is beneficial in many ways for us to earn some goodwill with the prince. In many ways. What do you mean specifically, Your Highness? There's a political strategy to it as well, but most importantly, it's to survive. If my plan fails, I'll be the one ripped to shreds by that monster. He can control the plants that are addicted to the Hydra's venom. I'm Sir Kim, the Knight Commander of the Grand Cantine Kingdom. Are you injured? No. Thanks to you, I yet live. I would like to express my gratitude for coming to my rescue. Are you sure you're an elf? What do you mean? No, it's just that, I'm surprised to see you're different from what I've heard about elves. I heard that elves look down on all other races. Elves can live for 1,000 years, an unusually long lifespan compared to other races. Therefore, elves consider other races to be like children in their eyes. Moreover, with their natural affinity for magic, they are known to be proud creatures. There's no way elves would thank another race. I see. I was no different from the rest of the elves. Though I suppose after 200 years of being measured against others and having my pride hit rock bottom, I've changed. I'm well aware of what you might have heard about my race. But I'm an anomaly. I'm sure most elves are just like what you've heard. No, they're likely even more prideful. Is that so? Master. No fair, just taking off like that, MMPH. MMPH. What the hell is she doing? Be gone. Phew, I thought I was a goner for sure. An elf. Greetings, my name is Lionhands Purecreed, a paladin. I hail from the city of the goddess. And who might you be? I am Prince Lucian, from Elphilis. It's a pleasure. A prince of the Elven Kingdom, what brings you here? Let me express my gratitude once again, Knight of Grand Cantine and Paladin of the City of the Goddess. Without your help, I undoubtedly would have perished. He's an elf. Not just any elf, but an elf prince is bowing down to us. I guess I've been prejudiced against elves until now. May I ask one more favor, seeing as you saved me? Help me defeat the Hydra. Oh. He's definitely an elf, seeing how he's so shameless. What a coincidence. I too was seeking additional assistance to slay the Hydra. Could you give us a rundown of your special talents and abilities? I am a wielder of water attribute magic. My strengths lie in supporting rather than attacking, such as manipulating the environment and blocking attacks. My powers will be especially useful against the Hydra, since it lives in the water. What about you, Sir Kim? Superhuman strength and transformation. I know you have the ability to transform into a dragon. But the Hydra is a magical creature that controls water. Wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? I can also transform into a sea serpent, and venom doesn't work on me. But the sea serpent lives in salt water, not fresh water. Well, I could change the lake into seawater. I trust you to make that happen. I'll be carrying out the direct attacks. I suppose this way is better than forcing teamwork between us. Master, what about me? Oh, you'll be in charge of a very important task. Taking care of the spawns. This isn't exactly what I had in mind. a heroic tale needs more dramatic elements. For example, the knight, Sir Kim, who sacrificed his life for his liege, Prince Edward, to whom he swore loyalty. And the prince of a ruined kingdom, Lucian, who swore revenge. That story doesn't apply here. We're here. So this is where the Hydra lives. Yes, the lake is fairly big. Let's get to it then. How long will it take for you to prepare? Prepare. I don't need any preparations for something so trivial. Witness and praise the splendor of Prince Lucian Loquitus Elphilis. Master, I'll take care of the monsters on our flank. Master. That's one head down. For unrestricted movement in water, I shifted to the body of a sea serpent. And the teeth and jaws of a dragon. There's no way some squishy hydra can stop me. So that's a shapeshifter. Now then, time to chow down on the rest. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Reminds me of a movie. How can the Hydra regenerate its head that fast, when it's got something as complex as a brain? Its regenerative abilities are more advanced than that of a troll's. Do they apply to the entirety of its body, or just the head? Well, I guess it's time to find out. Its regenerative abilities seem limitless, however. I see there's a limit to its mass. When more heads grew, its body mass decreased. Let's test its limits. Mantis shrimp claw. Now, let's see how long you hold up. Its body is so light after regenerating 30 heads, it can barely hold itself up. It stopped regenerating after its 42nd head. Whine. All clear here, Master. I am in your debt. I promise I will return the favor. A knight commander is different indeed. Forget it, we simply had the same objective. I was just here on personal business. Then you need worry not about my intentions. I shall personally repay your kindness. I will just be taking these. Until we meet again, Sir Kim. It's not often you see an elf lower their head that many times. He only bowed twice. Elves never bow their heads even when they're baptized at the temple. If only other elves were half as polite as him. Whatever the circumstances, we did fight together, and he seems friendly enough. I hope he becomes king. Prince Edward said the same thing, although he also added that would never happen. Your strength is growing closer to the level of a saintess. Really, thank you, master. The Elven Kingdom. El Phyllis. Prince Lucian. The prince slayed the Hydra. Finally, I've accomplished something to rival my siblings. I will become a candidate for the throne once again. What's with the crowd? Prince Lucius. Slated dragon. Master, I got 'em all. Information on sightings. Bandit camp in Marquis Basquevert's territory. Put them in here. Once you're done, we go to the mountains. In many ways, the Hydra's head wasn't a head at all. It had sensory organs such as eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but no brain. And its bones were connected like a human arm. Its brain was located in its torso. That's why it was able to regenerate its head so quickly. As for regenerating two heads from one, I'm not sure about that yet. This creature still requires research. More importantly, as for the abilities I gained from consuming the Hydra. Bandit camp in Marquis Basquevert's territory. What is this? Who the hell are you? It's a monster. Run. You can run, but you can't hide. Wrath of the Goddess. It's the wrath of the goddess herself. The goddess has brought down a monster of wrath upon us. Cut the crap, the goddess wouldn't bring down a monster like that. The second camp isn't far from here, we'll join the others there. The second bandit camp. Why, is there a hole in the wall? HRRGH. Oh no. Another guest. It's coming this way. Hey, we gotta run. I'm sorry, but stay alive. Stay alive long enough to buy me time to get away. Oh, goddess. Master, I'm all done. Since we cleared out the bandits in the area, I'm sure the villagers can live in peace now. Yes, well done. Thank you. She's showing more brutality than is necessary. She's going through a phase where she's confused whether she's a human or a monster. I remember going through a transition period like hers. But it's not long before the wolf unveils itself from its sheepskin. It's not coming out. Oh, there aren't any bandits left, that was the last of them. No, our main purpose wasn't to clear out the bandits. I assumed it would show itself once its prey disappeared from its territory. It's prey. Are you saying the bandits are prey? If you're talking about a monster who preys on groups of humans. There's only one monster that preys on humans. There have been recent sightings of a manticore in the area. Then do you think this will work? If the manticore turns its attention to the village, innocent lives will be lost. Meaning there will be more sightings. It'll only prolong the process, nothing will change. But, what if the manticore eats all the eyewitnesses? Or what if it doesn't show up again in the same village it attacked? Well, in that case, are you planning on burning down the entire mountain? How about you stop right here? You have burned down enough. An excerpt from the Guide to Monsters. Written by Julio Aventuras. Flee immediately if you encounter a manticore. A manticore. It has the head of a man, the body of a lion, and the tail of a scorpion. It's assumed the goddess created the manticore, referencing earth legends like dragons and hydras. The manticore is a monster that originates from Persian mythology. The monster's favorite prey is fresh human meat. And here, Marquis Basquivard's territory is infested with bandits. There is no better place for a monster to feast. A manticore. What is this? What is this odd sense I'm feeling? I was planning on devouring the manticore as soon as I laid eyes on it, but I don't feel all that hostile towards it. I was going to inflict great pain on whoever wreaked havoc on my hunting grounds. But strangely enough, I don't feel like doing that to you too. Is the feeling mutual then? Something is suppressing my aggressive nature. Is this a sense of bonding? Whatever it is, I suppose you two have unfinished business to attend to. Finish it first, then come find me. Same time, same place. I'll be waiting. My apologies, Sir Kim. It should have been our duty instead. No need to apologize, I wanted to do it anyway. Well, I suppose being overly apologetic would be a discourtesy. Congratulations on completing your quest to clear out 72 bandit camps in Basquivard's territory. Master, you're here. I kept you waiting. Let's go. Basquivard Territory 6th Bandit Camp. You're here. Mr. Manticore, or Sir? Yes, that's right. Master, what's going on? What's with the face? What, you surprised? Well, I suppose you would be. Since it's your face. Are you playing pretend or something? First, take a seat. It's gonna take a while to explain. Talk. In the beginning of this world, the goddess existed. And the goddess referenced earth creatures the most when creating this world. Various animals and plants. Hybrid species from fiction. Monsters from your wildest imaginations. And finally, she created a monster that really exists. I'm sure you of all people know who that monster is. Me. That's right, let me officially introduce myself, I am a manticore. But my other name is Pet Shop Duplicate V0.3.0 Beta. One of the experiments the goddess created. The most wanted criminal in the world, Mr. Pet Shop. Pet Shop. You're under arrest for your various crimes. That's my nickname back on Earth. A creature to replicate you, the monster in this very world. That is me. Before the goddess experimented on abilities to transform into other creatures, she made it her goal to fuse bodies of different creatures together. And so the griffin was made. But after that, a non-stop series of failures. There were creatures that had hybrid abilities and were able to reproduce. But the goddess could not replicate your core ability, consuming and absorbing your prey's abilities. After a string of failures, she created me. I was only able to transform my body from a human form to a feline. My head transformations were limited to primates. And it was impossible to get rid of my tail or change it. But I can replicate the creatures I eat. Wait a second. There's no doubt manticores are powerful monsters. But this is the first I've ever heard of such an ability. I am not like other manticores. The manticores you know are my offspring. But they didn't carry on my special ability. Wasn't that the same case for you, Original Pet Shop? You're right, I had a son. But he only got my human genes, not my abilities. Wait, Master. You have a son, you were married. It's all in the past now. I can't believe it, Master was married. And he has a son. So that concludes my story. Any questions? The time is off. I was born around 30 years ago. And I've only been in this world for around 2 years. But you? Yes, I have been in this world thousands of years. But, this world was created by the goddess. And by world, I just don't mean this continent. The entire universe. No. All of time and space. It doesn't make sense for an all-knowing being to abide by human standards, does it? Then how do you know all this? It's not just me, creatures created by the goddess herself. The first-generation creations know the reason for their existence. But it's just that I'm the only one left. Have you encountered other first-generation creatures before? Of course, there were others before and after I was created. However, I don't know if they are alive, since I don't know their whereabouts anymore. For example, there was a winged creature that could transform its body into reptiles, amphibians, and mammals. But I never saw it again after it entered the dungeons to get stronger. Reptiles, amphibians, and mammals. Snake, frog, bat, and the dungeons. So that's what that feeling of disgust was. Final question. Last one, you can ask more. So, what are you curious about? You. How many of your kind have you eaten so far? How did you know? Master. Stand back. I can sense it, even with your abilities, you are incomplete. The fact that you lived this long just by eating ordinary meals felt off to me. I'm sure that without eating a special meal of sorts, it would have been difficult to overcome the limits of your abilities. Plus, you were saying, the second I laid eyes on you, I also thought you looked tasty. Oh, Original Pet Shop, I wish to become complete. Not once has my thirst been quenched over these thousands of years. I admit, bidding farewell to a kindred species is a real shame. But the joy I feel from becoming closer to completion has made me forget the sadness. So, how did your kind taste? Simply the best. And you, I have a feeling you're gonna be tastier than any of my kind. The bond shared between the same species. The joy of encountering this creature. The sadness of tragedy. The anger towards myself for letting my instincts take over, a rush of different emotions. But there's one thing that cancels out all these emotions, and that is my insatiable appetite. Well, so that's what you taste like. I get why you keep hunting your own kind. All the species I've consumed so far put together do not hold up against that piece of flesh I just ate. As expected of the original. I feel it. I'm sated. I'm growing, yes, yes. Thanks to you, my powers have overcome their limits once more. From a cat to a chicken, you seem like you're done. How about you just give up now so I can finish my meal? I think you're getting full. Aren't you slowly falling into a food coma? I'll let you sleep. Forever, that is. Why, just why, are they fighting? They are the same species, aren't they? And their purpose isn't even winning a duel or for survival, it's for a meal. Whatever their purpose is, the manticore is a merciless monster that eats humans. We're doing the right thing by slaying him. But that manticore's true identity is the progenitor of all the monsters of this world. And my master is the original creature of that monster. Not to mention, master isn't a human from this world. What am I supposed to report back to the temple? The paladin's passing thought soon disappeared as she watched the battle between the two. It was a fight truly barbaric and gruesome. They displayed savagery a paladin like herself should never yearn for. But for Lionhand's pure creed, it was the ultimate peak she wished to reach one day. A fight like from an old legend. As a result, the monster within her grew bigger and bigger. But at the same time, her rationality and patience to control these urges grew with it. The scene unfolding in front of her eyes was appealing indeed. But she had one more duty left as a paladin. She was no longer a human being. But she was a devout follower of the goddess. This taste is not our species. You ate something rather tasty, didn't you? This is my ability, no. Their ability. It's evolving rapidly by eating my flesh. This might get dangerous if I drag this out. My abilities haven't done any damage. Alright then. Let's go about it the old-fashioned way. Eliminate that annoying tail first. What the? So, you're utilizing the abilities you've gained from me. I can control a body part separated from my body. How fascinating. So this is what a creature of 1,000 years is like. I'm no match in terms of effectively using my abilities. However, no, I'll be having that back now. Erg. Gra. Did it work? It's been a while since I've come this close to the face of death. You are indeed powerful, original. I hope that wasn't the end. My dragon scales won't hold out against this. I'll retreat for a moment. You, what the hell have you eaten? My tail has never grown this big before. Mwahaha. Are you still breathing? That tail. It's from that dinosaur monster. You're tough. But please, just die now. I will gladly eat every last scrap of your body afterwards. Feeling weak already. I see the venom is slowly taking effect. You coward, using venom like this. And this isn't venom from this world. I injected you with pufferfish venom earlier in the fight. There's no way he can handle venom from Earth. Coward, you say, that's only applicable in a fight between humans. Well, I suppose you're right. Any last words? Last words. Well, my final words. Who knew there'd come a day I'd be saying my final words? I was always hearing them, never saying them. Well, I don't really feel like passing down words of wisdom to someone who's going to eat me. Yes, I'll leave you some final words that'll haunt you for the rest of your days. I am Pet Shop Duplicate V0.3.0 Beta. And the name of the same species I ran into was Pet Shop Duplicate V0.9.7 Beta Final. The number is getting closer to 1.0 and has the word final attached to the end. That was around 50 years ago, so I'd expect the next version to be on the prowl sooner or later. You are not alone. Come to think of it. Why is it so quiet? The paladin's usually yapping about the biography of Sir Kim. She's gone. This is a letter to my master. Master, from now on, the kingdom. Sir Kim. We're in big trouble. The adventurers have started a rebellion. That manticore was inferior to me in nearly every aspect. But with some things he was better than me. He had feasted on far more diverse and numerous creatures over the millennia. And he was able to freely make use of his prey's memories and personalities. Meaning, he was able to think and act completely like another creature. A trick so he could maintain his current personality, even if he chose to switch his brain to another. Brainwashing himself so he could return to his original personality. He probably mastered these skills with training over the years. I, too, gained the same abilities as I consumed the manticore. Although I wasn't able to gain its vast stores of knowledge. More importantly, regarding the content of the letter left by the paladin. Hey, brother, does this mean you can transform into a completely different personality? That's correct. Holy mother of. You were already a monster, but I see you're just getting started. Anyways, getting back on track here, you know why I called for you, right? Something about the adventurers starting a rebellion. So, what should I burn down first? Whoa, hold your horses. Of course we're gonna kill them, but now's not the time. This will only work if the adventurers kill some of the lords I don't like. Terrorize the people, and then I come swooping in to save the day. Naturally. Still, it'd be best to handle this situation swiftly. And a new idea came to mind after hearing about your new skills. Of course, you will be rewarded handsomely. The Adventurers Guild. Santo Dharmarga Branch. The kingdom is planning on cutting 90% of our funding starting next year. Does that make sense? No. Hell no. We will kidnap the royals and demand a budget withdrawal from the prince. Let us take back our rights as adventurers. Does this mean we're moving on the palace? This is my chance for revenge. A few months earlier. The port city, Stukfit. Midden, the half-demon, half-human boy who dreams of becoming one of the 7 deadly generals. Do you remember the tragedy that befell him? Where am I? Welcome back. Master. The guild master of the Santo Darmarga branch. Miguel Orapriso. What is the meaning of this? Why the hell would you do that while I'm talking? I've been protecting you despite the talk about your lack of cooperation in the guild. Is this what I get in return? Do you have some grudge against dragons or something? Whatever that was, I'm cutting your bonus for this month as punishment. And the mission is next week. Make sure you get to know your new teammate. Apologies for knocking you out. It all happened so fast, I failed to control my strength. I believe proper introductions are in order. My name is Vermico Rosadente from Santo Almaruz. Midden. Midden. Ah, so you're the famous Midden half-fiend I heard of back at my branch. Follow me. Now that we're on the same team, I may as well see your skills. Dragonkind, damned dragons. Oomph. Phew. I dealt with the monster how I would back home. So, Judge, what's my score? You pass. He's strong. I was pretty shocked, a marble basilisk. I wonder what this fella tastes like. You're gonna eat it. I was trying to stir up conflict by having a lizard man hunt a lizard. But does this not faze him? Defeat a powerful enemy and succeed its power through consuming its flesh and blood. A tradition of the warriors of Rutmash. After observing him for a couple of days, I've come to conclude that Vermico Rosadente is a decent fellow. He volunteers for tasks others avoid. And he's respectful to everyone. There's no doubt that he's a great guy. With the exception of his uncanny resemblance to the dragon of Stukfit. Actually, there's another annoying detail. And wouldn't you know it, they asked for an iron golem. That's when I said, Iron golem, I don't got em. Wahaha. I don't got em, you're hilarious, Vermico, wahaha. His awful puns. How the hell is that funny, damn fools? Midden half-fiend. The man with uncontrollable wrath toward the red dragon. I am indeed the red dragon that he speaks of. I don't keep a list of all the creatures I've killed, so I don't know what grudge he's got against me. But he's clueless when his life's sworn enemy is right in front of his eyes. Pathetic. However, I do sense something different about him compared to the other humans. I'll have to observe him a little longer for now. I haven't confirmed if he's the same species as me yet. Ah, you're back, so I hear you two work like a well-oiled machine, eh? Remember when you tried to kill that fellow? Vermico, Midden, I'm entrusting you two with this next request. The mission starts in the dead of night, take the target out discreetly. This is the guard's patrol route. Castle of the Lord of Darmarga. My lord. My lord, it's time for you to start your official duties. What the, who? That was too easy. Master. Damn it. Those useless scumbags, I told them over and over to take care of it discreetly. Master. Oh, you two are back, good job. You two did your job perfectly. What's the matter? As I mentioned before, the entirety of our 11 branches across the continent decided to carry out this request at the same time. However, not even half took down their targets discreetly, and the rest. Master, big trouble. Count Salambro was dead, the bastards from the other branch, they beat him to death. Those brainless fools, how could they kill an aristocrat? At least we'd have some options if they had kidnapped him. We could have covered it up by negotiating with whomever got kidnapped. But murder is another story. We can't negotiate with the dead. Our branch needs to carry out the negotiations. Make sure the count doesn't go anywhere. And make sure there's not a scratch on him. Yes, master. Just how did things spiral out of control? A few days earlier. The Royal Palace of Grand Cantine. According to my intel, there are a total of 11 lords who took part in the rebellion. I'm planning on taking this opportunity for a complete reshuffling of the lords. The Count of Darmarga is the only useful lord of the lot. He's good at his job, with the one drawback of being too stubborn for his own good. So I want you to scare him a little, brother, but don't kill him. Got it. As for the rest of the lords, they'll soon all be dead. Let's go. Master. Why are you making me stay back? Count Darmarga is the most important piece in this negotiation. We can't even start the talks if we lose him. You two are our best, so guard him with your lives. I may be able to find the bastard if I could just meet the prince. I need to meet the prince. The prince. Ah, do you wish to see the Prince of Grand Cantine? Well, he is a hero of the Demon War, so no wonder you wish to see him. But the prince won't come out right from the get-go. Perhaps after a successful negotiation. He's right, let's not be hasty. Next time, when they're negotiating in the kingdom. That's when I'll strike. Tonight, we drink. The kingdom's envoy was surprisingly accommodating. I thought the deal would be called off since the room was ice cold at first. I'm certain they'll agree to our terms in the next round of negotiations. Is the plan working better than expected? At this rate, he might let me come along for the next talks. That means it'll be possible for me to face the prince. What's with the long face? We haven't celebrated in a while, why don't you let loose and throw a few down? Here, bottoms up. No thanks, I don't drink. That's why I brought you water. Try and enjoy the festivities, midden. I might look like this, but I'm still only 17. I don't get why people drink. What is this? Those dirty adventurer bastards, how dare they lock up a noble in this dump? I'll bring the military down on them and have everyone's heads once I get out of here. Who the hell are you? Are you here to goggle at me like some monkey in a cage? No, I've come to tell you some valuable information. Valuable info, don't make me laugh. Do you really think you low-life adventurers will get away with this? Count Salambro is dead. What? It'd be best you watch out for yourself too, Baron Darmarga. Adventurers can get rather hostile. You animals, if you dare. Yes, if you die, Baron, it'll be the death of us adventurers too. But our death doesn't mean that you'll come back alive. Whatever you decide, try valuing your life, you only got the one. Are those bastards out of their minds, killing a noble? It's not easy to fear a person you just met. But the circumstances change if there's direct stimulation of the cranial nerve. It's been some time since I contaminated the water supply on the other end, so all the preparations are in order. A few days later. It's been a while since they started their second bout of negotiations. Let's hope the talks go smoothly. By the way, you all right? Your eyes are all bloodshot. I mean, I guess we did have to deal with the military trying to break the Baron free these past few nights. No, that was nothing. Besides, you're one to speak, your scales are looking dull. Don't worry about me. This level of exhaustion is nothing compared to when my first child was born. Your first child? You have a child. Of course. Warriors of Rutmash aren't allowed to go out into the world until their children can walk on their own. He left his family behind. How could he do such a thing? Actually, for lizardmen, dragonkind are. Curse those bastards. Open the gates, now. What happened? I thought the negotiations were going well. Fireball. Those bastards, so they're gonna take up arms against us, are they? The knights can't destroy the castle walls with just their fire spells. So that's why I've covered them with combustible goo beforehand. Midden. Get up, Midden. Stay with me. Midden. Ah, Midden, you're back. What happened? There was chaos after the castle walls fell. The other adventurers began to attack in blind frenzy. Almost like they were possessed by something. I tried to stop them, but it was no use on my own. So, I'm going to look for the guildmaster. He's the only person with a chance of gaining some control over this chaos. It's dangerous here, so you best clear out as well. You told me you had things to do, right? From one warrior to another, good luck. They brought down the castle walls with just a small contingent of the military. So this is the power of the one I seek revenge on. I can feel the insurmountable gap between our powers. Before even finding the dragon of Stuckfoot, I've already. This can't be. No, now that I think about it, something was off. Why did I think of something so reckless? At first I just thought. Master. What are you doing in here? We need you out there. I don't understand. I knew from the start that this plan wouldn't work. I just wished our guild wouldn't get caught up in the rebellion. So why? Why did I kidnap a noble and use that to negotiate with the kingdom? And take part in such a harebrained scheme? Just why? Because you were the man for the job. Who said that? Miguel Orapriso. You're no match for Julio Aventuras, but of the remaining adventurer guild masters, you seem to have some foresight. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Master. Who are you to be my half? Have I gone insane? Neutralizing you meant the collapse of the Dharmarga branch. That is why I chose you. Are you another personality within me? No, you are my other personality. You may not remember. But I consumed and absorbed you. Like this. Master. The guild members are in a frenzy outside. %#. Midden. You got a death wish. What are you just standing there for? I told you to get out of here, why'd you come back? You're my teammate, we make it out together. Thank you, Midden. I thought you hated me. But just now, you've saved my life. What do you say, why don't we start a guild of our own? A synthesis of octopus tentacles and praying mantis forelegs. Not bad for a first try. Where do you think you're going? Don't you have unfinished business with me, Midden half-fiend? What, who the hell are you? The Dragon of Stuckfoot. The Dragon of Stuckfoot. It's you. Correct. The strength of an ogre's arm formed by the powers of a shapeshifter. And the aura of the legendary adventurer, Julio Aventuras. Revenge for my family. And for my teammate. This blow contains every ounce of revenge and hatred. Three things I gained from devouring the manticore. First, a boost to my skills. The overall compatibility of my skills has improved. Second, recreating personalities and memories. It's what I used on the Guildmaster. I suppose it stems from the manticore's centuries worth of experience. Last but not least, I've gained the skill of seamless transformation. I no longer have unnatural joints even if I connect incompatible body parts. It stems from the manticore's innate physical traits. I've only consumed one of my own kind, but there have been dramatic changes. What would happen if I were to consume more? Just out of curiosity, I ate a creature that I assumed was my kind, but to no avail. Midden half-fiend was not my kind. A shapeshifter. Copying special abilities through skills, it would be difficult to call them my kind. Speaking of my kind, yes. Nearly forgot about the letter she left behind. Master, there's expected to be a rather large disturbance in the kingdom of Grand Cantine soon. As a knight of the kingdom, you'll naturally become involved in it. However, I am a paladin of the temple, so I am forbidden to interfere in affairs outside the city of the goddess. So this is where I bid you farewell. I firmly believe the goddess will bless us to reunite once again. Your disciple, Lionhands Purecreed. What about it? This is just an ordinary farewell letter. I thought you received a love letter or something. The content of it, yes. But the timing is what's off. When I got the letter, it was before even I knew of the rebellion. Does this mean the city of the goddess has a way to relay messages in real time? It can't be. Yes, now I understand. Divine punishment. If the ruling class shirks their duty to rule the people and better their country, the goddess will strip them of their right to rule and punish them in a manner befitting the crime. I'm sure you remember this, brother. I thought this setup was forgotten after it appeared in episode 12. Yeah, I suppose I do. But we already know that the goddess isn't some divine being. It's just a system that constructed this world. It doesn't make sense for it to interfere with trivial human matters. You're right. That's right, divine punishment isn't meted out by the goddess, but by the city of the goddess. It's the only place with the organizational power and technology to do so. Just when I'd managed to rid myself of Julio Aventuras' influence. Now it's the city of the goddess, damn it. If the city of the goddess possesses that kind of technology, they'll be a formidable foe. But we can't avoid conflict with them. Because the prince needs to send me back to Earth by using the altar in the dungeon of the Great Temple. Can you deal with them? I'll be frank with you, brother, it won't be easy. As I've mentioned earlier, I can now recreate the memories that exist in the heads of others. And the knowledge bestowed upon you from the goddess is all in your head. You get what I'm trying to say here? Loud and clear. Well, you can relax. I have no intention of breaking our contract, as long as you hold up your end. Same here, I have not the slightest intention of betraying you. I know for a fact what happens if someone betrays you. By the way, I haven't just been twiddling my thumbs while you were busy, brother. Welcome to the Royal Engineering Research Laboratory, Sir Kim. I've been deciphering all sorts of Demon Kingdom technologies here. Doesn't that mean this place is important? Security seems pretty lax in that case. This is a top-secret facility of the Grand Canteen Kingdom. If you wish to enter, come back with authorization from His Royal Highness. So, what you're saying is, we're not allowed in because you're developing new tech in there, correct? Then it's a no-brainer that we, experts of all things tech, should be allowed in, no. Those damned hairy bastards. Well, if it isn't the folks of the Republic of Evermind. Oh, Prince Edward. What brings you here? The Republic of Evermind. The land of dwarves, was it? But I thought dwarves were supposed to be shorter. One of the heads I need to go back to Earth is that of a dwarf king. How convenient that I can use the memories of this world. It's been some time, human prince, that Tinkin over there won't reason with us. Will you let us in? The guard was simply obeying orders. How about you dismount before I grant you entry? Ah, right. Humans are quite particular about etiquette. Come on, all of you, down. Satisfied. That explains it, they were on robots. An unparalleled technology in a world where people still ride carriages. Very well, I will show you inside. Guard. I knew it, the human prince is reasonable. You tricked us, human prince. You did say you wanted to see the inside. The holding cells are also a part of the facility. I get stronger the more I eat. Story Katian Art Katian Original Novel Frostmorn. Who were those creatures? They're guests of the state, for now, nosy little things, dwarves. I assume they've come to snoop on the power engine that runs without magic that the demons used to use. A steam engine. Yes, with their science, they only have power engines that use magic gems. Now that we've gotten rid of our furry problem, let's head in. Impressive, it's almost ready for commercialization. Yes, well, it's what happens when a person with Earth's knowledge is running things. It's not my area of expertise, but thankfully I picked up a thing or two. He's talking about GODES. But I didn't bring you all the way here to show you this. Brother, how many people do you think believe in the goddess in this world? The answer is nearly everyone. Therefore, waging war with the city of the goddess means there'll be traitors from within who are loyal to the temple. Is that why you made these? Exactly. No, strictly speaking it wasn't me who made these. This is the work of that old coot, the late king. Have you heard of the leucochloridium paradoxum? Asterisk, look it up at your own risk. Of course, it's the parasite that lives off snails. It controls the host so it gets eaten by the snail's predator. Turns out, there's a parasite for primates in this world. The old geezer made it so that it can live off humans instead of primates. This creature is similar to the parasite I ate. Perhaps he could be the same species as these parasites. I will completely eliminate the possibility of betrayal by using this brainwashing technique. The old man did something good for me after all. This is just begging to be utilized. Well, there are some improvements to be made. We're going to solve those issues through research. We've secured plenty of test subjects too. We're scooping up the adventurers who plotted the revolt, hee hee. People can change. Through a powerful leader and the elite chosen by their leader. The following day. This usually isn't allowed, but since you're all important guests, I will allow a tour of the outer parts of the research facility. Do not go inside, even by mistake. If you do, I will have no choice but to lock you up again. I'm sorry, human prince. The time is now, run. We'll stay in the holding cell for as long as it takes. But I must see it with my own eyes. This is... How in the world? This is more than I imagined in my wildest dreams. So you've seen the inside. Wait, I'm sorry, just listen to me for a second. You can lock me up as long as you want. I don't care what I have to do, just let me participate in the research. This is what us dwarves have been so desperately looking for. New energy that doesn't rely on magic gems. Please, I beg of you. I guess there's nothing I can do since you're so adamant. I'll put up making the technology public for debate at the next meeting, so please get up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Overwhelming thanks. While you're busy ogling at the steam engine, you will never realize. Former demon territory. Grand Kanteen Kingdom's expedition party. Why's there a lever here? An earthquake. The earth is opening up. This is... First, I'm planning on uniting the human nations as one. Uniting all the human nations. Sounds like a royal pain in the ass, is that really necessary? Sigh, allow me to explain, brother. There are currently 5 races coexisting on the continent of Elmwood. Elves, hybrids, lizardmen, dwarves, and humans. Before this, we all fought against the demons as one group. But now with the Demon King gone, our common enemy is also no more. We will soon expand our power and compete against one another. The problem is that the other races all form a single nation of their own. But humans are divided into many different nations. We need the heads of each race's leader to send you back to Earth, correct? I have already expanded my power. But not far enough to start a war yet. First, we take over the demon territory and unite all human nations as one with our newly acquired land. Next, we collect the heads, one by one. Don't you worry, brother, this world is bound to be mine soon enough. Everything is panning out exactly as I had calculated it. Unless some super ancient artifact suddenly shoots out of nowhere, my calculations are tried and true. Very well then. But will you be alright? Alright with what? Usually when an evil villain exposes their plan for world domination, there comes an unexpected wrinkle in the plan. Ha. You've been reading way too many novels, brother. Look at Mr. Future Writer over here. I told you, I received all the knowledge I'll be needing from the goddess. No chance in hell are there gonna be any setbacks in my plan, so don't you worry about things that'll never happen. Your Majesty, there's been an emergency. What is it? The expedition party discovered an ancient artifact within the demon territory. It's extremely well preserved, danger levels are off the charts, and the irregularity levels are unprecedented. What? And there it is. An artifact from an ancient civilization, preserved in perfect condition. We still have time. Deploy the royal assassins to secure the artifact. We cannot let anyone else claim it, never. Never. The thing is, Your Majesty, the remnants of the demon army made a move on it before we could. That's okay, we can clear out a few demon soldiers, no problem. Plus, it's not like those boneheads have the knowledge to make use of such artifacts. About that, it seems that the leader of the remnants is an archaeologist. The artifact has already been activated, and there are more demons spilling out of the ruins than the number of demons that had originally entered. Well, so much for never. What the hell, what am I supposed to do now? Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Sigh. Well, this would be a piece of cake for you, so, you're gonna help out, right? Should I just eat this twerp? Damn that useless goddess, this isn't what she promised. Why the hell didn't she warn me about this potential danger? What the prince received from the goddess was all the knowledge he'll be needing. In other words, she didn't grant the prince knowledge he wouldn't be needing. Don't blame me. The prince didn't necessarily need the ancient artifact. And it wouldn't even have been discovered if he hadn't gone overboard with his developments in the demon territory. Basically, he brought it upon himself. Former demon territory. Discovery site of the ancient artifact. This territory belongs to us demons. Let's drive out the human scum. My goddess, there are too many of them. Where did all these demon soldiers come from? Die, human. I can't believe how fast you were able to create the clones. It's incredible. Lord Viron. Leader of the Blade of Stuckfit. Viron. Yes, this right here is the hope of the demon race. Who would have known that an ancient weapon was buried below the Demon King's castle? A massive cloning factory. Using this, we can increase the number of our army infinitely. The Blade of Stuckfit, prepare. For the Second Demon War. Lord Viron. What is it? Did you discover another artifact? That's not it. It's a dragon. The Dragon of Stuckfit. What's this? An aircraft carrier. Sir Kim. This is a communication device that directly connects to His Majesty. He wanted me to deliver this to you, just in case. Got it. Well then, best of luck. Now then, shall I go? Into this unidentified aircraft carrier. The inside looks huge. Lord Viron. That's the bastard. He turned into a dragon and annihilated our entire unit. That's the Dragon of Stuckfit himself. The Dragon of Stuckfit. So you're the infamous dragon, are you? You will pay for. Lord Viron. I thought I'd be lost in here for a while, but looks like luck is on my side. My own personal guide came to greet me at the door. Let's have a look at his memories. So it's this way. Is this cloning technology? This sure isn't tech from this world. Well. This is no ancient artifact, more like technology from back home. English. An ID and password, could it be this? Access denied. Never mind. I guess they're smarter than I thought. There was an asshole back on Earth who boasted he was a big-shot hacker. Who knew I'd be putting his knowledge to use here? A few hours later. There we go. Access granted. Welcome, Senator Wilson Phillips. Took a while, but I got through eventually. I got lucky, there were a lot of potential combinations. No wonder it's difficult to hack even with the help of a professional hacker's brain. This thing is definitely from Earth. Not only that, but 50 years into the future from my time. An aircraft carrier equipped with the technology of 2072. To have built something like this, I take it that Earth in 50 years isn't exactly in good shape. However it ended up here, it's not included in the prince's knowledge he'll be needing in the future. Which means, I don't need this to get back to Earth. I'll have to destroy it. Self-destruct command approved. The self-destruction of the USS Kolchev will begin in 15 minutes. Attention all crew members, evacuate the ship following the emergency manual. Is it malfunctioning? There's a foolproof way to fix any broken machine. A little trick I like to use back home. The ultimate percussive maintenance. Warning, warning, Grade 1 Legion cell reaction detected. What the hell, what's wrong with this thing? Suspending all activities and destroying current sector. Subsequently transitioning all control of the ship to the AI system. Good luck. What the hell just happened? It wasn't the self-destruct function. If it had self-destructed, with something that size, the explosion would have been much bigger. What's it, brother? What happened to the artifact? You destroyed it, right? Please tell me you did, please. What the hell, why aren't you saying anything? Is this thing connected properly? Which do you want to hear first? The bad news, or the really bad news? Fine, the bad news first. I failed to destroy the artifact. The artifact wasn't a structure, it was a ship. A ship. A ship that can also move on land. So, what happened to that blasted ship? It only blew up the part one was in. And then it fled. It fled to the sea. Alright, brother, so what's the really bad news? The so-called ancient artifact is actually an aircraft carrier from Earth. An aircraft carrier housing a cloning plant, and one made in the distant future of 2072 at that. Looked like it was made in the US. What? That actually works out better than I thought. What do you mean? Initially, I regarded this ancient artifact as a threat since I didn't know what it was, brother. But now that I know what it is, I can't help but feel relieved. The ship is probably USS Kolchev, I'm certain of it, since you brought up the cloning plant. How do you know all this? Well, Project Overdread was run by White Veil. And I was a member of White Veil. Project Overdread. A typical conspiracy theory spread online. Look at these normies getting clickbait. The theory is that the military powerhouse, that is the US, wants to take over the world. And they're making weapons beyond our wildest imaginations, utilizing all sorts of cutting-edge technologies. Behold, my superior story writing skills. The conspiracy theory is too outrageous for anyone to actually believe it. Ah, the thing is, what happened? Looks like the communication device ran out of time. I've set up a post nearby. There's a hologram communication device installed for you to use. Where the hell were you all this time? It seemed dangerous. Demon Territory Grand Canteen Outpost. Tell me about Project Overdread. Straight to the point. Let me start by saying that some parts of the implausible project are true. But the clone soldier landing ship only had basic blueprints. I suppose they built it using technology 50 years from now. Then you must know about this ship, the USS Kolchev. I was a field agent, so not in great detail. What I can tell you is that according to the plans, the USS Kolchev's ultimate goals were an autonomous mining system, spontaneous repair, producing clone soldiers, and building seaplanes. Meaning, we're in big trouble if that ship finds a mineral vein on the ocean floor. Got it. Oh, and have you heard of what's called a Legion cell? Legion. March 2012. The police in the state of Georgia found out about a man's double life. A gruff, yet hard-working father of a family during the day. The boss of a notorious crime syndicate at night. They didn't know the science behind it. But the man used a high level of disguise. Enough to completely change his facial and body structure. Therefore, no one realized the two were actually the same person. Until someone took a video of him using his abilities. White Veil called him the doppelganger. Since then, a grand-scale operation was launched to arrest him. At last, White Veil managed to secure the doppelganger's second son. His wife and eldest son were killed in the process. But it didn't matter to them, since the two didn't carry the doppelganger's DNA. After taking the second-born son, they discover a type of cell in him. Since the cell appeared to have multiple faces, they named it Legion. A miracle cell that can morph into any property with a certain stimulus. White Veil's superhuman soldier plan advanced considerably. All thanks to the newly discovered Legion cell. White Veil's next operation was to capture the original Legion. And that moment was the moment they saw hell itself unfold in front of their eyes. So, this Legion cell is basically your cell. No, White Veil wasn't able to capture me, so they must be referring to my son's cells. Yeah, by the way, your son is fine. He was adopted by an army general, and besides the monthly physical checkups, he lives a free life. Is that so? Are you all right? I killed all those bastards who were there back then. And you said he's fine, living a free life. Plus, he might have inherited my genes, but not my abilities. So he's my son, but we're not the same species. He's taking this news calmer than I anticipated, but I know for a fact that this monster's family was an important part of him. His family was the last wedge that kept him human. For once he lost them, he lost his humanity entirely. Anyways, our priority is to sink the ship that came from the future. But the problem is locating it within the vast Elmwood Oceans. Do you have something in mind? Not really, it's not like we have satellites or radars in this world. Do you have something? Sigh. Fine, I have some things to experiment with anyway. I'll search and get back to you. I need to prove my worth in the near future. Or else. It won't be long until that monster consumes me. The port city of Stuckfit. The body of a tuna fish, the muscles of an ogre, the bone marrow of a troll, and the scales of a dragon. I suppose a chimera would be more accurate than to call it a fish. Devour, and grow. And alert me immediately if you find a large metal substance. A few days after releasing the patrol fish, I couldn't stand the boredom. So I started fishing. Just when I was thinking whether I had to change the title to I Get Stronger the More I Fish. I'm here, Sir Kim. Are the fish biting? By the way, how are you cooking the fish here? Don't tell me, have you been eating these raw? Enough with the small talk, cut to the chase. Oh, my apologies, actually, His Majesty wanted to. Sir Kim. It can't be. Isn't that the legendary Ocean Master 2000? 15 years ago, when the most elite dwarf fishing pole master craftsmen were solely focused on magical enchantments. The Fisherman Workshop crafted this masterpiece by enhancing the sturdiness of the material itself. It integrated the technology forged by traditional dwarf fishing poles, not to mention taking the bold step of synthesizing tech that was still in the experimental stage. This masterpiece embodies the perfect balance between traditional and new technologies. The moment this fishing pole was launched, craftsmen and those who shunned traditional methods and cherished the new looked back on their way of crafting and shifted to laying a solid foundation before developing a flair to their methods, a true story known by many. I just picked up whatever old fishing pole was nearby. So this is the true nature of a male human obsessed with their hobby. Here, take it. Seriously. So, the prince is looking for me. Ah, yes, that's right. He had something to ask. You can head to the temporary outpost. You're sure about this? No takebacks. This is the best. What is it? Oh, you're here. I'll cut straight to it. Brother, I'll be honest with you, the greatest emotion I feel towards you is fear. But there's also trust, as we are partners. And friendship, as we hail from the same world. So, what I'm saying is, I would never lie or cut straight to it. Right, I have a few questions for you. Ahem. Recently, the quantity of fish being caught all over the continent is rapidly declining with the emergence of a monster fish. They are terrifying creatures, ripping fishing nets and even devouring fishing hooks. This is your doing, right? I only ordered my chimeras to find that ship. This is the direct consequence of their own decisions and actions, therefore. No, this was not my doing. Really? It wasn't me, it was done by the creatures I summoned. That's the same damn thing. Fine, well, moving on. Next question. Fish people have started to appear on the shore of the Albaflum Kingdom as of 2 days ago. But they're not the demon fish people we know of, they're some grotesque-looking creature. Albaflum Kingdom is currently in a state of emergency because of those things. This wasn't you, was it? No, I didn't create anything other than those fish. Then they must be clone soldiers created by the USS Kolchev. Are they planning on taking over our land before crafting seaplanes? I'll send my fish to Albaflum. I created them to find the ship in the first place, anyway. Thank you, brother. Now, the final question. The royal assassin I ordered to tail you suddenly applied for paid leave. He says he got a hold of the legendary Ocean Master 2000. You're the one who gave it to him, right? Why am I caught in the middle of this? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me, where do you think you're going? You should have given something like that to me in the first place. Do you have any idea the trouble I'm going through to send you back to Earth? Where's your loyalty? Meanwhile, on the USS Kolchev. After the USS Kolchev's main AI system destroyed the bridge, It was able to learn and think autonomously, suspending all activities and destroying current sector, subsequently transitioning all control of the ship to the AI system. Although the ship's power source was damaged and lost an extensive amount of information, it was able to utilize its most recently collected data on demons and deep-sea fish collected from the ocean. And by fusing those two together, it created clones of fish people. Monsters. Scree. And those fish people clones were able to easily take out the most powerful navy in the world, that of the Albaflume Kingdom. Wait, Pietro is still. I don't know who that is, but there's no time to waste. Damn it, run. Is this as far as I go? Are you from the Third Fleet of the Albaflume Navy? Capital of the Albaflume Kingdom. Al-Quivpale. Long time no see, uncle. The King of Albaflume. Ryan Albaflume. Damn it. That's no way to greet a nephew you haven't seen in forever. I have to admit, I'm a bit hurt. Cut the crap. This sly prick, what is he up to this time? How did my angel-like little sister give birth to the likes of him? What is it this time? Did you come to dump some more of those useless toy guns that don't work when they get wet? Or maybe you're here to force us to buy that ship of yours that eats through coal. As you probably know, my kingdom is in a rough spot. The 5th naval port was attacked by monster fish people. I've actually come to talk to you about that. I think I can help. Help? How? Our navy will be toast by the time your reinforcements arrive. Plus, there's only so many of those ever so mighty space attribute sorcerers that you can send us, isn't that right? Yes, but what if I can handle this with those few? Don't be ridiculous. What, are you gonna send over a dragon or something? I already have. What is that, up in the sky? Is that a dragon? I didn't sleep a wink trying to work this whole thing out. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen you sleep, but you always look just fine. I've slept. When? It's similar to how dolphins sleep. You sleep by alternating between your left and right brain. To be exact, I rest by alternating between my primary and subbrain. Damn monster. Anyway, you'll have to participate in an official event throughout the entire day, will that be alright? You're asking whether me having to pose as your subordinate for a long period of time has irked me. Your ultimate goal is becoming an apex predator, right? Returning to Earth is just part of the process. But if you present the appearance of working for me, your goal is. That's a foolish. No, a pointless question. Becoming an apex predator isn't something that is simply decided by physical strength or abilities. And of course, it's also not something you can achieve through the approval of another creature. Becoming an apex predator means to become a creature that can adapt to whatever environmental changes that may arise. To be able to survive in the deep sea where no light can reach. In the polar regions where no warmth exists. In the desert where not a single drop of water can be found. And even within the vacuum of space. Can one be called an apex predator? Adapting to the human society is merely the most basic foundation of survival. Oh, uncle, there's going to be an international meeting held at noon. What? The most influential countries among the human nations are to be attending, so you'd better get ready as well. Damn it, why would you tell me this now? Well, because if I had told you sooner, you would have requested aid at the international meeting, right? Of course I would have. That wouldn't do. What you need to request from the other countries is cooperation, not aid. The boundaries of an individual's strength within the Elmwood continent are much more lenient than of those on Earth. Because the level of security cannot keep up with the strengths of individuals. It is on rare occasion that the leaders gather in one place. This is why the international meetings within the Elmwood continent are hosted by the temples of the goddess. And it is conducted via the use of a telecommunication device set up at the temple in each of the countries. The Great Temple of Al-Quivpale. Let us begin, seeing as we have all gathered. Ahem, then I will speak first. The kingdom of Grand Khantine is monopolizing the profits from the demon territory. My apologies, but there is a far more pressing matter at hand. And what is this urgent matter? Fishing hauls have been plummeting since last week. Not just from a specific region, but from the ocean of the entire continent. And almost at the same time, these grotesque-looking fish people have started to appear in the Albaflum kingdom. Although, I'm sure all of you are aware of this, having received requests for aid. Yet, not one of you have provided any assistance. I am aware, but the fishing problem is temporary, is it not? Not to mention, since the world's greatest navy of Albaflum was defeated. Wouldn't sending reinforcements now just result in more dead bodies? But you have a duty to provide aid within your capabilities, do you not? Duty, doesn't that only apply to when the Demon King is involved? Yes, that is correct. And the Demon King is in fact, deeply involved in this matter. What do you mean, Prince Edward, the Demon King, you say? On what basis do you claim so? Is there a witness? Yes, of course. Sir Kim. I hereby swear to the goddess as an honorary instructor of the Holy Order of the Sword, that there will be nothing but the truth in what I am about to say. The Declaration of Truth. It is one of the miracles given by a god, a transcendental being. When one invokes the Declaration of Truth, they are surrounded by spears of light. The spears of light serve as the goddess's assurance that the person is telling the truth, but also function as a deadly divine punishment for those who would dare lie under the oath. Since the spears recognize an area as their point of attack, my immunity to skills won't work here. But there won't be anything to worry about, as long as I don't give it a reason to attack. I cannot go into the specifics. But what Prince Edward of Grand Khantine had just said is indeed the truth. The cause of the decrease in fishing volume is the monster fish. I've seen them with my own eyes. They are sentiently connected with the Demon King. As for the peculiar fish people, they are creatures that clearly go against the will of God. I infiltrated the base of the fish people and witnessed their true identity with my very own eyes. They are of an existence that share the same origin as the Demon King. The cause of the decrease in fishing volume is the monster fish. I've seen them with my own eyes. They are certainly connected with the Demon King. I was involved with slaying the Demon King, and those monster fish were created by me, so technically, these two are connected. As for the peculiar fish people, they are creatures that clearly go against the will of God. The fish people are creatures modeled after the deep ones that appear in the Cthulhu mythos. And the goddess said it wasn't time for them to appear yet, so this is also the truth. I infiltrated the base of the fish people and witnessed their true identity with my very own eyes. They are of an existence that share the same origin as the Demon King. The USS Kolchev, which is the fish people's base, and the Demon King are both from Earth, therefore, they share the same origins. Well, when told like this, it'll sound as if the Demon King had created these monsters before its death, and that they are now attacking the human race. I suppose an alliance is inevitable. Then the leader of this alliance. In my humble opinion, I believe the Albaflum kingdom is best suited to serve as the leader. Even with the damage it's faced, their navy still stands strong, and they are directly involved in these matters. You raise a valid point. I concur. As do I. I accept that offer. We succeeded in securing aid from the other kingdoms, but the important question is, what is this bastard really up to? Everything is going according to plan, now, with this. A foothold for the human alliance has been established. The USS Kolchev chose to attack the Albaflum kingdom rather than scouring the ocean floor for a mineral vein. This was because it determined that it was far more efficient to simply take minerals that had already been processed rather than to find a mineral vein. Also, any creatures standing in the way of its plan were easily dealt with. They were far weaker than the clone soldiers, so elimination was swift. However, a giant flying reptile appeared out of nowhere and decimated the clone soldiers. The USS Kolchev saw this creature as a threat and in turn organized a mass production of fighter aircrafts. 6 months later. Found it. The territorial waters of the Albaflum kingdom. Grand Admiral, it is time. The highest ranking officer of the Elmwood Continent's Navy Alliance. Grand Admiral Asdamal. Very well. At last, we begin our battle against the headquarters of the fish people and the monster fish. Send out the steamboats for reconnaissance. The Alliance received all sorts of aid from the Grand Contine Kingdom. From coal-powered steamboats to gunpowder-based weapons. And even a monster. Without the adoption of new technology and the help of Sir Kim, the Albaflum kingdom would have been wiped off the face of the planet. But, logically speaking, is it even possible to commercialize technology like this in 6 short months? Prince Edward, there's something suspicious about him. Grand Admiral, the steamboats have returned. It can't be. They've hoisted red flags. It's an emergency. This is what the steamboats recorded of the battle. How can this be? We must retreat immediately. What are you talking about? This could be our opportunity to strike. Sir Kim, why have you suddenly transformed? What in Goddess's name? Prince Edward, do you understand the situation at hand here? To let Sir Kim act on his own in an emergency like this. I am aware of the situation, and also of the octopus monster's identity. Which is precisely why I have sent Sir Kim. I have no choice but to trust that damned monster. A few minutes earlier. That octopus monster is your little spawn, isn't it, brother? Yes, but there's been a problem. What, is your spawn losing the fight? No, the opposite, actually. It's on a rampage and won't surrender to my control. What? At this rate, our plan will fail. At the least, the USS Kolchev will go down, or perhaps this fleet could become the next target. Our original goal was to weaken it enough for the Alliance to fight it. It won't be a problem, I'll handle it. Once I gathered all of my spawns in one area, I stopped receiving information from them. But it's not that the connection's been cut off. Could it be a late rebellious phase? Are they evenly matched? Don't tell me it's going to self-destruct again. I'd better hurry. Beep, Legion cell lifeform detected. Gurgle. Detected an unidentified lifeform trespassing. Currently lacking deck planes for countermeasures. Relax. I've come to make a deal. There's no need for countermeasures. I've come to help. Request denied, remove yourself from the ship immediately. I've come in the name of Eddie Montoya, of the White Veil. Beep, search in progress. Eddie Montoya. An agent of the White Veil, who went missing while tracking Pet Shop, the original Legion. Commencing communication under special regulations. Available time for usage is 180 seconds. How about we talk after we team up and take care of that first? Approved, registering the original Legion as a temporary ally. Operating the ship's resources for the extermination of the sea monster. Now we're talking, and get your deck planes out of my way. Gurgle. Is this the best it can do? It must have used up a lot of its strength on the aircraft carrier. Allow me to tame you further before we talk. Answer me, why did you act out of my control? You should be asking that to your conscience, you moron. Look at you, traipsing around, pretending to be a human with that fancy title of yours, Sir Kim. What a joke. You've forgotten where you started. To become the apex predator is your goal, as is mine. But then, you created me. Just like a human being, you came up with the idiotic idea of acting as a colony rather than as an individual entity. You're right, makes me reflect on my actions. Reflect, do you really think you're getting off the hook that easily? Reflecting won't make any of what you've already done go away. I had thought of this creature simply as a tool that had gotten out of control. But it seems that I was wrong. This is an enemy that I must kill. Well, that's more like it. That's what I'm talking about, kill and consume whatever gets in your way. That is your true nature. A monster is still a monster, even in sheep's clothing. I suppose you can call this self-reflection. I got myself back on track thanks to you. Confirmed. Registering entity named Edward Grandcontin under the same name as Eddie Montoya. With this, the ship's command and control fall to the only identified United States citizen, Agent Eddie Montoya. I would have never expected things to work out this way. Now then. I'll be taking whatever I'll be needing. Thanks to this, we reaped more than we had originally planned. The other species have refused to participate in this war, blaming humans for invading the demon territory. But thanks to winning this war with humans alone, we're now stronger and more united than ever. Not to mention, I managed to smuggle the USS Kolchev's cloning facility and its precision component processing equipment in secret. So I'll be able to produce infinite amounts of what I will be needing for the thing. We could even move our plan up. Good. By the way, brother, did you figure out why your spawn went berserk? We could perhaps use it to generate power in the sea if there's no underlying problem. I won't be creating any more of those. Why not? Feels like a waste not to make use of such resources. Just name the price, I'll have it covered. A price. I'm sure you're aware of how pet shops crimes drastically grew more violent after a certain incident. Well, I was in charge, so yes. What about it? What I'm saying is that the price to pay after crossing the line won't be cheap. Are you saying that my request is on the same level as that incident? No. It's greater than that. Before, I had my identity as a monster even if I gave up my identity as a human. But now, I only have just the one as a monster. Ahem, oh, right, there's going to be a coronation ceremony next week. So I'll fill you in on the plan. I'll make sure not to bring this up again. Not unless I want to die early. Kingdom of Grand Canteen, the Great Plaza. Former minstrel and current reporter for the Daily Elmwood, Felina Greensmith. I switched jobs since I kept getting caught up in unfortunate incidents whenever I ran into him. Now, I guess I won't be running into him again. The crown of the Kingdom of Grand Canteen will find its rightful owner. I now pronounce the new king of Grand Canteen. Rejoice, for your new king. What? It's him again. I have to get out of here. Something bad is surely about to happen. The mysterious explosion at the crowning ceremony. Many aristocrats and high-ranking officials lost their lives. And His Royal Highness, King Edward, fell into a coma. So, the responsibilities of Grand Canteen fell into the hands of no other than the protector of the kingdom, Sir Kim. He miraculously survived the ordeal and is now hailed as a hero who reunified the faltering kingdom of Grand Canteen. Reporter for the Daily Elmwood, Felina Greensmith. 3 months later. Stop right there. These are the quarters of Ambassador Elamia of Elphilis. State your business. Sir Kim. What brings you here at this hour? Sir Kim, what is the meaning of the capital of Grand Canteen, Santo Almaruz? The embassy of the Elven Kingdom, Elphilis. The ambassador and spy of Elphilis. And one of the younger twin siblings of Prince Lucian Elphilis. Elamia Elphilis. She's been residing in the kingdom and has been acting like an ambassador on the surface, but was a spy in the shadows. I recognized Prince Edward as the biggest threat to our elven kingdom going forward, and planned the attack at the crowning ceremony to try and take him out. Although I failed in eliminating my target, I made sure not to leave any evidence behind that could be traced back to me. So how did you find out? Wait, it was really the elves. I wasn't completely sure, you just happened to fit the bill. If there was a more likely suspect than the elves, I would have destroyed them first. Is what he said. That's what he said. It can't be. Did King Edward wake up from his coma? No. He used a clone, so he was never in a coma in the first place. What? Enough talking. I must get word back about this. I only need to distract him for a split second. Now, it's time to bring the first head. The prince no, the king has woken up from his coma. The elvish plot has been thwarted. But this incident was merely a drop in the bucket. In order to eliminate any threats against humanity, we will take out the remaining elves. For a safe and peaceful society. Look at you lying through your teeth when you were completely unharmed. A bit of theatrics is necessary for fooling an entire kingdom. My kingdom's power, and a solid justification for war. I have everything that I need. All preparations are in order. King Edward, what in Goddess's name do you think you're doing? The reigning king of the kingdom of Elphilis. Lucius Elphilis. One of the younger siblings of Lucian Elphilis. And the twin brother of Elamia Elphilis, who had died earlier. The destruction and burning down of the embassy, the murders and injuries inflicted upon the staff. Plus these baseless allegations, how on earth do you plan to take responsibility for all this? Geez, you're one noisy pointy-eared bastard, aren't you? What? What did you just say, King Edward? King this, king that, blah blah blah. Haven't you heard that the kingdom is now an empire, and that the king is now an emperor? And what, baseless allegations? You think I don't know what you bastards were up to? You're clearly out of your mind. What happened to Elamia, I mean, the ambassador of Elphilis? Oh, you mean the pointy-eared lady. I wanted to at least send her body back, but it wasn't exactly in great shape. Too bad you couldn't see it for yourself. You inferior beings, how dare you? You will pay for your sins. Oh, you're gonna come to pay for how you've abused the human kingdoms all along. I really do appreciate your voluntary spirit, but both twins throwing away their lives is, well, a bit too harsh, even for me. This is war. I declare war on you and your vermin kind. Extreme rage. And extreme calmness. Who knew there'd come a day two extremes would coexist inside me? The lowly humans have dare insulted us noble elves. Until the very moment I hold the head of that mangy, ignoble emperor. We will never stop. Lucius's temporal magic. Foresight. This ability shows him the future. The future shown by the temporal magic is absolute. And cannot be altered. The future is set. This war ends with our victory. Long live King Lucius. It won't be long till one of the heads makes its way to us. How are you so sure that the king of a kingdom will appear on the front lines? Well, we did kill his little sister. The High Elves are the royal family of the elves, and a High Elf's sister is considered as a special being. You see, High Elves maintain their pure blood through incest. Therefore, Elamia Elphilis, whom was recently killed, is the king's sister, as well as his wife. How revolting. Yes, all the more reason to take his head. So, I was thinking, how about you kill all those pointy-eared bastards even before the battle begins? It'd be a perfect opportunity to test your new abilities. They will face destruction and despair, not war. In 30 minutes. We will reach the humans' base, Santo Almaruz. However, these humans aren't trying to defend their capital at all, they do is flee. They're probably planning on fighting us once they assemble all their troops at the capital. Be on alert, this is most likely one of their cowardly tricks. Yes, Your Majesty. Lucius's prediction was half right. And half wrong. Capital of the Kingdom of Grand Contine, Santo Almaruz. Come out and pay your price, you craven king. If you do not show yourself, I will turn this city into a sea of fire. What appeared in front the elven troops? By the way, brother. Are you not able to use magic at all? Of course I can. The knowledge of magic accumulated through the consumption of other creatures. But never once have I seen or heard of you using magic. That's because I never needed to. Magic requires time for casting, so there's always the danger of being interrupted. Whereas the abilities of those I've consumed are much easier to use. There's no need for magic when I possess a more advanced ability. Still, where's your sense of adventure? We're in a world that's like a fantasy video game. But isn't magic for beginners in games as well? A seasoned veteran uses an enchanted one-handed sword in stealth archery. Was a single monster. I changed my arms into hydra heads, followed by dragon heads. The newly consumed wyvern wings to replace my arms. And the ancient dinosaur monster's tail is the tail. What is this monstrosity? What the hell is going on here? A dragon, no, a hydra, a wyvern, is attacking the rear troops. We were unable to identify the creature. Fire breath. All troops, cast your fire shield. How could this be? It broke through our shields. That's a strong acid enriched with acid slime. It isn't fire, so your fire shields are useless against it. Now, here comes the real fire breath. Good luck blocking this. It can't be. This scene. Then what about the expression I saw earlier with my foresight? That damned monster. He's become even more freakish. It wasn't us elves he was showing fear towards. How pathetic, even after foreseeing the future. Ha 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 ha. My own foolishness is what brought this disaster. It's only right that I end it. Time dilation. That's a total of 7 time dilation spells layered on top of each other. That should be enough to almost freeze your. How come, my spells? Skills don't exactly work on me. Sorry about that. Your Majesty, behold. Our Empire's victory. This is incredible. With Sir Kim, taking over the world wouldn't be such a no, that's impossible. Sir Kim doesn't serve me, he's acting out of contractual obligation. And God forbid, should something happen to that contract. Those monstrous claws may aim at us someday. Prince Lucian Lucitus Elphilis. His life has been nothing but one failure after another. He's been compared to his younger siblings for his entire life. And his life's greatest achievement, slaying a hydra, paled in comparison to the slate dragon his younger brother had brought. But slaying a hydra is an achievement in and of itself. So, Prince Lucian finally came to terms with reality. His current title within the kingdom is Senior Policy Advisor. Just as the title suggests, he advises the king on policy. But would his younger brother, the prophet, need a policy advisor? Ultimately, Lucian's title was just for show. It seems awfully quiet today. My mind is much more at ease after setting aside my obsession with the crown. So, this is the art of letting go, as someone once said. Such a life is surely as meaningful as Prince Lucian. What's the matter? His Royal Highness Lucius was slain in battle against the humans. Lucius is dead. Yes, Your Highness, but that's not all. 2,000 of our elite soldiers were killed as well. I know for a fact that Grand Constantine doesn't have a military that powerful. Wait, could it be? King Lucius was taken from us too soon. He didn't leave behind any heirs to the crown, nor are there any named successors. So, at this very moment, the High Elf with the purest blood is you, Your Highness. You're back, brother. You seem to be turning more monster-like with each passing day. Oh, I received a letter from the pointy ears that they'll surrender. Is that so? Yes, but one of their conditions is that the protector of Grand Cantine must be present at the signing of our surrender. If it's okay with you, would you mind coming along? The Elven Kingdom of Elphilis. The Palace Parlor. Sir Kim, I have finally accepted my weakness. And that's put my mind at ease. Afterward, I searched for things I could do without relying on my bloodline. But ironically, I ended up becoming king because of it. Who the hell is this pointy-eared drunkard? This is supposed to be the Elven King. I was wondering why he called for the monster. But it seems that he's just going through puberty. Yes, I get it. I also had a gifted older brother as well. Ex-warrior. I completely understand. You and I aren't so different after all. Yeah, so, what you're saying is that you want to achieve something great with your own power, but it's not working out, correct? That's right, hiccup. But if you think about it, your bloodline gifted you the very power to change your kingdom. Meaning, you can change out the existing system so that people are judged based on their skills rather than their blood. But a change in the system that drastic would surely provoke the people. With Lucius Elphilis gone, who is the most skilled magician in the Elven Kingdom? You can handle a little opposition with your powers. You can use your own power. My own power. There's no way a king would easily fall for such empty, sugar-coated words. But the moment his lips touched that wine, everything had been decided. I spiked his wine with ultra-white, a substance that affects neurotransmitters. The key word is your own power. You can use your own power. Yes, my very own power. I can do it with my own power. The following day. Listen, my lords. I had a talk with the king of Grand Cantine yesterday. And what I've concluded is that if the war continues, there's no doubt we will lose. Not only that, but it could threaten the very existence of US elves, therefore. I have decided to surrender to the kingdom of Grand Cantine. Surrender, that's preposterous. Why must we surrender to a bunch of inferior apes? In fact, they owe us apologies for our late King Lucius and Queen Elamia. As expected, they're not taking this very well. Calm down, let me explain. What, surrender? King Lucius would never have considered something so humiliating. No wonder he's our backup choice, thank. A good-for-nothing elf who can't do anything with his own power. Who was that? Who dares to utter blasphemy in the presence of the king? Who dares to utter blasphemy in the presence of the king? No, Your Highness, that's not what I. Goddess have mercy. All the water in his body evaporated. With my power. I shall use my power to change the kingdom. This was the moment when the future tyrant of Elphilis, the walking catastrophe, was born. All right then, now we're 1/4 done. Who's our next target? Well, I was thinking of targeting the dwarves next, but is there a problem? We're about to take the head of a nation's king. Plus, the Republic of Evermine is an ally of Grand Cantine. Which means that there are quite a few things to prepare for. How long will that take? Around 6 months or so. That's shorter than what I had anticipated. Will you be needing me in the meantime? No, not unless something unexpected comes up. Good. In that case, I'm going to take a vacation. Suddenly a vacation, where to? What's he up to now? The first place I arrived at when I came to this world. The Great Forest. The Great Forest. As its name suggests, it's a vast forest on the Elmwood continent. The Great Forest is divided into 3 parts: the entrance, the central area, and the depths. The deeper one ventures into the forest, the more dangerous the monsters become. I went back to my initial mindset and searched through the dragon's memories of the Great Forest. Then, I discovered something. Of the abilities I'd been using, none of them would be useful in the depths of the forest. The monsters I devoured at the entrance were merely tasty snacks for the monsters living in the depths. Even the red dragon is placed somewhere in the middle of the food chain in the depths. That's why the dragon I consumed had its nest at the entrance of the forest. An eyeball bunny. It's fast. What I need here aren't destructive physical abilities, but the skills of disguise and camouflage, evasion, and flight. A week later. I took the week to redefine the skills and abilities I needed. The creatures in Elmwood all possess magical powers on a basic level. Therefore, in order to avoid their senses in detecting magical powers, I utilized the abilities of creatures from Earth. I used the dungeon core's chemicals to modify the cuttlefish's ability to change its color, resulting in invisibility. I also applied the gait of a 4-legged animal to my bipedal walk. That should be enough for basic survival skills. Time to head into the depths. The depths of the Great Forest. I guess this is where the depths begin. So far, it's not that different from the central area. A slime. Does it detect its enemies by sensing vibrations on the ground? It's like a skilled batajutsu master. Known as the Lancer Slime. It propels its narrow side forward with incredible speed, slicing its enemy almost instantaneously. Well, then. I'll induce its attacks by creating vibrations on purpose. And when it's within range, devour it whole. The Lancer Slime was indeed powerful. Dare I say, it had the quickest attacks I've seen so far. Hunter, the current emperor, would have surely lost. But I can't use its abilities. Without a solid form, I can't use my existing skills with it. Nor could I make use of its memories, as slimes are non-intellectual beings. Entrance of the Great Forest, the swamp region. The habitat of the lizard men, who once worshipped the dragon. It truly is a mess here. The paladin of the temple, Lionhand's pure creed. And all those lizard men are just gone. I suppose it's possible they all moved away, seeing how there are no bodies around. We're out of options. I know it wasn't our first choice, but we'll have to ask the locals. The locals. A saintess candidate of the temple, Anaful from heaven. Yes, miss, I heard there's an orc village nearby, let's head there. That was an unexpected incident I've encountered, as soon as I entered the depths. I admit I may have been a little too complacent. I'll have to re-evaluate my skills in the central area of the forest. Who, what are you? As I thought, this is hard to control. I tried mimicking the lancer slime by transforming my hand into a slime. But the form is unstable. Not to mention, the power is a fraction of that compared to the original. The lancer slime would have completely severed the limbs. Thinking back, I remember I had to resort to a more cumbersome method to get the red dragon. You monster, don't come any closer. Stay back. Urgh. There's no doubt I've grown stronger. Old Onyx, land of the Orc clan. Ah, the situation here isn't any better. I always thought orcs were barbaric creatures. But I guess there are exceptions. It appears they have a culture where they bury and mourn the dead. Judging by these flowers, it was fairly recent. Who are you? Vrot the Wanderer of the Onyx Orc clan. What are you two doing here? We hail from the city of the goddess. What business do temple folk have in these lands? Do you happen to know what exactly happened here? There was a monster that appeared. That monster led us into a trap. And made us fight against a dragon. Most of us orcs were slain in the battle, and this is what's left of the village. Then, the lizardman's village nearby was also. Yes, the monster devoured them all. I can't say for sure. But we assume it was around the time when the monster was first active. I see. Merciful goddess, please bring peace to the souls. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Vrot the Wanderer. Being a wanderer is the most honorable title an orc warrior can have in the Onyx clan. Our mission is to travel through the great forest and look for any signs of danger or irregularities. During my mission as a wanderer, it all started when that appeared. What do you mean by that? A carriage made from metal. The strangest thing was, there were no signs of straps for tying horses to it. Every single human inside had their necks snapped. And it wasn't from the crash. The humans inside wore odd-looking armor. And the doors were forcibly opened from within. Not long after discovering the metal carriage, suspicious incidents began to occur in the Great Forest. The trolls all went missing at some point in time. Same goes for the lizardmen. By the time I had felt that something was wrong and returned to my village, it was too late. I'm sorry, but could I ask you a question? According to your story, you seem to have been away from the village when this event took place. So how do you know what happened? If you wish to know, take my hand. What is this? Wait, can this be temporal magic? I can't believe someone other than the king of the Elven Kingdom, Lucius Elphilus, is able to use temporal magic. No, this is a simple, mind attribute magic, and a lesser skill called psychometry. It can read memories embedded within an object. So, you learned of the culprit through this magic. That's right, the metal carriage, the lizardman's village, and this dagger. All possess memories of the same creature. Also, the bastard left the Great Forest a few years back. But then returned not too long ago. Mind resonance. And that's where the monster is right now. The Great Forest wears the facade of an ordinary forest. With the exception of its depths. Magical scenery beyond anyone's wildest imagination. And the Arctic and volcanic areas that are close in proximity. There have been reports of the ecosystem that has evolved in this harsh environment. My first and foremost destination is the mountain that stands alone in the Arctic region. At the very top of the ice-capped mountain lives the only dragon that has adapted to the depths of the great forest. The ice dragon. Na. Anna. Saintess Candidate Anna. Anna. Are you all right? Is something bothering you? It's nothing, I'm all right. My mind just wandered off for a moment. Well, better focus, we don't know when the monster will show up. Oh, yes, of course. What are these memories? They just come out of nowhere every now and then. They seem to have gotten even worse since we arrived here. I feel as if I've forgotten something very important. Depths of the Great Forest, Arctic region. Their physical abilities have grown weak with indirect hunting methods. And they spend most of their time sleeping to minimize energy expenditure. Well, aside from their lack of physical strength and prowess, their biological antifreeze solution allows them to adapt in these freezing environments. Now, that's something I'm hankering for. Who the hell are you? A shame, I was going to transform into an ice dragon first and sneak up on you. But you're here earlier than expected. How dare you? What a fool, how dare it sets foot in our nest. Gurg. Having consumed an ice dragon, I now understand the most efficient ratio for the biological antifreeze solution. As of this day, the habitat of the Great Forest's Arctic region has changed. Now, for my next target. Depths of the Great Forest, between the volcanic and Arctic regions. Anna, how are you holding up? We've walked quite a long way. I'm fine for now. No signs of hyperventilation, no signs of oxygen deprivation. No warning signs of dehydration. Conclusion, truth. Very well, but please let me know if you get tired. Let's get going. The monster seems to be close by. And these footsteps. These don't appear to be spontaneous combustions. Do these traces belong to the monster you speak of? Seeing as the dagger reacted that way, I would assume so. What is this heat? It's the monster. The volcanic region of the Great Forest. The creatures that dwell here have no names. The constantly shifting geography due to the melting ground made it impossible for anyone to get close and observe the environment. Of course, this is with the exception of one monster, for whom none of that mattered. It's been a while since I've made use of my salamander scales. Well, those creatures are extinct and cease to exist now. By putting together the dungeon core's internal chemical factory that can create any chemical. The ice dragon's water pouch for storing copious amount of fuel. The giant dinosaur monster's veins for carrying the fuel all over the body. the lizardman's sweat glands for pushing the fuel out to the surface of the skin, and the volcanic creature's body temperature that ignites the fuel with just a touch. These characteristics have been combined to create a true monster. I was wondering who was trailing after me. A rather unique group, I must say. Master. You monster, so, you're the one behind the annihilation of my tribe. And you are, Vrot the Wanderer. You know who I am. Well, all the orcs seem to know who you are. Chief. You bastard, how dare you use the chief's face? I've been training for this very moment. To seek revenge. Now die. What in the world is happening right now? They're fighting. Which means that I should probably help. Vrot, who is seeking rightful vengeance on the monster who massacred his people. Or the Lord Protector of the Kingdom, the Knight of Knights, and my master. Whose side must I take? Anna, hold tight. What? We need to get away from here as far as possible. But why? That's deadly venom. You, using venom. You're a coward. I must at least have one last strike. How can this be? I couldn't even leave. A minor scratch. Put me down, Paladin, Mr. Vrot is still. I can't do that. I've sworn to protect you. It's not too late, if we all just fight together. You're wrong, it's too late. But we don't know that for sure. A battle is not determined by the simple comparison of strength. As a paladin, it's the first saying you learn before training at the temple. Please, at least know the limits to your abilities. I can't just stand idly by and watch a rare Saintess candidate march toward her own death. The life force was strong, but I barely felt any aura, and his magic was weak. Probably the price he had to pay to obtain that fire ability. We may not have been able to drive him back, but we could have at least brought Mr. Vrot to escape with us. You're speaking logically, based on common sense. But my master, that man goes far beyond the confines of common sense. He's nothing like you would imagine. This is Mr. Vrot. Master. I have no idea how he's going to react. If he thinks we're sided with Mr. Vrot. We're in danger. It's been a while, my apprentice. Now, we can finally take our time to talk. Rejoice. Till now, you have been tailing me and have been calling me master one-sidedly. But now, I've acknowledged you as my apprentice. Smile. Now, we can take our time to talk. We're in trouble. Why did you kill Mr. Vrot? Based on you answer, I will. It's been too long, Master. Master, don't tell me you know this monster. I'll explain later, so please, don't do anything rash. Yes, it's been a while since I've encountered my kind. There was a fellow who I suspected to be one of us. But it turned out he wasn't. You've met someone similar after the Manticore. I'd love to hear all about it. I need to stall for as long as possible, long enough to make contact with the temple. It was a shapeshifter. The name was Midden Half-Fiend. Midden. Half-Fiend. Anna. Midden. My brother. Anna Full from Heaven, the Saintess candidate, recalled her lost memory. 3 years ago. The port city of Stukfit. After the sudden attack of the dragon of Stukfit. Midden Half-Fiend's little sister. Myron Half-Fiend, born half-elf, half-demon. Midden. Midden. Myron, who had lost an arm, searched everywhere for her brother. Once she found out Midden had traveled to the land of humans. She followed suit. However, her body flowed with the blood and mana of an elf. And she was noticed by the temple. Soon after, her memories were tampered with, and she had gained a cloned arm. Also, as she reached adulthood, the color of her skin had changed. And that is how the Saintess candidate, Anna Full from Heaven, came to be. And then, the guardian knight of Anna's pilgrimage, the paladin Pure Creed. The biochip inserted in her head scores her actions in real time. And the results decide whether or not she advances to the next level. Anna Full from Heaven, a Saintess candidate with 3 years of training under her belt. Lionhand's Pure Creed, the monster's apprentice, and a paladin of the temple. Together, the two headed to the great forest for Anna's pilgrimage. Midden Half-Fiend, what happened to him? He's dead. Well, to be exact, I killed him. I will kill you, monster. I see you can control your strength with ease now. I remember you struggled at first. Oh, you mean back then? I've been training hard ever since. Actually, Master, your humble apprentice is on a mission right now. How about we hold off celebrating our reunion until next time? I've been trying to contact the temple for a while now. But the Great Forest has too much magic in the air. Master, we have no intention of opposing you. We've met that orc just now. And the reason we're here is for a pilgrimage. If you kill us now, the temple will. Looks like we've chosen the wrong place. Excuse me. It means, you won't be able to make contact unless we move to a more shallow location. Follow me. Luckily. I guess we're not fated to die just yet. The Lizardman's village in the Great Forest is one of the goddess's sacred lands. This is because there was a celebrated lizardman paladin who hailed from these lands. Longtail Full from Heaven. On the outskirts of the Lizardman village. The lizardmen of the Great Forest are known to be closed off and aggressive. But there's a temple facility here, as their village is considered sacred. I'm sure I can make contact. Houston, do you copy? We have a problem. Greetings, personal identification number PP100003. My name is Houston, Executive Director for Paladin Operations and Management. It is an honor to meet the Knight of all Knights. Enough with the idle talk, let's get to the point. Very well, what do you plan to do here? What do I plan to do? Seems like you should be asking, what is it that you want? Sir Kim, are you fully aware of the current situation right now? I tracked down the temple's paladin and saintess candidate and terrified them. I've also massacred the lizardmen in the process of destroying the sacred land. Then, what makes you think that you are in a position to make a request? What if I let these two leave the Great Forest safe and sound? Losing a saintess candidate and a paladin would be a tremendous loss. On top of that, this Pure Creed is a unique entity. Very well, we shall do as you please. What is it that you want? Nothing much, just a simple nothing happened in these woods will do. All right, we will keep our word. You would be wise to do so. Now with these nuisances out of the way, I can truly focus on my goal. Until the emperor lays the groundwork to go after another king's head. It's feasting time. 6 months after the feast in the great forest. Republic of Evermine, land of the dwarves. Thank you for electing me, my fellow dwarves. From now on, Evermine shall be a democratic republic. What tragedy has befallen the historic land of dwarves? The king of dwarves. Pitcall Granite. Not a king, but a so-called president chosen by some blasted election. To think that this kingdom is going to be ruled by the likes of those with no traditional roots. Somebody must have pulled off some dirty tricks behind my back. Otherwise, there's no way the dwarves of Evermine would go on a rampage like this. I, myself, shall rescue Evermine from this crisis. Is anyone out there? Make preparations for me to visit to our ally, the kingdom of Grand Cantine. To think that centuries-old power would come crashing down in just 6 months. I knew it. There are still those who are loyal to the crown. There you are. The second head. Who the hell are you? How dare you enter? The Kingdom of Grand Cantine, Office of the Emperor. Are you sure these word games even work? It's been verified by the goddess. Kings are different from presidents. I see. By the way, it would seem the brainwashing tech has advanced nicely. Ah, yes, that's nearly complete. As for the plan, we've obtained the second head, and all the research results have been good. But there's one problem, brother. You've heard of Portistil, right? Portistil. One of the countries that has shown its opposition to the dictatorship of Grand Cantine. And the only country that has been given air defense capabilities. The reason being, its geographical location. It was in the perfect location to ship supplies during war and trade goods in peacetime. Albaflum. Portistil. However, Portistil had a history of being oppressed by its neighboring country, Albaflum. And now, with Albaflum weakened by invasions, large-scale rebel forces are running rampant in Portistil. The kingdom is yet unstable. And it'll worsen things if Portistil blows up in my face. I made preparations for the second head while you were on vacation. So I'd appreciate it if you could help out. There's a temporary solution. And a permanent one. There's a way to silence Portistil permanently. Sounds good to me. Wait a second, what's the catch? You will never see another Portistilian on the continent again. It'll be decades before they can rebuild civilization on those lands. Temporary. The temporary solution, please. A few days later. Portistil. Naval Officer Kendra Aim Baker. Today, the Royal Knight from Grand Cantine is coming for the inspection. I need to stay on my toes. Please let this day pass without any trouble. So the rumors are true, he's a shapeshifter. I hope your journey was a pleasant one, Sir Kim. I, Kendra Aim Baker, would like to welcome you to Portistil. Long live the Free Republic of Portistil. Go to hell. You dogs of imperialism. I will kill every last one of you bastard. I can just relight the fuses. Gah! Apologies for our late arrival. Are you all right, Sir Kim? Bring him to the interrogation room. Where did you get the dynamite? Did the rebel forces give it to you? To hell with it, there's no way I'm telling. Doesn't really matter. What are you doing? I said, I won't tell you. What? Excuse me. I'm Lieutenant Commander Kendra Ain Baker of the Albafloom Navy. I heard that Sir Kim requested our aid. There's no need to be so anxious. I'm just an ordinary messenger, please, this way. You sure don't look like one. Greetings, Sir Kim. Once again, I'm Lieutenant Commander Kendra Ain Baker of the Albafloom Navy. I heard you requested for our aid. I thought you were interrogating a terrorist. But where is? Do you know of the Red Pinwheel? Yes, I do. That's the name of a pub on Main Street. Lead the way. Yes, sir. Someone is supporting the rebellion in Portistil from the shadows. Although, I can't know for sure from the memories of the one I just devoured. The plan keeps getting delayed, and I still have 2 heads remaining. He's terrifying. I'll have to put the screws to Hunter once this is done. He does value his life, after all. A pub nearby a Portistil post. The Red Pinwheel. Here we are, Sir Kim. Oh, Miss Lieutenant, haven't seen you come around in a while. You must have been busy, eh? Yes, you know how the rebels' forces are. This here is Sir Kim. Sir Kim, what are you? Murder. Run. What is the meaning of this? I am already aware of everything. Where are the supplies you've stolen? Sir Kim. How about you open up my head and find out? So be it. What the? Well, well. A secret passageway. You know, I could have handled things a little quieter. This is faster. A secret passageway. This pub has a secret passageway. These are supplies for our navy. Our naval mark. Does this mean there's a traitor in our ranks? Our soldiers are dying because of the rebellion. And yet, how could they? I'll leave the investigation to you, Lieutenant. John Founder. Comrade Shuffler of the Red Pinwheel is down. Then that leaves us no choice but to initiate Plan B. No, that could be difficult. Apparently, a royal knight from Grand Cantine attacked the Red Pinwheel. What? By royal knight, you mean the hailed hero, Sir Kim. Why would someone like him? Sorry to interrupt. Comrade Founder. A monkey hybrid. It wasn't easy, but I got it. John Founder. Wait, don't tell me that's right, a stepping stone toward the day of dawn. Ah, with these we could possibly fight off that damned royal guard, Sir Kim. That's a relief. Comrade Shuffler. I can't believe it. You're alive. I barely made it out of there in one piece. Comrade Founder, is that the thing you spoke of? That's right. The magic we need to step into the day of dawn. I have the evidence and the criminals all gathered. What? What are you? Cough. Tear gas made with reference to CS gas. How about you try singing the anthem? A day later. The execution ground of Portistil. The rebels claim their actions are for the liberation of Portistil. However, in the end, their leaders were nothing but informants for a darker power. In the backrooms were the Furland Universal Community. The hybrid allied nation. And this one here is their informant. A monkey hybrid who has snuck into our land. That's not all, we have arrested high-ranking officers within the Navy as well. Have mercy on us, Lieutenant Aimbaker. If you could give us one last chance. And this here. This is the drug they were trying to smuggle. And the evidence that proves everything. Lieutenant, now wait just a second. I have a relative who's an officer. Blag, gag. What is this? What the hell did you just make me drink? The secret weapon of those you were helping. Now, you'll know what you've gotten yourself into. How dare you, I practically raised you. What's going on? What's happening to me? Ah. It's a wolf. It's a werewolf. A demon. After John Founder, the spy of the hybrid allied nation, was revealed to be a demon. It was revealed that hybrid demons were the higher-ups of the hybrid allied nation. And that concludes my report on Sir Kim's work. Hybrids and demon hybrids, it's hard to tell those two apart in the first place. But who knew they'd have taken over the hybrid allied nation using it to their advantage? If we hadn't taken care of the Demon King in time, the hybrid allied nation could have been after us. Actually, they practically already were, seeing what they did in Portistil. What a great excuse for starting a war. The monster did something useful for once, other than just eating away at everything. I declare the hybrid allied nation, Furland Universal Community, as pawns working for the Demon King. This means war. What is this, a warship? I thought of something brilliant, you see. I'll have these warships sail on land. You must be tired, get some sleep. Why not just say that you'll command an army of great white sharks on land instead? What are you talking about, brother? Sharks can't swim on land. Then what about warships? Oh, silly me. I forgot to explain first. We have the world's most powerful water sorcerer as our ally. You mean him. The king of the Elven Kingdom, Elphilis. Lucian Elphilis. Elphilis will go to war against Furland as an ally of Grand Contine. But your highness, don't you think this is all too sudden? We're still recovering from the aftermath of our last war. With all due respect, I believe that now is time to strengthen our kingdom. Silence. You must have misunderstood, I wasn't asking for permission. What you need to do is prepare for war, not whine. If you have any complaints, please do tell. I am ready to lose another loyal servant. Complaints, Your Highness? Of course not. Come now, let us prepare for war. The Elven Kingdom, Elphilis. Entering the Furland War, by force. The naval powerhouse, the Kingdom of Albaflum. The fifth naval port. Ally of Grand Contine. The Commander-in-Chief of Grand Contine. Sir Kim. The Commander-in-Chief of Albaflum. Grand Admiral Asdamel. The Commander-in-Chief of Elphilis. Lucian L. Phyllis. They're all here. Thank you for cooperating, Uncle. I wouldn't have joined this war if it weren't for my debt from when the fish people attacked. Grand Kantin's power has grown too strong to exclude them. The King of Albaflum. Ryan Albaflum. So, how are you planning on advancing into the hybrid allied nation from here? If you're sailing there, there's a port that's closer. Sailing there means we would have to go around. We will advance directly to the capital. Hybrid allied nation. Albaflum. 5th Naval Port. What, you mean you're going over the mountains? Then what did you bring those warships for? Because we'll be going over the mountains on those warships. What the hell are you talking about? What is this? Big wave. What? What in the? You're gonna move the warships using water magic. Oh, boy. Is this really going to be okay? Is something bothering you, Admiral? It's you, Sir Kim's messenger. It's quite a sight to behold. I agree. But even if our allied forces are the most powerful in the world, I don't know if we should let one person hold the fate of the entire fleet. That's true, if something were to happen to that one person, the whole fleet could be destroyed. So yes, it is a risky plan. But not to worry. Even if this entire fleet were to be destroyed, you wouldn't be held responsible. What's that supposed to mean? What I'm saying is, the men sitting in these warships are lives we don't need to take responsibility for. The soldier staging area within the warship. I'm talking about the soldiers below. I'm more comfortable acting alone. Wait, Sir Kim, where are you going? Recon. Can't you let a scout do that? I can't command, I'm just a messenger. My retirement plan is falling apart. All thanks to him. Gotta go, gotta go. A message about Grand Kantin's declaration of war. But it's not headed to Sharpfong. What place is this? I thought the hybrid allied nation's capital was Sharpfong. An avian hybrid. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on that? Something feels off. I should go take a look. Capital of the hybrid allied nation. Sharpfong. This rural village is supposed to be the capital. Not quite what I had expected. I suppose nobody realized due to how closed off the nation is. People from the city of the goddess wouldn't have suspected it since the temple is here. We've been deceived. Sharpfong is a fake. Sigh. How did this happen? About 50 years later. Chuckle. My dream was to retire and live a peaceful life, fishing. I'm really grateful for Sir Kim giving me the Ocean Master 2000. But he can't just keep giving me new tasks. Am I supposed to work until I die? Oh, Sir Kim, that was quick. Why are you stuttering? What of our enemies? Sharpfong is a decoy. Their real capital is elsewhere. What? That makes no sense. The temple of the hybrid allied nation is in Sharpfong. A city devoted to the goddess couldn't possibly be a decoy. Aren't their leaders supposed to be demons? It does make sense. Demons respect the goddess as their creator. But never more, and never less. They could easily give up their temple. Change of plans. Are we changing course? No, not quite. The original plan was to end things peacefully. If they surrendered after seeing our fleet. But now, a peaceful resolution is out of the question. How dare they use faith to mock the goddess? I'll cut those hybrids open and toss their guts in the sea. Then, I'll carve the meat off their bones and feed them to wild animals. I'll end there. Back to Sharpfong. It's a shooting star. Please let me work hard and earn less. No, I mean, work less and earn more. Holy Mother of. You dare mess around with faith. You damned heathens. Spare the temple, but raze everything else to the ground. Die, heathens. Kill every last one of them. Such a noisy human. 2 hours later. I know it was inevitable, but I still repent for causing a scene in a city of the goddess. Please, forgive me. Come to think of it. It's my first time seeing a statue of the goddess on the hybrid side. I know all species have their own statues of the goddess. But this statue looks like it's modeled after someone. Does this mean there's a hybrid holy enough to have a statue sculpted of them? But then again, this statue doesn't really resemble a hybrid, it's more like. What's this? What is she doing here? Do you recognize this face? Of course I do. It's been a while since I've seen her face. A face that Sir Kim knows of. Is there someone in the hybrid allied nation he was involved with? No, wait, I can't be too sure that she's a hybrid. Besides, she doesn't really resemble a hybrid either. Perhaps someone involved with the city of the goddess. If it's someone Sir Kim knows from the city of the goddess. Could they have been from the demon suppression force? Is this the former saintess? This is the demon king. What did you just say? Did you just say, this is the demon king? Ah. No, I must get rid of them. These hands that prayed to the demon king. This tongue. And these eyes. I need to claw them out. He'd end up killing himself at this rate. Stay down for now. Did you say you're the priest here? Yes. What's going on here? Did the city of the goddess allow you to make a statue of the goddess like this? No, sir. The city ordered us to erect a statue of another shape. But the hybrid elders had other ideas. I did not know what the demon king looked like, so I thought it was just what the hybrids preferred. That means the city of the goddess didn't allow this statue of the demon king, correct? Yes, I swear on my faith. I will alert the city of the goddess at once. This is bad. You heard that, right? The priest swore on his faith that the city was not involved in this. But, Sir Kim, this does not change the fact that I prayed to a statue of the demon king. I broke the sacred rule, do not pray to a false god. Sigh. His faith is unwavering. Oh, goddess, please punish your unfaithful servant. Bad news. The Pope has declared a holy war. A holy war. Did you just say, a holy war? That's right, the Pope declared he cannot forgive the hybrids for this act of heresy. This is my chance to repent for my sins. Prepare to face my wrath, you damned demons. A few days after the declaration of the Holy War, the Paladin, Lionhand's pure creed. Whoa! The saintest candidate, and a fool from heaven. Who knew Grand Cantine had the technology to build a ship this big? It's amazing. Were you not briefed about this? Why are you surprised at all? Still, it's different seeing it in person. I suppose I should adjust my expectations a bit. Suit yourself. The Paladin and the City of the Goddess are all in on it together. I cannot trust anyone. Oh. Master. Wait, if we run into each other again. Anna, you need to hold yourself back. We're here as reinforcements from the City of the Goddess. Wait, what, does she not remember? The city just sent these two as reinforcements. One is a human weapon created by the City of the Goddess. Another is a monster, just as I am. Before this war is over, I'll have to eliminate one of them. May I ask you for a situation report? I'd be glad to fill you in. We've been looking into the real capital of the hybrid allied nation, and we're able to come up with a couple of possible cities. We are planning on launching a simultaneous attack on each of them. And we want you to take on the most powerful city. Which is? It's written in the attack plans here. The commercial city of hybrids. Round ear. The commercial city of the Furland Universal Community. Round ear. I can't believe this. Sharpfang has fallen within a single day. That's not all, the City of the Goddess has declared a holy war. This is all because of the Demon King statue. I figured someone would put up a different one. You shouldn't have done it in the first place. Why would you put the Demon King's face there? It was your predecessor's idea to do it, saying that no one was going to recognize the Demon King, anyway. This is no time to be arguing. This means someone who knows the Demon King's face is involved in this war. In that case, it could be the Emperor of Grand Cantine, or, perhaps even, Sir Kim. You mean the one who terrorized Stuckfoot and set the Flatfield Plains on fire? The nightmare of all demons is coming back. We need to do something. We must come up with a plan. I like how this mission is simple. You mean taking down an entire city? I mean, not having to leave any survivors. Oh, right. I assume you're well aware of the operation. I draw everyone's attention, while the backup team investigates the city, and you. I'll make sure to grab the thing the Emperor has asked for. Let's get started, then. Intruders. Sound the alarm. Damn it, I was aiming for the eye. Let's get this party started. Dragon breath. What is the meaning of this? Did you really think I'd forgotten? This is for my brother, you bastard. I don't think this was part of our plan. What is the meaning of this? You really don't get it, do you? I can use super regeneration to heal a scratch like this. Explosion. My brother died to the likes of him. Still, my revenge is complete. With this, my brother can now rest in peace. Where do you think you're going? Anna, fool from heaven. But how? I blasted your head off. An enchanted arrow, I presume. It was an entertaining little trick. You got anything more to show me? We're under attack. They're at the southern wall. Security is lax with the master drawing everyone's attention. But, where did Anna go? We were supposed to meet up around here. Master, and wait, is that? Is that Anna? Why are those two fighting? Body enhancement. My wing. What in the world? What in goddess's name is going on? Why are they fighting each other? We need to figure out who's the enemy and who's our ally. Pulverizing punch. You monster. I suppose this is my last resort. The temple forbade me from using this before I'm the official saintess, but, oh well. The weapon of the saintess. Mercilessness. Is it for the revenge of that shapeshifter? You're putting up quite a show. I suppose it's only courtesy to show you something equally entertaining. That's not going to happen. 'Cause I'm gonna burn you to a crisp. He blocked my skill with one hand. You turned into a woman. Is this some kind of psychological attack? Oh, right, you don't know who this is. It's not psychological. It's physical. That face, it's the former saintess. Master transformed into the former saintess, Angela. Are shapeshifters capable of doing something like that? No, of course not. Master only calls himself a shapeshifter as a facade to trick the others. Master's real ability is materializing the physical qualities of what he eats onto his own body. For him to be able to turn into the former saintess, it would mean that he ate the former saintess. Which means I too could become a saintess if I eat one. You're still alive. That body you received with the technology from the city of the goddess is quite impressive. I'll end you now. Stop. Don't come any closer. Even if you are my master, as a paladin of the city of the goddess, I will not stand by as you kill her. You mean to say, you have dibs on this prey? What are you? No, that's not it. You can keep talking, but you're not very convincing looking like that. It's not what you think. Even if you've realized your true nature, you won't succumb to your baser instincts. Are you afraid? I'm not like you, master. I'm a paladin of the city of the goddess, not a monster. You may be for now. I've changed my mind. Do what you will with that. She won't be able to get in my way for a while in that state anyway. First, I must report back. This is pure creed, it's an emergency. The Saintess candidate is in critical condition. We will return immediately. What's going on out there? I can't see, move over. Holy crap, the city's in complete ruins. The chief executives of the hybrid allied nations Furland Universal Community, all in one place. There are a lot of heads to collect. Who the hell are you? The war against the hybrid allied nation ended in victory. We were able to slay all the chief executives taken over by the demons. With the hybrid allied nation out of the clutches of the demons, they will now return to normal. And those who contributed to the war effort will be handsomely rewarded. We are victorious. That was a great speech, Your Majesty. Thank you. And congratulations, Joaquin Sicario. I beg your pardon. Why suddenly call me by my real name? Sir Kim told me all about your contribution. I heard you took the lead in this war. You are no longer a royal assassin. You know far too much as a messenger. Your Majesty. You are now the Brigadier General of the Great Grand Kantine Army. I look forward to your future accomplishments, General Sicario. Moving up the ladder, are we? What about my retirement plan? Commencing voice record, identification serial number PP009001. An unexpected accident has occurred in the process of manufacturing the Saintess. The estimated danger level is XXX, huge risk of leaking top secret information. Therefore, it is imperative to quickly complete the Saintess by combining production lines A and B. Now, we will seek approval on this matter from the subject. Saintess candidate, Anaful from heaven. Do you hear me? We have been briefed on what has happened. Which is why we are making this proposal. Wouldn't you like to become a monster? The dragon and monsters of the great forest. By combining the physical abilities of what I've consumed so far, is how I utilize my skill. Perhaps that is why my growth has hit a wall. Unless I consume creatures beyond imagination, I cannot grow any more powerful. And just when I was contemplating whether to use the wish I have yet to redeem from the goddess, I found a clue. It was when I transformed into the Saintess. Just by comparing the physical specs of the Saintess and an orc. The orc's physical specs are a little higher. However, the Saintess' modified body possesses a greater and more efficient power. In that case, what would happen if I transplant the body of the Saintess into a dragon? It'll be worth finding out. Sir Kim, did you see this? It's about that woman. What is it? Is there something wrong? It's nothing. I see you've got yourself a new uniform. Oh, the Emperor requested I dress as befits my station. But more importantly, here, take a look at this. The newspaper. I'm not very interested in current events. The sole disciple of the Lord Protector of Grand Kantine. The biggest newspaper in the Kingdom of Grand Kantine. The Daily Elmwood. The office of Felina Greensmith. So, you were on the ship at the time. Reporter for the Daily Elmwood. Felina Greensmith. That's right, I was the officer for the ship's drinking water during the Furland War. Before that, I was the guide of Portastill for the Lord Protector. Kendra Aim Baker. I'm getting exclusive coverage on this, nice. Felina changed careers from a minstrel to a reporter. And was faring quite well in these circles. An officer for drinking water, I haven't heard of such a position before. Could you elaborate? We're in the middle of an interview, and you are. I'm looking for Greensmith, the reporter. That would be me. Is that so? Well then? Good. Sir Kim. I've come to ask about the death of the paladin Purecreed. I expect you to cooperate. Why? Do I keep getting tangled up with him? An official statement from the city of the goddess, the sole disciple of the Lord Protector of Grand Cantine. Paladin Lionhands Purecreed has died during battle. I mustn't anger him. Are you positive the city of the goddess declared her dead? I'm sure, it's a rare case. Since paladins are usually declared missing, not dead. She can't be dead. And the city of the goddess wouldn't have disposed of an asset as exceptional as she is. They're up to something. A declaration of death out of nowhere. It definitely does sound fishy. It's fishy all right, but... Apologies, brother. I'm simply much too swamped to do anything about it. There are endless piles of documents on state affairs that I couldn't deal with due to the war. How am I supposed to do this all on my own? It won't be easy trying to get any solid intel on this either, since it's a temple matter. What do you say we keep tabs on it for now, and... as busy as you are. It seems that it'll be a while till we move on with the next stage of the plan. About that. Forget it. I'll deal with it, I have some experiments to do, anyway. The land of the lizardmen, allied nation of Rutmash. It would be faster if I flew there. But that'd practically be shouting to everyone that the Lord Protector of Grand Cantine has arrived. So a ship will have to do, even if it takes longer. It's an unexpected waste of time, but I must admit, enjoying some peace and quiet isn't so bad. Pirates. Wahaha, look what we have here, some poor, unlucky bastards. Surrender and hand everything over to I, One-Eyed Morgan. Are lizardmen even capable of doing such things? The port of the allied nation of Rutmash. Smooth shore. This place is crawling with lizards. The lizardmen in the Great Forest all looked pretty much the same, while the lizardmen here are much more diverse. First, I'll need to gather some intel. The head of the lizardmen has never made an official appearance before. With such limited information, I'm not sure where to begin. I'll just have to do what I can for now. 1 week later. The office of the mayor of Smooth Shore. Damn it. What is the meaning of this? 5 villages have been decimated in a mere week. Do we still have no information on this mysterious monster? No, sir, we are getting conflicting statements on physical appearance from eyewitnesses. But we did manage to figure out where the monster will attack next. We expect that the monster will travel through the swamp mines. Alert the mines to evacuate immediately and send in the adventurers. Make sure to send only the best. Moments later, in the swamp mines of Rutmash. Be careful, everyone, this monster is known to kill everything in sight. Signal at once if you find. Is that a shark? How is there a shark in the swamp? Rock pillar. It's the monster. Stay calm. It can't freely maneuver in the air. What? It dodged the spear. No way, a flying shark. It's headed toward the water again, stop it. Rock field. Got M. Phew, that was close. What was that just now? Time to get started. What is this? We found this at the swamp mines. It seems to be the monster we've been hearing about. Unfortunately, we also found the dead adventurers next to its body. Oh, is that so? You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, we are able to honor the lives of the fallen adventurers. If it hadn't been for you, we would have never known that they gave their lives to slay this beast. Is there anything you desire by means of a reward? I would like to help you to the best of my ability. In that case, mind if I take this map? That would be no problem at all. I've raided numerous villages and consumed all sorts of lizardmen, but found nothing on the leader of the lizardmen. However, I did find one strange thing. And it's the distribution of lizardmen species I've consumed. Almost all villages maintain the same ratio. That leads me to believe there's an artificial distribution of lizard species. But that's all I know. I wasn't able to find any information as to why, even by racking the brains of all the lizardmen. Then, it came to me. The Red Lizard Man. He introduced himself as a dragon kind. But till now, I've never seen another of the same species in this country. Perhaps this dragon kind has some connection with the Lizardman King. This bit of information is worth looking into. Who's entering my office without knock? Oh, it's you again. What brings you back here? Lord Mayor. Do you know of dragonkind? No, not a clue. Now, please leave, I am very busy. Usually, when one is asked of something they don't know, they respond with "What's that?" That's right, dragonkind, what's that? I've never heard of such a thing. I can tell you're not willing to answer me. Well, then, I'll just have to pry your head open and look for myself. Man, all that's been going on lately is giving me quite the headache. The attack by some monstrous shark. A traveler searching for dragonkind. I'll have to ask the one on how to deal with this traveler in my next report. That'll do. What did I just say? Who are you? My body, why is it? The one. That might be the head I'm looking for. Time to go pay them a visit. It's a communication device. The mayor has simply been making reports using this. A normal lizard man may only be able to see this far. But I have the eyes of a dragon. How about you drop the act? Do you think you're the only that can see me? I suppose this wall is magic to trick the eye. Know your place, fragile mortal. The only reason I allow your insolent remarks is because you've been loyal in your role as the gatekeeper, commanded by the One. There it is with the One again. The mayor didn't know who it was, but perhaps this creature will. Who are you? How are you mixed with a dragon when you are no dragonkind? Well, that's because I've devoured many of your kind. What is this disturbance? It's coming from the communication device. Master. We have a mysterious intruder with mixed dragon blood. Mixed dragon blood, is it time already? I command you, do not attack the intruder, bring them to me as my guest. Yes, Master. Please, come with me. Master awaits. This master the creature answers to. And the so-called the One could be the head of the lizardmen I've been looking for. The sun. Weren't we underground? How can we see the sun from down here? It's an artificial sun. 18 meters in diameter, 43.4 tons. It is the world's smallest and lightest cold fusion device. That one energy source can keep this entire underground system running. Welcome to my kingdom, visitor from the city of the goddess. I am the ancient dragon. The first dragon created by the goddess. So, this is the One. He thinks I'm visiting from the city of the goddess. I have a question. I'm sure you do, but as my guest, of the same race as my dear friend. Why not save the questions for later and take this place in first? And by dear friend he must mean the manticore. Same species as the manticore, visitor from the city of the goddess. He mistakes me for the paladin pure creed. The temple and I have a long-standing history. Take the legendary paladin Longtail Full from Heaven for example. He was one of the ways in which I offered salvation to the temple. You're not surprised. It seems the temple has taught you more than I expected. And seeing as they sent someone of your status, their situation must be quite dire indeed. Excuse my rambling. I shall answer one question before we arrive at our destination. Are you aware that the original pet shop has come to this world? Of course. Isn't that why you sought me out? All dragonkind lizardmen are created with my essence. And every experience flows into me through the resonance of that essence. Actually, one dragonkind I sent above made contact with him. What? What is the meaning of this? Seems like you still don't get it. You dare betray me. You greedy priests, do you have any idea how much I've done for the temple? You're a bit slow to be the first dragon to have existed. Did I ever say that I'm from the temple? You are. I remember seeing him through Vermico's eyes. That face. The original pet shop. That arm is my. Mark my words. You're not getting out of here alive. I will kill you, no matter what it takes. An earthquake. I will kill you, no matter what it takes. Those structures must be for attacking. This is his turf, which has me at a disadvantage. Well, then. Where do you think you're going? Since I've referenced the physique of the Saintess, my speed has increased in proportion to my body. This is my kingdom. You think you can run from me? There's a barrier no one can escape through unless I. Wait, no. 18 meters in diameter, 43.4 tons. It is the world's smallest and lightest cold fusion device. That one energy source can keep this whole underground system running. I'll destroy the city's sole power supply. Stop. Do you realize what you're about to do if that explodes? The light. You dare to. Smooth shore. I was told to go find the mayor first. Is that an earthquake? The high temperature burned right through my dragon scales. Good thing I have my super regeneration. You're looking real rough. Better than missing an arm. You insolent fool. What's this? His hits, there. What in the world? It's like a dog fight up there. Awk. What was that? Is this your first fight? You're absurdly weak. I used up all my magic powers defending myself against the blast. If only I had my powers. Stop, I surrender, let's stop. Why should I? I've got no reason to. Do you realize how much knowledge I possess? The ancient secrets that only I know. Do you realize how much all that is worth? And yet, you would just eat me up like that. Don't worry. I'll be absorbing all that tasty knowledge of yours, too. What? Could it be that you can absorb memories like my old friend? Ha 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 ha. What are you doing? I'll never let you have my knowledge. I'd rather choose death. Damn it. I got what I came for. But what a shame. Still. Perhaps I should have gotten a bigger trophy cabinet. This one's just too big, brother. That's not exactly my fault, now is it? I suppose not. Moving on. Now that we've collected all the heads, it's time we fight it out with the city of the goddess. Or so you must be thinking, but before that, there's something else that needs to be done. I'm getting married. A week before Emperor Edward's wedding. As someone who's been married before, what are your thoughts on it? Don't do it. Why not? Was married life not all that? Nothing goes as planned. For example, you're living a happy, normal married life. When suddenly, your wife gets killed by some random special forces. And your children get kidnapped, never to be seen again. But go ahead, if that doesn't faze you. I'll go out on a limb and ask. But you're not joking, are you? Of course I am. So, who's the lucky bride to be? A princess from a neighboring country, beautiful and kind. You scared the crap out of me. Her bloodline runs deep, so it'll help bolster my power as an emperor. Oh, and I'm planning on using a double for you at the wedding. So, I take it I've got a different role to play. You're always quick to catch on, brother. Actually, the whole power thing is fairly inconsequential. The real purpose is to occupy everyone's attention. We're gonna deliver a critical blow to the city of the goddess. The day of the wedding. Honored guests, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for attending my wedding. There's a saying that everyone is the main character of their own lives. To get to the heart of it, I say that's all bullshit. What? Did I just hear that right? I'm sure everyone here is thinking the same thing. You're all delusional, thinking you're someone important for humanity. Like parasites, trying to leech off of me. Sometimes, I have this thought. As I look upon all you replaceable, expendable pieces of garbage. Arrogantly acting out, pretending like you're some king. I feel like killing every last one of you. So, I'm going to take this chance to make that happen. What is the meaning of this? Even as an emperor, this is unacceptable. What's the meaning of this? The Cardinal of the Santo Elmaruz chapter. Emperor Edward, what do you think you're doing? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the goddess? You insolent fool. I'll show you the power of the temple's secret weapon, the wrath of the goddess. Meanwhile, the Santo Elmaruz Cathedral. I guess everyone's at the emperor's wedding. It's really quiet here. What's that? Is it a dog? Wait, no. It's a monster. A monster in the center of the city. Don't panic, rookie. We can take on a monster that size. We're under attack. I'm still hungry. My powers have their limitations. I can only use as much as I've consumed and retained. For example, if I've eaten one dragon. Storage space. And I lose the dragon's arm, I can't recreate that limb again. Storage space. Meaning, I have to eat another dragon's arm to be able to make it once more. I solved this problem through the troll's super regeneration ability. Even if I don't have another dragon's arm in my storage space, as long as I have other flesh and bones, I was able to recreate that dragon's arm. But during my last battle, I used up too much of my surplus of flesh and bones. It's all because of that bastard, the one who actually blew up the artificial sun. What is going on out here? A monster. How did it get in here? Now's the time to replenish my supply. I'm sated for now. Now, back to the mission at hand. Be gone. This is no place for a monster. So they stationed a paladin as security, did they? They must be hiding something important here for sure. HRRGH. What? How did a severed hand? I knew it, important things are usually hidden underground. I smell flesh, this way. Water. Seeing how there's a trap. This must mean I'm going in the right direction. The Great Temple's underground laboratory. It's been taken care of. It's a mammalian-type monster that breathes air, so this should do the trick. Yes, that's a relief. But a monster like that in the middle of the city. And for it to be attacking the Great Temple. What is this? It's that monster, how is it still alive? No, it can't be. Fins and gills, it evolved in that short period of time. Quickly activate the wrath of the goddess. Yes, sir. What's this now? I didn't even bite you yet. What the hell, a talking monster? Shut it. The wrath, quickly. Receiving request for the wrath of the goddess from a rank 1 researcher. Coordinate trace complete. Target designated. Safety device deactivated. Press the final authorization button. An ultra-high temperature device activated using coordinates. So, this is what the wrath of the goddess was. Request for the wrath of the goddess from Cardinal Yeha. Again. What in the world is going on today? Coordinate trace complete. Target designated. Safety device deactivated. Press the final authorization button. What are they waiting for? Why in the world? Why? Did my request not get approved, but he just massacred everyone here? Why isn't the wrath of the goddess activating? Cardinal. You've been awfully quiet, is something the matter? If not, I plan to carry on with the wedding, would that be alright with you? Sure. Wahahaha. Oh, the look on the cardinal's face was pure gold. He couldn't say a thing about the purge at the wedding. Or about the mysterious monster that infiltrated the Great Temple. He can't explain why the wrath didn't work if he finds the purge problematic. Of course, he can't do that in the first place since he doesn't have proof you're the monster. By the way, how was the wrath, brother? I was wondering what kind of system it is. It was an extremely advanced device. As for its power, if I didn't have to be careful about revealing my identity and could have used my dragon scales, it wouldn't have done much harm. A scientific device, that's why I couldn't find any traces of magic when we investigated. According to the researchers' memories, the first pope is from another world. I'm sure the technology originates from there. Oh, and there was a slight mistake made during the mission. It was unavoidable, but I thought you should know. A mistake, of what sort? The Lord Protector of the Kingdom of Grand Canteen, Sir Kim. Wait, I recognize that voice. The Lord Protector Sir Kim of Grand Canteen is hereby summoned to a religious trial. The religious trial. I guess I saw this coming. Master, we have no intention of opposing you. If you kill us now, the temple will know. The temple will know. She was talking about the tracking spell that comes with killing a paladin. I tried my best not to leave any traces behind. But after having killed a paladin, this moment was inevitable. The Lord Protector of Grand Canteen. Everyone is equal when standing before the goddess. No matter the reason, killing a paladin is blasphemy against her holiness. Don't think for a minute that your status will change the outcome of this trial. Even if you are the Lord Protector of the Emperor. He's pissed off about me teasing him at the wedding. Cardinal. Did you just say, everyone is equal when standing before the goddess? That is right, Your Majesty, I mean, Council. If so, could you say the same for someone who was from a world not created by the goddess? What? A world not created by the goddess. What's he talking about? Damn it. It can't be what he said just now. Does the Emperor know? About the city of the goddess secret. These words are critical to the city of the goddess. Rumors of another world are merely rumors. It is common sense not to acknowledge the existence of another world. But if everyone finds out the truth, and if the birthplace of the first pope is revealed, the continent of Elmwood, united through the only religion of the temple, will come crumbling down. Priests and believers will go off to find the roots of their faith. And religious groups doubting the temple will spring up, saying that the wrath of the goddess could be a power from another world. And that was in fact, the undeniable truth. What is the meaning of this? Another world. On what grounds? This is a sacred religious trial. What in goddess's name? This is blasphemy. Afterward, the trial was dismissed due to the cardinal losing his wits. Emperor causes a stir at the religious trial, cardinal flustered. Growing suspicions, does another world exist? Another world. After the trial, the theory of the existence of another world spread through the daily Elmwood. And the temple was split into two factions. Ordinary priests and believers, who have accepted the idea of another world. And major high-level leaders that deny the idea of another world. Due to the strange overly violent protests of the acceptance side, the religious clash of the two factions broke out into a civil war. And all of this was by design. Splitting up the temple through manipulating the media and parasitic brainwashing. This is how we take down the temple from the inside. The great temple in the city of the goddess. What are we to do? The majority of believers are turning to the side of those who have accepted the idea of another world. Only a few nobles who are funded by the temple remain on the denial side. But even they have gone missing. This can't be a coincidence. The current pope of the temple, Grand Canteen, must be behind all this. It'll be dangerous if this continues, but we still have a way. You mean you have a plan? If so, we must act at once. Your Grace, what is this plan you speak of? We shall assassinate the emperor. Using the most powerful asset we possess. A few days later, in the kingdom of Grand Canteen. Stop, who goes there? Show your face and identify yourself. What are you? Let's go. His head was cut off. How's he still alive? Get him. It's been a while. It's been a while. You've grown stronger since I last saw you. I take it you've eaten something quite good. Could you please keep quiet, Lord Protector? No, I mean Midden's sworn enemy. I have no idea what you're on about. Don't tell me you forgot. You told me that you killed my brother. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Why do you burden yourself with someone else's hatred? Paladin pure creed. What are you saying? I'm the Saintess Anna, fool from heaven. That's what you wish to believe. How'd you know? The Saintess is the temple's most powerful asset. There's no way the temple would give a weapon that powerful to some teenage girl for a personal vendetta. Even if you could replicate her physical appearance, it wouldn't be enough to become her with your powers. This is advice coming from someone who's the same species, and who was also your former student. Surrender. Confident, are we? You think you could defeat me with the two of you combined? No, that's not it. I'm merely a diversion for another feint operation. The other paladins should have reached the Emperor by now. Do you think? The others can protect the Emperor without you, Master. This is the will of the goddess. You don't know the Emperor well enough. He's not what he used to be. But there's another reason why he's lived so long. If you wanted his head, you should have gone yourself. What the? This isn't the Emperor. You dare invade my territory. I don't know if you're brave or just plain foolish. Laser trap. It's a trap. Retreat. You took me for a weakling having that monster around me, did you? Cough, Saintess. The mission has failed. You don't look so good, what's the matter? Seems like I was right. Now, what's your next move? Well, since it's come to this, Is she running away? The following day. Breaking news: the temple attacks the Emperor of Grand Kantine. Revealed to be the work of deniers in an effort to silence the side of the acceptors of another world. The temple's attack late last night shocked many people around the empire. Unbelievable. What's happening to this world? Shock soon turned to rage after finding out the temple was behind the attack. And after learning they targeted not only the emperor, but also the priests seeking refuge at the palace. Their rage was fueled to the max. Of course, it was all a lie in the first place. Because of this incident, the temple that denied the idea of another world lost the trust and faith of other believers. And so, public opinion leaned in the direction the emperor had originally planned. They were now saying that it can't be the goddess's will to assassinate priests. Therefore, the deniers, and in other words, the temple, are heretics. And so, the kingdom of Grand Kantine declared war against the temple. What is going on? The assassination was a failure. And we just ended up losing our paladins. Not to mention practically handing the damned emperor a reason to declare war on a silver platter. Do you know how much we've invested in producing the saintesses? Our apologies. Chief Executive for Production and Management of the Paladins and Saintesses, Manhattan. You could have at least killed off that snake of an emperor. But what, you backed out. If we had lost the saintess there, we would have been left without any means to fight back. As long as that bastard is alive, we. How about you stop whining and prepare for war? The border between the city of the goddess and kingdom of Grand Kantine. City of the goddess. Grand Kantine. Punish the temple for failing the teachings of the goddess. P. Paladins. Retreat. Fall back. They're retreating. Is this one of their tactics? The temple lost the battle on the border due to the massive army of clone soldiers. They set up a final barrier around the heart of the city and established a last line of defense. The heart of the city of the goddess. Robbery, assault, murder, theft. How are you still not beheaded? You should have been executed by now. Oh, is it because you're a royal? Whatever it is, you seem to be the man for this job. Listen up, scumbag. You'd be long dead if you weren't royalty. But if you finish the job without mucking it up, I'll set you free. I'll just do what I've been told. I'd be rotting in jail for a lifetime otherwise, so I've got nothing to lose. As soon as I regain my royal status, I'll slaughter those who ratted me out. Is this it? What is he planning to do by setting all those creatures loose? What are you waiting for? Get a move on, buddy. Does that scum even know who I am? I'll have your head as soon as I'm done with. Whoa! Who knew they were hiding something that big? The temple's final barrier. The experiment showed that the barrier didn't affect small animals. But the moment a living life form with a bigger mass passed through the barrier, it died from spontaneous combustion. How am I supposed to penetrate a barrier like that? I almost forgot we have someone who can change his body mass at will. A few moments later, the barracks of the Kingdom of Grand Canteen. So, what's the range of the barrier? About this far out. After testing with animals and prisoners, we were left with a circle this size. To be more specific, when we sent two different types of birds, sparrows were able to fly through, while the ostriches died. For dogs, smaller dogs were fine, but the bigger ones died. Same goes for monsters. So, we've come to the conclusion, big things die, small things live. Anything to do with species. We can't be certain, but we assume it has everything to do with mass. That's what we've concluded from our experiments. The thing is, humanoid life forms such as humans and elves all burn to death regardless of their mass. But what about you, brother? You can transform into other living life forms, as well as alter your body mass. You're the only being who can control species or mass. So, what I'm trying to say is, help me out here, brother. This isn't just for my benefit, right? The plan is you changing into a smaller life form that fits the requirements. And doing recon on the other side of the barrier, what do you say? I'd owe you big time. But you can't deny it's a good plan. Even though I came up with it. I refuse. Why? When I transform into a smaller life form, my intelligence also decreases with it. And if by some chance the barrier is activated, I could burn to death before regenerating my body. The risk is too great for me to bear. But we don't have any alternatives. How about we take the opposite route? I obtained something big recently. Something big. Meaning, you got a good ability. No, it's quite literally something big. You've seen it already. Something I've seen. Wait, could it be? Wait, brother, where are you going? What the? What the hell? My wings have been cut off. I'm losing balance. Why you? Let the war begin. Master. A few moments earlier. Are you sure this is the right decision? I know we're desperate. But this is plain madness. There comes a time when you have no choice but to cross the line. Besides, the Saintess herself suggested this in the first place. Tell me, Richard, what is our mission? To do as we're told. Launching. If I don't break through the barrier head first and instead slide along the sides this way, my regeneration speed won't. Look, over there. It's dead. The damned monster is. It's poison, acids falling from the sky. Are those paladins that I see? It'll be quite dangerous to take on their attacks now. The priority would be to regenerate my lungs. Now, if I let out my fire breath straight from my lungs, it'll cause a chain explosion. To think the reinforced walls of the engine room would come down so easily. By a monster that was thought to have been almost dead. Saintus, are you all right? Saintus. There isn't an issue with the communication device. Could it be that the Saintus is down as well? Important facilities of the city of the goddess are all gathered here at the Great Temple. Which means that rebuilding the city of the goddess is practically impossible at this point. In other words, the city of the goddess has fallen. Damn it, killing that monster means nothing if it comes to this. It can't be. I don't believe it. I've read the reports, but this is nothing like I imagined. If I'm going to die in the hands of that monster, I'd rather. This is PP 100,001. HQ, come in. Saintus. Are you all right? Manhattan. You're alive. I have a plan. Saintus. We finished evacuating the remaining survivors. What is the situation on your end? We have survivors. And the Saintus is alive too. The city of the goddess hasn't fallen. It'll take time, but we can rebuild. What a relief, Saintus. I am currently in the engine room. Thank the goddess you're alive. I have a favor to ask. Very well, Saintus. Changing parameters of the incineration barrier. The location is. I managed to heal most of my injuries. But I used up a lot of the flesh I had stored. I'll have to replenish it once this is all over. Paladin Pure Creed. It's Saintus. Why are you in my way? Because I am the Saintus of the temple. That's not what I meant. Have you forgotten how you ran away from me? Wasn't it because you knew you were no match for me? I agree, it would be impossible to beat you on my own. However, no matter how severe the destruction, this is still the center of the temple. Is that the mucus of a metal slime? This is the barrier. You've changed the parameters. You won't survive this either, you know. This is bad, but I just need to get outside the barrier before my body is destroyed. It's not like she can endure this with her body. You plan on pinning me down here. How are you able to move inside the barrier? It must be the mucus of the metal slime. She already knew how to cancel out the damage from the barrier. I can also use the metal slime mucus. But I don't have enough to cover this enormous body. And if I shrink myself down now, I won't be able to regenerate fast enough, which means being the same as the same species as you. I know you can't keep regenerating yourself. This here will be your grave. The barrier is vanishing, so that's where it was. I thought I felt a presence. And here I find a little rat. Saintus. Damn it, the barrier control device. Get out of here, Manhattan. This is it for you, then. You've used up your magic, and your metal slime coating is gone. You held out admirably, but even if we are the same species, you seem to have reached your limit. You're finished. You're right, I've reached my limit. You and me both, Master. What? Reactivating the incineration barrier. The barrier. I need to turn back into my dragon form. It's too late. The barrier device is activated by electricity. By repairing the damaged parts with metal slime and supplying it with a current, I can momentarily reactivate it. I told you. This will be your grave, Master. This is bad. I didn't react fast enough. My regeneration speed isn't fast enough. It's no longer hot. All I feel is hunger and cold. I can't feel my hands or feet. My vision is blurring. Is this what death feels like? You've lost, Master. I see. It's a good experience. The time has come, Goddess. Hand over the reward for slaying the Demon King. The time has come, Goddess. Hand over the reward for slaying the Demon King. What? Did you just say Goddess? What is this? It's been a while since I was last here. Resuming the reward process for slaying the Demon King. What is your wish? There's been something on my mind ever since I spoke to the Manticore. The goddess is a being not confined by time, which means something like this may be possible. I wish for the most useful reward in getting out of my current situation. To have been given right after having slain the Demon King. Your wish has been accepted. Commencing the reward process. The reward is just what in the world is going on? What is this? Saintus. Help me. Master. Is this your doing? What is this? Damn it. Tekali Lee, Tekali Lee. Just what kind of monster did he consume? Is it even a living thing in the first place? To think such a thing even exists in this world. Information about the newly created past is flowing into my brain all at once. What I received from the goddess in the past are the powers based on Earth's Cthulhu mythos of Shoggoth. It feels strangely familiar, as if I'd been using these powers for quite some time. Well then. Any final words? How are you able to hold back in a situation like this? Are you talking about my appetite? No matter what it may be, you seem to get used to it after experiencing it so often. If I hadn't suppressed my instincts, would the result be any different? You might be standing where I'm standing now. I think dying as a saintess is better than living as a monster. Please don't hurt the others from the temple. That is not my call to make. Still, I beg you. I'll consider bringing it up. For eons, the temple has hidden the existence of the world with one moon, Earth, and had taken strict measures to block the path as well as to hide its existence. Because the key to the door that leads there was made up of 4 heads from each species of humanity. Therefore, only a conqueror who would be willing to destroy other species will be able to reach this goal in an attempt to reach out into another world. From the hallowed ground of the first pope being ravaged by fanatics, to the whole continent created by the goddess being destroyed in a sea of fire. Whichever side it was, the city of the goddess and the temple would Neve. Well, whatever comes of this world is none of my business. This must be it. The altar the goddess told me about. And now, is this the place? God, this is heavy. Hey, brother. You're here early. No, you're late. Come on, I tried to get here as quickly as I could. All right then, if you will, Admiral Joaquin. Yes, Your Majesty. Excuse me, coming through. Oh, by the way, brother, there's soon to be a celebration for our victory. I'll pass. Isn't it better for us both, the faster I do this? Well, you're not wrong. Considering how I'm going to handle this situation, it's better off you disappear now, brother. That way, I could announce that you were killed during the battle against the temple. Well. Damn, I don't know what to say. I guess I'll cut to it. You know what, brother? Right now, I'm feeling extremely excited and restless about finally getting rid of the monster who infiltrated my world. But the thing is, on the other hand, I'm also a little bummed out. Damn, what am I even saying? Don't worry, that's simply a delusion. Humans are adaptive creatures. They sometimes distort their own perspective, and even generalize only the positive aspects. It's like seeing a wild animal not attack you, and deluding yourself into thinking it's friendship. However, that is merely judging based on what you see on the outside. A little change of appearance, and you're in for a rude awakening. So, tell me, do I still look like a friend? Ha, you bastard. You sick, twisted monster. The preparations are done. But nothing is happening. Looks to be working just fine. Is that the door? Well, then. Get lost, you freaking monster. And don't you dare come back. You did well. The smell of smoke in the air. This is definitely the smell of Earth. But I was in Central Africa when I disappeared. With the Eiffel Tower here, am I in France? Why am I here? No wait, the Great Forest was connected to Central Africa. Since I'm no longer there, I suppose the location makes sense. What the hell happened here? There's no way Earth was destroyed like this in just a couple of years. A human of Earth, they're just in time, I needed information. And there's nothing quite like it to gather information, too. Come at me. Earthling. A dragon. Was this not Earth? I smell it. I know this smell. The one who killed my mother and stabbed me. It's the stench of that cowardly thief. I have not forgotten you for a second. Where are you hiding? That's the universal language of Elmwood. This memory is from the first red dragon that I ate. That must be the hatchling that was left behind. But how did it come to Earth? Well, I am curious, but more importantly, since that dragon has been transferred over to Earth, it must have a special ability. My insatiable hunger proves it. I suppose I won't have to worry about going hungry on Earth for a while.